485. The Skeleton Beach Immortal Ferry was an important hub in the southern part of the North Continent. It was bustling with commerce and business. In Chin Pingan's eyes, they were all immortal money with legs. He could not help but look forward to the future of his Oxhorn Mountain ferry. The ferry slowly approached the shore. The impatient customers could not wait any longer and rushed off in a mess. According to the rules, those who boarded and disembarked at the ferry should walk regardless of their realm or status. It was the same in the Aquarius continent, the Tongya continent, and the inverted hanging mountain. However, it was different here. Even if they followed the rules, they fought to be the first. Most of them rode on their swords and turned into a streak of rainbow light. Some rode on their magic treasures, some rode on their immortal birds, and some jumped off. It was chaotic and noisy. The steward of the Hemp Sex ferry and the people at the ferry on the ground saw these unruly bastards again. Both parties were cursing each other. A sea-viewing cultivator who was in charge of guarding the ferry was so angry that he hit a chi refinement warrior who flew over his head to the ground. Chin Pingan did not know whether to laugh or cry. This was under the watchful eyes of the Hemp sect. If it were somewhere else, how chaotic would it be? Chin Pingan was not in a hurry to get off the boat. Furthermore, the old shopkeeper was still talking about the Skeleton Beach and a few other places that he had to visit. Since the shopkeeper had kindly introduced him to the scenic spots of this place, Chin Pingan did not want to let him speak halfway. Therefore, he patiently listened to the old shopkeeper's explanation. Although Chin Pingan was curious about the scenes of getting off the boat, he had understood one thing since he was young. When you were talking to someone, if you were to look around while the other person was speaking earnestly, that was called lacking in manners. Therefore, Chin Pingan only took a few glances before looking away. The old shopkeeper had been in the ferry business for 200 to 300 years. He had trained a pair of sharp eyes to welcome customers and send them off. He quickly ended the previous topic and explained with a smile, "Our North Continent may seem chaotic, but after staying here for a long time, you will feel refreshed. Indeed, it is easy to start a feud for no reason. However, there are many people who will keep their promises and dare to entrust their lives to each other. I believe young Master Chen will understand in the future." When the old shopkeeper said this, his weathered face was full of unconcealable pride. Chin Pingan was no stranger to this. Therefore, his heart clenched and he felt a little sad. Once, there were people like this who were proud of being born in the North Continent, even if they were just chi refinement warriors of the lower 5 realms and servant girls on the ferry. The old shopkeeper hesitated for a moment as he recalled the private meeting between the northern mountain god of the great Li Weiba and himself. He then said softly, "Child Chin, may I say something unpleasant?" Chin Pingan smiled. "Go ahead, shopkeeper Huang." The old shopkeeper said slowly, "The North Continent is more xenophobic and likes to have internal strife. However, when they are united against outsiders, especially when they are in a group, they hate a few types of outsiders the most. One is the Confucian students who have traveled here from afar. They feel that they have a sour stench and are very difficult to deal with. Another type is the disciples of the rich families of other continents. They are all arrogant. The last type is the sword cultivators from other continents. They feel that this group of people does not know the immensity of heaven and earth and have the guts to come to the North Continent to sharpen their swords. Of the three, the second one is the most annoying. Throughout history, there have been countless young people who were able to call the shots in their hometowns on other continents. They relied on their families' patriarchs or preachers to do whatever they wanted, but almost none of them were able to get anything out of it. They fled the North Continent in disgrace, which was still considered good. There were many who had their cultivation paths cut off, and some even died here. Among them, there were nobles from the Celestial Master's residence on Longhu Mountain, direct disciples of the 100 schools of thought, the last disciple of the Ascendant Realm Patriarch of the Liuxia continent, and the younger brother of the God of Fortune from the White Border continent, who was beaten to death here. There are so many of these old scores and so many shocking disasters have happened. Those cultivators on the mountaintops of other continents who lost their relatives and disciples still haven't figured out who their enemies were. Chin Pingan nodded and said, "I will remember shopkeeper Huang's reminder." The old shopkeeper's smile returned. He cupped his fists and said loudly, "Some taboos are like a few hemp ropes in the marketplace. They can't restrain a real dragon in the human world. The North Continent has never rejected a true hero. Then, I wish you success in the North Continent, child Chin." Chin Pingan cupped his fists and returned the gesture. "Thank you for your auspicious words, shopkeeper Huang." Chin Pingan put on his bamboo hat, green robe, and sword as he left the Zhanma sect's ferry. According to shopkeeper Huang, there were 3 places in the Skeleton Beach that had to be visited. Otherwise the trip would have been in vain. The first was the temple of the Swaying Yi River, which was not of high rank but occupied a large area. As a river god, the temple where the golden body was worshipped was more majestic than most of the water gods in the North Continent. There was also a huge city that extended from the entrance at the foot of the Janma sect's mountain all the way to the depths of the ground. It was called the City of Murals. There were 8 high walls under the city. There were 8 beautiful ancient fairies painted on the murals. They were vivid and lifelike. Rumor had it that there was also a great fortune waiting for the fated person to go there. The 8 fairies were once the remnants of the female official spirits in a palace in the ancient heavenly court. If there was a person who liked the murals, they would walk out of the murals and serve him for life. Their cultivation levels varied. Now, only 3 of the 8 female officials were left. The other 5 murals had lost their spiritual chi. The one with the highest cultivation level was in the Jade realm of the upper 5 realms, while the one with the lowest cultivation level was an Earth Immortal of the Golden Core realm. The Janma sect had once invited experts from all over to try to obtain the treasures on the murals using the method of immortals rubbing tablets. However, the murals were full of mysteries and they never succeeded. Other than the fortune of the remaining 3 murals, there were also many items and een spirits that ghost cultivators in the world could only dream of. Even ordinary immortal residences were willing to come here to bid and buy some well-trained heroic spirit puppets. They could serve as a kind of door god that protected the mountain, and they could also serve as a defensive heavy weapon that would not hesitate to die for the master. They could walk the Jianghu hand in hand. Moreover, there were many rogue cultivators in the City of Murals. When they traded here, there would often be great treasures hidden in the city. Now, there was a young sword immortal who had already rushed to the Great Wall of Sword Chi. He had picked up a half-immortal weapon from a rogue cultivator. Finally, there was the Ghost Valley, that attracted sword cultivators and pure martial artists the most in the Skeleton Beach. The Janma sect intended to expel the ghosts that were difficult to refine and gather them in one place. After paying a toll, they would be responsible for their own life and death. Qin Pingon planned to go to the nearest City of Murals first. After Qin Pingon left the ferry, an old cultivator of the Janma sect who was in charge of the cross-continent ferry had restrained his chi and spiritual chi in his chi dwelling. He was a well-known figure in the Skeleton Beach. A nascent soul cultivator had an extremely high seniority in the Janma sect's ancestral hall. However, he was usually unwilling to show his face and hated human relationships the most. At this moment, the old cultivator appeared beside shopkeeper Huang and said with a smile, "To think that you're a businessman. Those words of yours were not unpleasant at all. They were clearly disgusting." A young man who could make Dali's Beiwei god appear and monopolize 30% of the mountain in Pearl Grotto Heaven was definitely related to the 3 types of people mentioned by the shopkeeper. At the very least, he should be one of them. If he had the temperament of a youngster, he might treat his good intentions as ill intent and think that the shopkeeper was trying to intimidate him. The old shopkeeper stroked his beard and smiled. Although his realm was much lower than this nascent soul cultivator beside him, he was usually very casual when interacting with him. If he's an impatient young man who cares about his face, he wouldn't be living in seclusion on the ferry. Just now, after hearing about the City of Murals, he would have left the ferry long ago. How would he be willing to accompany an old man like me to nag for half a day? Then there's no need for me to say those words. The old nascent soul cultivator smiled casually and said, "You may know a person for a long time without understanding his true nature." The old shopkeeper laughed out loud, "It's just a business. If you can earn some favors, you can earn some money. That's why I said that, old Sue, you're not cut out for business. The Janma sect has really wasted a mountain of gold and silver by letting you manage this ferry. There are so many connections that you could have roped in, but you don't even care about them when they're running around in front of you. Is it really a good thing for a cultivator to be able to benefit from both sides?" The old nascent soul cultivator sneered, "If it's an earth immortal who has a chance to reach the 5 realms instead, wouldn't it be a waste of time?" The old shopkeeper pretended that he didn't understand the meaning behind his words. He put his elbows on the railing and looked at the scenery of his hometown. The cross-continent ferry business didn't lack scenery along the way. However, after seeing so much, he still felt that his home's environment was the best. At this moment, when he heard the words of a nascent soul cultivator, the old shopkeeper laughed and said, "Don't treat me like a basket. I don't accept complaints here." The old nascent soul cultivator didn't take it seriously. He remembered something and asked with a frown, "What's going on with this Jade sect? Why did they move their sect to the Aquarius continent? According to common sense, the Tong Yi sect's Du Mao's death should barely be able to maintain the sect. As long as Sun Yuan moved his sect to the north of the Tong Yi sect and casually took their lives while they were weak, the Tong Yi sect would be completely finished in less than 300 years. Why didn't Sun Yuan do such a free thing? No matter how great the potential of the Aquarius continent's location is, how can it be compared to completely devouring half of the Tong Yi sect? This old man Sun was said to be a playboy when he was young. Could it be that his brain was damaged by a certain woman's legs? The shopkeeper of the House of Void Hatred with the surname Huang shook his head and said, anyone in the Jade sect can be a fool, but Sun Yuan isn't. Even if we've never met before, just by seeing how this old senior could tame Jiang Shangjin, we can tell that he's not simple. What kind of temper does Jiang Shangjin have? Back then he was only a gold core cultivator and traveled alone in our North Continent. In the end, how many mountains and fairies did he harm? In the end, he even ate up all of them and successfully ran away. I don't have a knot in my heart in this life, only my martial aunt died of depression, and I can't let it go. Back then junior martial aunt protected me. If it weren't for her care, I would have been buried long ago. This damn Jiang Shangjin. My junior martial aunt was such a good woman. Damn it, whenever this guy is mentioned I'm filled with anger, but I can't help but be convinced. The old shopkeeper's usual manner of speech was actually quite elegant, unlike the cultivators of the North Continent. When he mentioned Jiang Shangjin, he actually gritted his teeth. The old nascent soul cultivator gloated, my basket is full. The old shopkeeper spat out a mouthful of saliva, as if he wanted to spit out all his pent-up anger. He asked curiously, from the looks of it, the Song clan seems to have the intention of raising the Oxhorn Mountain Ferry, and has no intention of expanding the Changchun Palace Ferry. When the time comes, which local snake will you have to deal with? Will it be Dali's military generals or worshipped cultivators? The old nascent soul cultivator shook his head. Dali's biggest taboo is spying by outsiders. Our Hall of Ancestral Masters has specially instructed that many of the methods we're familiar with are not to be used in Dali's northern peak territory, lest we become enemies. Dali is no longer the same as it was in the past. They have the confidence to stop the Skeleton Beach ferry from going south, so I'm not sure who the other party is yet. But anyway, it's the same. I'm not interested in messing around with these things as long as both parties can maintain their image. The old nascent soul cultivator clicked his tongue and said, it's only been a few years. Back then, Dali was the first immortal ferry that could accept intercontinental ferries. After it was officially opened, the cultivators and military generals stationed there were all first-class talents in Dali. Every one of them was a powerful and influential figure. When they saw us, they smiled obsequiously and never straightened their backs. You've seen it too. Now there's a righteous deity of the northern peak called Wei Pai, right? How about it? Has he bent his back? I don't think so. Every dog has its day. Soon we'll be the ones asking for help. The old nascent soul cultivator's heart suddenly tightened. He gave the shopkeeper a look. The latter looked as if he was facing a great enemy. The old nascent soul cultivator shook his head, indicating that there was no need to be too nervous. As long as it was within the boundary of the Skeleton Beach, there wouldn't be any major trouble. Did they think that the mountain-protecting formation of the hemp sect was just for decoration? The two of them turned their heads to look. A middle-aged guest was boarding the ferry against the current. He wore a purple gold crown on his head and a white jade belt around his waist. He looked very flirtatious. This person walked slowly and looked around. He seemed a little regretful. He finally appeared and stood not far behind the two of them who were chatting. He looked at the old shopkeeper with a smile and asked, what's the name of your junior master's aunt? Maybe I know her. Other things could be discussed, but when it came to personal privacy, especially when it came to his junior master's aunt, the old shopkeeper couldn't say anything. His face darkened. Who do you think you are? Where did you come from? Go back to where you came from. The person spoke in fluent North Continent language. He nodded and said, I'm Zhou Fei from the Springtide Palace. The old shopkeeper laughed angrily. If you're not Jiang Shangjin, then get lost. The middle-aged cultivator thought for a while and smiled. All right, then I'll get lost. He really turned around and got off the ferry. The old shopkeeper looked at the nascent soul cultivator with a serious expression and asked doubtfully, could he be a nascent soul cultivator like you, old Sue? The old nascent soul cultivator raised a finger and pointed upwards. The old shopkeeper wasn't afraid. At least he didn't panic. He rubbed his chin. Why don't I hide in your ancestral hall for a month or so? If a fight really breaks out, then I'll definitely pay for the damages to the hemp sect's ancestral hall. But on account of our old friendship, can you give me a 20% discount? The old nascent soul cultivator patted his shoulder. The other party doesn't look like a good person. You're on your own. Good luck. That person hasn't gone far. Why don't you go and apologize to him? You're just a businessman. If you dare to say that I'm not cut out for that, why do you need to be so shameless? The old shopkeeper spat. If that guy is really capable, he can beat me to death in front of old Sue. The old nascent soul cultivator said that he wouldn't meddle in other people's business, but in an instant, the hemp sect expert's body glowed with a treasure light. Then he clasped his fingers together as if he wanted to grab something. But he was still too slow. He saw a green willow leaf hovering over the old shopkeeper's heart. A voice sounded from the railing. You've already used up the incense. If you continue to nag, you'll really be disappointed. The willow leaf flashed and disappeared. A moment later, the old nascent soul cultivator said, He's gone far. The old shopkeeper had a complicated look in his eyes. After a long silence, he asked, If I spread this news, how much money can I earn? The old nascent soul cultivator smiled. I advise you not to be rash. You can earn it with your life, but you won't be able to spend it with your life. The old shopkeeper endured it and slapped the railing heavily. He wanted to shout at the top of his lungs, that B***** Jiang Shangjin has come to the North Continent to harm my wife again. The entrance of the city of murals at the foot of the hemp sect's mountain was crowded with people. Chen Pingan walked for half an hour before he finally found a relatively secluded place. He took off his bamboo hat and sat at a roadside stall to buy his lunch. Just as he was about to stand up and pay the bill, he saw a familiar person who had appeared out of nowhere and had already taken the initiative to pay for his meal. Chen Pingan picked up his bamboo hat and asked, Did you make a special trip here to stop me? That person smiled and said, There are some things that require me to make a special trip here to explain properly. Otherwise, it'll leave a knot in your heart and ruin our friendship. Chen Pingan was stunned. Whether it was in the lotus flower-blessed land or the Green Tiger Palace in the Tongyi continent, this person shouldn't be so friendly and attentive. Jiang Shangjin laughed and said, I'm sorry. In the past, I stayed in the North Continent for a period of time and revisited old places. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. I can't help but like to call people brothers. The two of them walked towards the entrance of the city of murals. Jiang Shangjin communicated with Chen Pingan using the Heart Lake ripples. Just as they reached the entrance, Jiang Shangjin finished his words and left. He said that there were many things waiting to be done at the Book Lake and he needed to rush back. After Jiang Shangjin separated from Chen Pingan, he went to the hemp sect's ferry and found the old shopkeeper. He had a good heart-to-heart talk and moved him emotionally and logically. After confirming that there weren't any repercussions, Jiang Shangjin took his own fairy treasure and returned to the Aquarius continent. Chen Pingan walked along an almost imperceptible 10-mile slope and entered the city of murals underground. On both sides of the road, there were lanterns made by immortals. They illuminated the surroundings of the road as bright as day. The light was gentle and natural like the warm sunlight in winter. Chen Pingan silently pondered over Jiang Shangjin's words. He took 2 steps to the side and avoided a woman who was holding a porcelain bottle in her arms. Chen Pingan didn't seem to be distracted at all and continued to walk forward. He didn't expect that the woman behind him would fall to the ground and wail loudly. There were pieces of porcelain beside her. Chen Pingan's body leaned back slightly and instantly retreated to the side of the woman. He slapped her, causing her to be a little dazed. He slapped her again, causing her to feel a burning pain. The woman who should have hugged the man's leg and started to throw a tantrum did not dare to continue wailing. She looked timidly at the 4 or 5 companions on the side of the road. She felt that she had been slapped twice for nothing. They couldn't just let it go like this. If everyone swarmed up, wouldn't they at least have that man compensate for 2 pieces of snow? Moreover, the flowing cloud vase that she had said was worth 3 pieces of silver. She had at least spent 2 taels of silver on it. Unfortunately, the woman only suffered another kick from a strong young man. The kick caused her head to sway. He said, You will pay for the 3 silver taels later. The woman was extremely aggrieved. Wasn't it just 2 silver taels? In the end, it would have been better if she didn't say anything. Once she opened her mouth, she received another kick to the face. That man laughed sinisterly. Wasn't the travel expenses of his brothers worth 1 silver tael? When the group of men left, they whispered to each other. One of them had also ordered a bowl of wontons from the stall. He felt that the young ranger with the bamboo hat was an easy target. On the road, the woman didn't bother to wipe the blood from the corner of her mouth. After all, there were many people coming and going. If she obstructed a real immortal, it wouldn't be a small matter. She hurriedly took out a large cotton cloth from her sleeve and collected the broken porcelain before leaving in a hurry. After leaving the entrance of the mural city, she arrived at an alley. There were some faded door gods, couplets, and the word spring at the top. She rubbed her cheeks, tidied her clothes, and squeezed out a smile. She pushed the door and entered. Inside there were two children playing in the courtyard. The woman closed the door and went to the kitchen to cook. She looked at the rice jar that was only left with a thin layer at the bottom and sighed softly. She waited until she finished cooking a shabby meal. Suddenly, a child ran excitedly with an even smaller child following behind him. They came to the kitchen together and held it with both hands. There were 2 snow-white coins on it. The child's eyes lit up as he asked, "Mother, mother, there are 2 coins at the door." Look, look, did the door god spit them out?" The woman was stunned. Where did the 2 coins come from? Rich people weren't interested in teasing her family of 3. She didn't have any beauty and her 2 children were ordinary. What was going on? A young man with a bamboo hat walked out of the alley and muttered to himself, "This is the only time. In the future, I don't need to know about other people's stories." He walked slowly and turned his head to look. He saw 2 very young children running madly with all their might. They laughed and shouted that they wanted to buy candied haws. They had candied haws to eat. The green-robed swordsman also laughed and held his bamboo hat. His eyes had always been quiet all these years. It was rare for him to be so warm. Then I'll know it again in the future? He didn't know why, but after he made up his mind to worry about nothing again, the young swordsman who strode forward suddenly felt that his heart wasn't sluggish anymore. Instead, he felt that the world was big and he could go anywhere he wanted. End of this chapter. 486. The mural city occupied an area equivalent to the size of Red Candle Town. However, the streets and alleys were messy with varying width and width. Most of them were crooked and there were very few high-rise mansions. Other than the numerous shops that were the size of tofu blocks, there were also many stalls. The sounds of hawking rose and fell one after another, just like the crowing of chickens and barking of dogs in the countryside. Of course, there were even more silent traveling merchants squatting by the roadside, with their sleeves tucked in and shoulders shrunk. They ignored the passers-by on the street, whether they wanted to look or not, whether they wanted to buy or not. As for the origin of the mural city, there were many different opinions, especially the paintings of the female officials of the heavenly court that were painted all over the walls. They had a myriad of manners and caused people to be lost in wild and fanciful thoughts. The hemp sect that chose this place to open their mountain was very secretive about this. Chinpingan walked and stopped all the way. After about the time to drink a cup of tea, he followed a vast and mighty stream of people who had also come because of its reputation and arrived in front of a mural. The mountain wall was more than 10 feet high, and the mural was very imposing. Chinpingan stood in the crowd and looked up. The mural was a side profile of a graceful goddess. She seemed to be walking forward with flying spirits. There were auspicious clouds under her feet, and there was a traveling inkstone that was not commonly seen in the world. It was unknown whether it was because of the light or because of the abundance of spiritual energy in the mural, but the goddess's eyes were moving as if she was a living person. This mural was named Hanging Inkstone by the later generations. The color of the mural was mainly green, but there was also the right amount of powder and gold. It was like the finishing touch, making the mural thick and not lose its celestial aura. At a glance, it gave people the impression that it was like the cursive in a book. The brush seemed simple and concise, but in fact, upon closer inspection, whether it was the wrinkles of the dress, the ornaments, the texture of the skin, or even the eyelashes, they could all be said to be extremely dense. It was like a small scripture, and the strokes were in accordance with the law. Thinking about it, the person who painted the painting must be a master painter who had reached the pinnacle of perfection. Chinpingan only had a rough understanding of the language of the North Continent, so for the time being, he could only roughly understand the discussions around him. For thousands of years, the 8 murals in the underground city had been taken away by the fated people of various dynasties and generations. Moreover, when the 5 goddesses walked out of the mural and chose to serve their master, the painted mural would instantly fade. The lines of the painting would still be the same, so they would become white drawings. They were no longer colorful, and the spiritual energy would dissipate. Therefore, the 5 murals in the hemp sect were invited by the ancestors of the sect of the Liuxia continent. To prevent the mural that had lost. To prevent the loss of spiritual energy to the mural. To prevent the mural being without the support. Most of the tourists who came to admire the beauty of the goddesses. Of course, Chinpingan also looked at it. It would be a waste not to look at it. After all, it was just a mural. What could he do if he looked at it? However, Chin Pingan's attention was more focused on the small ancient inkstone hanging from the waist of the goddess. He could vaguely see two ancient seal characters, lightning. The reason he could recognize it was because of the true alchemy works that Li Shixing had given him. He quickly drank a mouthful of wine to calm himself down. He almost put his palms together and silently prayed that the goddess on the mural would have a better taste and not be blind enough to fall in love with him. After that, Chin Pingan went to the other two murals and bought the most expensive ones. The style was the same. The shops nearby also sold a set of 5 copies of the goddess painting. The price was the same as what the young man had said previously. 100 pieces of snow would be spent without any discount. The 2 paintings of the goddess were named Rain Walking and Deer Riding respectively. The former held a white jade bowl and tilted it slightly. The tourists could vaguely see the sparkling water in the bowl and a golden dragon shining in the golden light. The latter was riding on a 7-colored deer. The goddess' skirt was trailing behind her, making her look like an immortal. This goddess also carried a green wooden sword without a scabbard on her back. The 3 words "Swift Wind" were engraved on it. Along the way, Chin Pingan mingled with the crowd and listened as much as he could. One of the words made Chin Pingan, the money grubber, interested. He decided to be the bag shop himself. On this trip to the North Continent, other than practicing his swordsmanship, he might as well do some business. After all, there was almost no space left in the near things and the square things. Some passers-by said that it was the painting of the goddess in the mural city. Due to the beauty of the painting and the fact that it was a gimmick, the whole continent knew about it. In the northern region of the North Continent, cultivators would often offer extremely high prices for it. It was very popular in the northern court. There were even immortal masters from rich families who were willing to pay a small sum of money to buy a set of 8 complete paintings of the goddess in the mural city. Chin Pingan thought about it carefully. At first, he thought that it was profitable, but then he felt that something was amiss. He thought that this was a good thing. It was like a string of copper coins on the ground. Any cultivator with a little bit of wealth could pick it up and earn the difference in price. Chin Pingan looked at the group of tourists who were chatting not far away. They did not look like people who were hired by the 3 shops. After thinking about it, he understood. The North Continent was vast, and the Skeleton Beach was located at the southernmost tip. Riding the immortal ferry was not a small expense. Moreover, whether the painting of the goddess could be sold at a high price depended on whether the other party liked it. It was more up to fate and a little bit of luck. Also, it depended on the production of the 3 shops' porch filler boxes. Adding all these factors together, there might not be any cultivators who would be willing to earn such a small profit. Of course, it was also possible that there was a fixed sales channel between the shops and the Skeleton Beach. It was just that outsiders did not know about it. Earning money was one thing. Chin Pingan had been through so much. Among the people he knew, Sun Jiashu from Old Dragon City and Dong Shuijing from Longquan County did the best. Putting aside Sun Jiashu, who already had a big family and business, Dong Shuijing, who was born in a shabby alley and suddenly became rich, had an attitude toward earning money that Chin Pingan admired the most. After Dong Shuijing earned a lot of money every day, he made friends with big figures like County Magistrate Yuan, Supervisor Chow, and Guan Yiran, who he was going to visit soon. However, he also earned a small amount of money from the wonton shop. Although Dong Shuijing was running the shop now, in some people's eyes, it might be more of a cultivation of character after having a lot of money, but Dong Shuijing was still diligent and serious. He was not careless at all. This was the business experience that a businessman should have. Therefore, Chin Pingan found the shopkeepers of the 2 shops and asked if they could give him a discount if he bought more porch fillings in one go. One of the shopkeepers directly shook his head, saying that even if he bought all the stock in the shop, he would not pay less for a single piece of snow. There was no room for negotiation at all. In the other shop, the shopkeeper was an old hunchbacked woman. She smiled and asked the customer how many sets of goddess paintings he could buy. Chin Pingan asked how many sets of goddess paintings were left in the shop. The old woman said that porch fillings were delicate work, and it took a long time to sell them. Moreover, the chief painter of these porch fillings had always been an old guest of the linen sect. The other painters did not dare to paint at all. The old guest was never willing to paint more. If it were not for the rules of the linen sect, according to the old painter, every time the lechers in the world with evil thoughts looked at him, he would have more karma. It was really a terrible way to earn money. The old woman then said frankly that the shop itself was not worried about sales, so they did not have much savings. Now there were only about 30 sets left in the shop, and they would be sold out sooner or later. At this point, the old woman smiled and asked Chin Pingan if that was the case, Discounts were equivalent to losing money. Was there anyone in the world who did business like this? Chin Pingan was helpless. Just based on the old woman's honest words, he spent 20 pieces of snow to buy a set of boxes. Inside there were 5 goddess paintings. They were named Changwu, Baoguai, Lingji, Chuanguan, and Zhan Can. The 5 goddesses each held a lotus lamp, supported a Baoguai lid, and held a white jade Lingji Rui in their arms. Hundreds of flowers curled around them and birds flew in circles. The last one was the most unusual. She was actually wearing armor and holding an axe. Lightning flashed and she was very heroic. Chin Pingan once again returned to the earliest shop, and asked about the inventory and discounts. The young man was a little embarrassed. The young girl suddenly smiled and glanced at the young man who grew up with her. She shook her head, probably feeling that this foreign customer was too unscrupulous. She continued to busy herself with her own business. Facing the customers who came in and out of the shop, whether old or young, she still did not smile. In the end, the young man was easier to talk to, or maybe he was thin-skinned. He could not persuade Chin Pingan to look at him and smile, so he secretly led Chin Pingan to the back room of the shop. He sold 10 sets of wooden boxes to Chin Pingan, and took 10 pieces of snow less from Chin Pingan. After Chin Pingan paid the bill when he left the shop, he had an extra bag which he slung on his back. The young girl lightly bumped the young man with her shoulder and teased, "How can you do business like this?" The customer just said a few words and you just nodded and agreed. The young man helplessly said, "I take after my great-grandfather. Besides, I'm just here to help you do odd jobs. I'm not really a businessman." The young girl separated public from private matters and warned, "I don't care. I've seen the loss of 10 pieces of snow in the shop. When you go back, go to your great-grandfather and ask him to make up for it. Beg him to draw more snow for my shop." The young man smiled and nodded, "Don't worry, great-grandfather loves me the most. If others can't get anything from him, great-grandfather will be very happy if I go and beg him." The young girl suddenly said, "Then did you tell that customer that he shouldn't show off his wealth when he's outside? There are many people in the shop and he's carrying so many pieces of snow on his back. It's not a small sum of money. The area around Mural City is already filled with crooks and honest folk, and it's a foul atmosphere. They like to bully foreigners the most and they'll use all kinds of tricks. Didn't you tell him anything? Look at how he's bargaining with you. If you don't agree, he can almost become a worker in our shop. Also, with that foreign accent, it's obvious that he's not very rich. The more it's like this, the more you should be careful." When the young girl did business, she had the temper of someone willing to take the bait. Only when it came to the young man, she was not stingy with her words. Presumably, she had a cold face and a warm heart. The young man was stunned for a moment. He slapped his head and said guiltily, "I forgot." The young girl glared at him and said in a low voice, "Then why aren't you going? You're a direct disciple of the hemp sect, and you're about to leave the mountain to travel. How can you be so careless?" The young man said, "Then what about the shop's business?" The young girl laughed angrily, "I've been here since I was young. After so many years, you've only left the mountain to help a few times. Could it be that without you my shop can't continue running?" The young man dashed out of the shop and found the foreign wanderer wearing a bamboo hat. He whispered some things to take note of. Chin Pingan smiled, "Okay, thank you for the reminder." The young man waved his hand and was about to turn and run back to the shop. Chin Pingan asked, "May I take the liberty to ask?" The young man immediately stopped and nodded, "Go ahead. If it's something that can be said, I'll definitely not hide it." Chin Pingan asked, "These 8 goddess murals have such a great opportunity. Why didn't the hemp sect seal off the Skeleton Beach? Even if their own disciples can't seize the opportunity, isn't it common sense to keep the goodies within the family?" The young man smiled, "The hemp sect isn't so stingy. Instead of stealing the treasure land and monopolizing the opportunity, it's better to form a good relationship with those fated people. There's an ancestral teaching in the hemp sect's ancestral hall: when we cultivate the great Tao, we must avoid fighting for the Tao." Chin Pingan thought about this saying carefully and sighed, "The hemp sect's boldness is great." The young man was elated. Although he wasn't tall and had an average appearance, he was actually an inner sanctum disciple in the hemp sect's ancestral hall. He was successful in his cultivation and hence he was introverted. Although he was very young, his seniority was not low. He was familiar with the young lady in the shop in the mural town since he was young. Whenever he had the chance, he would come down the mountain to help. When he reached the hemp sect's mountain, there were many white-haired old cultivators who called him young Uncle Master. After thanking the young man again, Chen Pingan walked towards the entrance. Since he had bought the goddess murals, it was a worthwhile trip for him to open his business in the North Continent in the future. He didn't continue to wander around the mural town. Along the way he actually saw a few shops selling ghost cultivator artifacts. Regardless of whether the artifacts were good or bad, they were really expensive. He reckoned that he would have to stay here for a period of time and slowly search for those old shops hiding in the depths of the streets to have a chance of finding them. Otherwise, shopkeeper Huang on the ferry wouldn't have mentioned this. However, Chen Pingan didn't intend to test his luck. Moreover, he had bought the most outstanding Yin spirit puppet in the mural town as a retainer. Chen Pingan didn't need it the most. Hence, he hurried to the Yaoyi River Temple, which was 600 miles away from the Hemp Sect's mountain. After exiting the mural town, Chen Pingan looked at the Hemp Sect, which was shrouded in clouds and mist that covered the scenery. He couldn't help but think of the Taiping Mountain in the Tongyi continent. The foot of the mountain was bustling with activity and was overcrowded. This immortal mansion had 36 direct disciples and 108 outer disciples. For an immortal mansion with the word sect in its name, there were too few cultivators. The mountain was mostly deserted. Actually, his Luapa mountain was about the same. There were still too few people. However, with so many people coming, Chen Pingan was also worried. He was worried that a second Guqin would appear. Even if it was half of Guqin, Chen Pingan would have a headache. There was a story in Taoism where the common people worried about the heavens. Chen Pingan had read it many times. The more he read it, the more he thought about it. Chen Pingan took off the blade-strengthening gourd and drank a mouthful of wine. He shook his bag, collected his thoughts, and continued to travel. He continued to travel on foot. As for the speed of his breathing and the depth of his footsteps, he deliberately maintained the atmosphere of an ordinary fifth-realm martial artist. The river deity temple was very easy to find. He just had to walk to the swaying river and head north. The Ghost Valley was located northeast of the temple, so it could be considered on the way. The swaying river was extremely wide and boundless. The water was deep and the river was slow, giving one the feeling of watching a lake. There was no bridge on the swaying river. It was said that the river deity didn't like others walking on his head, so there were many ferries and boats. Chen Pingan rested at a small ferry and drank a bowl of the local gloomy tea. Generally speaking, the water used to brew tea was of the lowest quality. However, the gloomy tea here was casually poured into the river. The tea was actually very refreshing and sweet. It was most likely due to the rich luck of the swaying river. The luck of the water was at its peak, and it also helped the two sides of the river. The vegetation was lush and there were large clusters of reeds. In the early winter, it was still lush and green. Hence, there were many birds and water birds resting. Along the way he could occasionally see traveling cultivators. They were accompanied by Yin spirit retainers with metal armor. Their footsteps were extremely light and there was almost no dust. They were like the Jianghu masters of the small vassal states of the Aquarius continent. The armor on their bodies was extremely exquisite. It was engraved with the Taoist talisman. Gold and silver lines intertwined with each other. It was obviously not an ordinary item. The burly Yin spirits were almost all covered with face armor. Some of their exposed skin was greenish-black. The cultivators of the North Continent, regardless of their cultivation level, were much more restrained than the cultivators of the Aquarius continent who were cautious when they walked around the ferry. The cultivators of the North Continent acted as if there was no one around and were very bold and unrestrained. If Pei Qian was here he would probably feel like a fish in water. Chen Pingan ordered 2 more bowls of gloomy tea. It was not that Chen Pingan was thirsty to the point of drinking, but the rule of the tea stall was that 3 bowls of tea were sold for 1 drop of snow. If one did not drink 3 bowls of tea, 1 drop of snow would be sold for at least 1 drop of snow. Chen Pingan was not in a hurry. He drank his tea slowly. Then he sat at more than half of the dozens of tables. They were all resting here. About 100 miles ahead, there was a historical site. There was a fallen ancient iron bull by the swaying river. Its origin was unknown. It was of extremely high quality and was close to a magic treasure. It was not sunk by the swaying river god to suppress the water flow, nor was it taken by the great cultivator at the skeletal beach. There was once an earth immortal who tried to steal it, but it did not end well. The river god turned a blind eye to it and did not use its supernatural powers to stop it. The swaying river water was violent and turbulent, covering the sky and covering the earth. It directly swept the earth immortal into the river and drowned him. Since then, no one dared to covet this iron bull that weighed hundreds of thousands of pounds. Chen Pingan had just finished his 2nd cup of tea. Not far away, a table of customers quarreled with the waiter of the tea stall. It was about why the tea stall charged 2 snowflakes for 4 cups of tea. The shopkeeper was a mischievous man. When he saw his waiter quarreling with the customers, he actually took pleasure in their misfortune. He leaned over the greasy counter and drank alone. In front of him was a plate of fresh and delicious water celery that grew by the swaying river. The young waiter was also stubborn. He did not ask for help from the shopkeeper. He was surrounded by 4 customers alone and still insisted on his opinion. Either he obediently took out 2 snowflakes and spent it, or he did not pay if he had the ability. Anyway, the tea stall did not even charge 1 tael of silver. There was a burly man with a big beard and a purple face. Behind him stood an astonishingly imposing Een spirit retainer. This puppet made by the linen sect was carrying a big box on its back. The purple-faced man was about to turn hostile on the spot. However, after being persuaded by a woman who was sitting cross-legged on a long bench, the burly man took out a small sum of money and slammed it on the table. 2 snowflakes cost money, right? Then give me the change. It was obvious that he was making things difficult and disgusting the tea stall. The cultivators on the mountain, as well as the pure martial artists who were good at martial arts, would generally prepare more snowflakes when they went out traveling. If the customers are unhappy, there is nothing we can do. But if you curse people, then forget it. No business is done like this. Then the shopkeeper smiled and looked at the group of customers. Business has its rules. But like this beautiful sister said, we are open to welcome customers. So, the next 4 bowls of gloomy tea will be my reward for getting to know these 4 heroes. It will be free. How about it? The woman covered her mouth and laughed, her body trembling. The purple-faced man nodded. He put away the small coin and drank the 4 bowls of gloomy tea. Only then did he get up and leave. The woman didn't forget to turn around and throw a coquettish glance at the young waiter. Chin Pingan frowned. He glanced at one of the white bowls on the table that still had half a bowl of tea left. On the edge of the bowl there was some imperceptible rouge. The shopkeeper smiled and shook his head. He went around the counter and threw the white bowl into the swaying river before the young waiter could. Chin Pingan finished his tea and placed a snow coin on the table. He got up and left. From the mural city to the river crossing, there was a fork in the road. The small road was near the river, and the main road was slightly away from the river. There was a particular reason for this. The river god here preferred peace and quiet. On the other hand, the main road at the Skeleton Beach was filled with endless traffic. It was said that it was easy to disturb the river god's cultivation. Therefore, the hemp sect paid to build 2 roads for people to travel. Those who liked to enjoy the scenery would take the small road. Those who wanted to do business would take the large road. Chin Pingan walked on the small road and there were very few people. After all, no matter how good the scenery of the swaying river was, it was still a gentle river. Previously, when he came from the mural city, the novelty of it had already passed. The small muddy road was full of potholes, and it was not as smooth as the main road. Moreover, there were small stalls on both sides of the road. After all, if one wanted to set up a stall in the mural city, they would have to pay a sum of money. It wasn't much, just a snow coin. However, even a mosquito's leg was meat. In the end, when Chin Pingan walked along the small road by the river for more than 10 li, Chin Pingan vaguely heard a weak shout coming from a large patch of reeds in the distance. For people walked out, supporting each other. They were the customers who had wrestled with the tea stall earlier. Among them, the woman's stomach suddenly emitted a thunderous sound. She panted softly and said, "Oh, my dear mother, they are here again." The woman turned around and staggered all the way to the depths of the reeds. She didn't forget to remind him, "Tell that puppet you just bought to get lost. This is the wilderness. If I don't let that wild man see my butt, would I let an otherworldly item take advantage of it?" Chin Pingan looked straight ahead and quickened his pace. The purple-faced man glanced at Chin Pingan. The young man with a sword next to him whispered, "What a coincidence. We ran into them again. Could it be that the tea stall cooperated to make a badger game? They were tempted by the money earlier, and now they want to take advantage of the situation?" A gray-clothed old man who looked like a butler rubbed his aching stomach and nodded. "It's better to be careful." The purple-faced man's face darkened. "I didn't expect the Skeleton Beach to be so lawless. Even a tea stall that doesn't have legs dares to do such a despicable thing." The gray-clothed old man said helplessly, "The Skeleton Beach has always been full of strange people. Let's take this as a lesson learned. We should think about how to proceed from here. If the tea stall really wants to kill someone for money, the journey before we reach the temple of the river god will be very difficult." Even if that group of Jianghu people had Een spirit puppets as their personal retainers, they would probably not be as strong as an experienced Dragon Gate cultivator. Chin Pingan did not want to fight and kill people when he arrived in the North Continent. Besides, he would be implicated. It was not a good sign. As he approached the river god temple, there were more pedestrians on the small path. Chin Pingan landed on the ground. He walked out of the reed marsh and walked forward. Previously, when he stood on top of the reed thicket and looked at the famous temple that was famous in half of the continent, he saw a thick mist of incense rising into the sky. It stirred the sea of clouds above and created a colorful blur. This scene was not to be underestimated. Even the river god temple in the Tongyi continent that he had passed by and the azure Turing mansion that was later on did not have such a strange scene. As for the few river god temples in the Embroidery River in his hometown, they did not have such a strange phenomenon. The common people had incense for the common people. There was also water incense for the rich. The river god temple was very generous. Not only did it erect a wooden board to announce the arrival, there was also a young boy who was specially guarding the wooden board. With a childish voice, he informed all the guests who came to offer incense that when they entered the temple to worship the god, they only cared about their sincerity and not the value of the incense. Chin Pingan did not skimp on the money. He bought a tube of swaying river incense that was specially used to worship the god. It was not cheap. 10 snowflakes cost money and the tube only contained 9 incense sticks. Compared to the 3 incense sticks in the river god temple in the Qinghuan kingdom, 1 snowflake cost money. It was much more expensive. Chin Pingan took out 3 incense sticks from the yellow bamboo tube with green water flowers and followed the pilgrims into the temple. He lit 3 incense sticks in the main hall and held the incense sticks high above his head. He bowed in all directions and then went to the main hall where the golden body of the river god was enshrined. The colorful statue was gilded with gold and its height was suspected of overstepping its boundaries. It was actually more than 3 feet taller than the statue of the river god in Longquan County. The height of the statues of the river god in the Dali dynasty strictly adhered to the rules of the academy. However, when Chin Pingan thought that this was the North Continent, it was not strange. The appearance of the swaying river god was that of an old man in golden armor who held a sword in each hand and stepped on a bright red snake. He looked like an angry heavenly king and was extremely powerful. Then, Chin Pingan just walked around the huge temple that had more than 10 entrances. He walked and stopped and spent more than an hour. The roof ridges were all eye-catching golden glazed tiles. Among them, there was a side hall that was built to look like a dragon palace in the water. The statues were vivid and lifelike. They were all large fish, snakes, and flood dragons that had transformed into human forms. There were hundreds of postures. There were old pilgrims and their children laughing and saying that this was the side palace of the river god. At night, these subordinates who could summon the wind and rain would come alive. However, there was a night ban in the temple. At night, only those immortals who rode the clouds and mist were qualified to come here as guests and drink tea with the river god. Chin Pingan had stopped at the back hall for a while and saw a couplet. He took out 3 incense sticks and lit them. He stood respectfully on the white jade square and inserted the incense sticks into the incense burner before leaving. The couplet behind Chin Pingan with golden words on a black background was, "Don't kowtow to a sincere heart, you will be protected by virtue, and burn incense for evil, you will only provoke the water god." After Chin Pingan left the temple of the river god, he continued his journey to the north. At dusk, Chin Pingan came to a small ferry. He needed to take a ferry across the shore to go to the Ghost Valley that Chin Pingan wanted to visit the most in the territory of the Skeleton Beach. However, the ferries and the old and young ferries at the ferry had already stopped work. The ferries stopped at the shore to tie up their ropes and return home. Chin Pingan wanted to increase the price to cross the river, but still no one agreed. It was said that the ferries did not cross the river at night. This was a rule passed down from generation to generation. Otherwise, the river god would be angry. There were only 3 kinds of people who were exceptions. Scholars who came to the capital to take the imperial examinations, people who were sick and seeking medical treatment, and people who were suffering wanted to commit suicide by jumping into the river. Chin Pingan thought about the importance of not building a bridge on the swaying river as well as these rules. He didn't even have the mood to swim across the river. He simply lit a bonfire at a secluded spot near the ferry, planning to take the ferry across at dawn tomorrow. The night was dark and the river was slow. Chin Pingan faced the river and sat cross-legged to practice the sword furnace stance. The night passed peacefully. The sky was slightly bright. Chin Pingan got up and walked towards the ferry. There was a muscular old ferryman with glossy and dark skin. He was already squatting at the ferry waiting for a guest. Chin Pingan and the old ferryman agreed on the price of 8 silver coins. The old man said to wait a little longer. If he only earned 8 silver coins to ferry a person across the river, it would be a waste of his strength. He asked Chin Pingan if he was willing to wait a little longer. As long as another person came and earned 8 silver coins, he could cross the river. Chin Pingan smiled and said it was fine. He just needed to wait. After all, he was not in a hurry. Chin Pingan took off his bamboo hat and sat at the ferry with the old ferryman. He took off the blade-strengthening gourd and drank a mouthful of wine. The wine in the gourd was the home-brewed rice wine that Dong Shuijing had given to Luopa Mountain. The old ferryman smelled the wine and his eyes lit up. He turned around and asked with a smile, "Young master, can you give me some wine to drink?" Chin Pingan was about to pass the blade-strengthening gourd to him when the old ferryman waved his hand and held it with both hands. He smiled and said, "Young master is a particular person, but this old man can't not be particular. Young master just needs to pour the wine into my hands." Chin Pingan then poured the wine. 487. The old boat continued to hold the wormwood at the bottom of the river. The ferry went straight downstream like a fish as fast as lightning. In the eyes of ordinary teachers, the turbid water was as clear as fire to the old boat. Moreover, the essence of water was even more pleasing to look at. On the waterway to the temple of the river god, there would occasionally be wandering ghosts. When they saw the old boat, they would take the initiative to kneel down and kowtow. The river god did not plunder wantonly and took all of it into the temple, so it was much less likely for the drowned ghosts to become ghosts who had lost their wisdom. It was also a merit. However, the temple of the Yauha River had to pay a price for this, which was to slow down the speed of the essence of incense. After accumulating for a long time, there was less than 1 kilogram this year and 8 ounces next year. The essence of incense should have been used to shape and refine the golden body, but the missing portion was quite considerable. In the eyes of other river gods, it was probably that the river god's brain was really damaged. A god of mountains and rivers who lived on the incense of the human world was not a cultivator. The key was that the temple of the Yauha River only recognized the skeleton beach as its foundation, which was not in the register of mountains and rivers of any dynasty. For this reason, the emperors and vassals of the dynasties who passed by the upstream of the Yauha River had a very subtle attitude towards the temple built outside their jurisdiction. They did not confer titles or prohibit people from going south to burn incense. They also did not stop people from going south to burn incense. Therefore, the river god Shui Yuanxing, a god of lust who did not belong to the etiquette system of a continent, actually pursued the illusory merit. What was the meaning of planting trees here and blossoming elsewhere? Merit was the most unpredictable thing. If it was in the register of gods, it was equivalent to having evidence. As long as the fate of mountains and rivers was stable, the Ministry of Rights of the imperial court would follow the prescribed order. After inspection, they would confer rewards according to the rules. There were many sequelae. The imperial court of a country would help to resist and eliminate many karma imperceptibly. This was the benefit of a stable harvest. But without that identity, it was hard to say. Once a person made a wish and prayed successfully, who could guarantee that there would not be a mess of karma entanglement behind? The goddess who walked out of the mural was in a bad mood and looked depressed. When it came to their respective great daos, as an old neighbor, old boat master wasn't in a position to say anything. But his comforting words were just rubbing salt into the wound. The 8 paintings of the heavenly official of the goddess had existed for a long time, even longer than the hemp sect. When the ancestors of the hemp sect first came to the North Continent, it was very difficult. They chose the southernmost point of the continent because they had no choice but to do so. At that time, they had provoked several domineering sword immortals from the north and were unable to establish a foothold. They wanted to stay away from trouble, so they unintentionally unearthed these inexplicable ancient murals. Hence, they regarded the skeleton beach as a place with good feng shui. This was also an important reason. However, the hardships within the hemp sect were not known to outsiders. Old Boat Z had witnessed the establishment of the hemp sect bit by bit. Just by dealing with the nether soldiers and generals of the ancient battlefield, the hemp sect had lost no less than 20 earth immortals. Even 2 of their cultivators in the pure jade realm had died in battle. It was very likely that the remaining 3 old ancestors only knew bits and pieces. The strangest thing was that in the past, the spring official goddess had a secret meeting with old boat master. She confessed that they had no memories and had been in a deep sleep for an unknown period of time. It was only when the cultivators of the linen sect opened up their cave dwelling and activated the array formation that they woke up. The 8 murals seemed to each occupy an area of the city of murals, but they were actually connected as one. According to the cultivators of that time, it was a fragmented mystic realm. Based on the mountains, rivers, buildings, flowers, ancient trees, books and other relics, they had tried to follow the clues and find out their origins. Unfortunately, it was like a heavenly moat that spanned across the land. There were layers upon layers of fog that could not be unraveled. As they approached the river god temple, Old Boat Master couldn't help but sigh. The goddess standing on the other side of the ferry also faintly sighed. It was especially sentimental, as if it was the sound of nature that did not exist in the mortal world. Old Boat Master couldn't help but complain about that young man. Just what was he thinking? Previously he had secretly observed him and found him to be quite clever. He also respected the rules and did not seem like a stingy person. So why did he start to act so foolishly when his fortune was right in front of him? Was it really something that should not have existed in his life and could not be grasped when it was in his hands? But that didn't seem right either. If he was able to gain the favor of the goddess and leave the painting, that in itself explained a great deal. The goddess turned her head and glanced over. That male cultivator who was standing on the riverbank, could he be one of the 3 old ancestors of the Linen sect? Old Boat Master shook his head. I recognize the 3 old ancestors on the mountain. Even if they leave the mountain and show themselves, they aren't heroic characters who like to play tricks. The goddess thought for a moment. Looking at his bearing, I do remember a sister who took a liking to someone in her early years. He was a young golden core cultivator from outside the city, and her heart was almost moved by him. But his disposition was too heartless. If she followed him, she wouldn't be able to endure any hardship or anger. Old Boat Master was stunned for a moment. He asked about the approximate time. After obtaining the answer, Old Boat Master felt a headache coming on. He thought to himself, it couldn't be that pervert surnamed Jiang, right? That's a rotten bastard. Unexpectedly, the goddess nodded and said, it seems that his surname is indeed Jiang. At that time the young man's tone was quite arrogant. He said that one day, even if the fairy sisters looked down on him, he would take away all 8 paintings whether they were at home or not. He would worship them so that he could eat and drink in front of the paintings every day. However, although this person's words were frivolous, his state of mind was extraordinary. Old Boat Master was puzzled. That fellow was a romantic in the past, so how did he become so heartless and boring? The goddess shook her head. Our method of observing people directly points at their nature. Not only is it different from cultivators, but it's also different from you mountain and river gods. This is a supernatural ability that we are born with. In fact, we don't think that it's a good thing. At first glance, we see turbid hearts, dirty thoughts, caves crawling with snakes and scorpions, or bewitching creatures with human heads and monster bodies. There are many ugly scenes that are unbearable to look at. So we often deliberately sleep. What the eye doesn't see, the heart doesn't feel troubled. This way, if we suddenly wake up one day, we will know that our opportunity has arrived. Only then will we open our eyes and look. Old Boat Master praised, the boundless world is extraordinary. The deer-riding goddess suddenly turned her head to look at the mural city. She squinted her eyes and her expression was cold. This fellow dares to trespass into the mansion. Old Boat Master was expressionless. He thought that there was no need to guess. It must be the notorious Jiang Shangzhen. Over at the mural city, a large number of lanterns made with secret craftsmanship on the mountain suddenly went out. The lanterns that were supposed to be lit forever and needed to be changed once every 100 years had a problem. Naturally, it caused panic. Once the great cultivators fought here and damaged the foundation of the Linen sect's mountain river formation, then the mural city would collapse. The consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, a few of the Linen sect's ancestral hall's direct disciples who were responsible for looking after the 3 murals flew into the air. They looked at the chaotic scene and tried to find the culprit. Once they determined that there was a cultivator who destroyed the mural city and was waiting for an opportunity to steal the murals, they had the right to execute the culprit on the spot. Near one of the murals of the goddess, when the Linen sect's guarding cultivator was distracted to look into the distance, a wisp of green smoke first climbed up the wall and slithered like a spirit snake. Then it instantly entered the mural. It used some unknown method to directly break through the celestial spell restriction of the mural itself. It flashed and disappeared like raindrops falling into a lake. The movement was subtle, but it still made the Linen sect's earth immortal cultivator frown. He turned his head to look, but he did not find any clues. He was still worried. He excused himself from the mural goddess and flew into the air. He came to a place 10 feet away from the mural and used the Linen sect's unique magic. A pair of pale golden eyes scanned the entire mural so as not to miss any clues. However, after checking it twice, he still did not find any abnormalities. The ancient mural in front of him was one of the 3 remaining blessings in the city of murals. It was one of the most important mural of the 8 female officials of the heavenly court. In the secret archives of the Linen sect, the goddess depicted in the mural was riding on a 7-colored deer. She carried a wooden sword with the seal script "Swift Wind" on the side of the sword. Her status was revered and she was ranked 2nd. However, her importance was above the goddess that was commonly known as the Celestial Staff, but was actually named Jean Ken by the Linen sect. Therefore, the Linen sect sent an earth immortal of the Jindan realm who had the potential to enter the upper 5 states to supervise this place. The middle-aged cultivator couldn't find the answer, but he still didn't dare to let his guard down. After hesitating for a moment, he looked at the shop beside the swift lightning goddess in the city of murals. He used the sound of ripples in his heart to tell the young man to immediately return to the ancestral mountain of the Linen sect and inform the ancestral hall that there was something strange about the deer-riding goddess. They must invite an old ancestor to personally inspect this place. Although the young man had previously gone down the mountain to help his childhood sweetheart do business and wasn't very enlightened, his state of mind was extremely stable when he encountered a major event. After bidding farewell to the young girl, he walked out of the shop. With a solemn expression, he formed a seal with 2 fingers and lightly stamped his feet. Immediately, a woman of the land under the jurisdiction of the Linen sect broke out of the ground. It was actually a beautiful young girl. She raised her arms high and held a sheathless ancient sword with awe-inspiring sword chi. However, from the moment she left the underground palace of the Linen sect to the moment she appeared with the sword in her hand and respectfully handed over the ancient sword that had to be sharpened underground all year round, this pretty landlady had used a camouflage technique. No one below the earth immortal could see her. The young man thanked her and put 2 fingers together. With a gentle touch, the ancient sword trembled and broke through the air. The young man stepped on the sword, and the tip of the sword pointed straight at the mural. The top of the city was almost in a straight line. The thick layer of soil supported by the mountain and river formation didn't hinder the young man's sword at all. 1 man and 1 sword rushed into the sky, breaking through the sea of clouds that was like a white jade belt of the ancestral mountain of the Linen sect in one go and flew towards the ancestral hall. The middle-aged cultivator landed back on the ground and stroked his beard with a smile. Although this little martial nephew wasn't from the same branch as him in the ancestral hall, everyone in the sect thought highly of and liked him. The Linen sect had a lot of rigid rules. For example, except for a few people, the rest of the cultivators had to start climbing the mountain on foot at the sword pavilion halfway up the mountain. Even if the sky was about to collapse, they had to walk obediently. And this young man who had been secretly recognized as the master of the half-immortal weapon since childhood was one of the exceptions. It wasn't that the middle-aged cultivator couldn't send a flying sword message back to the ancestral hall, but there were many inside stories. Even the young man himself was unaware of it. This was also the mystery of cultivating on the mountain. What you know is what you don't know. If someone else pointed it out, it would seem that he knew, and the opportunity that could have been in his hands would run away. Therefore, it was best to let the young man report this matter and let him bear more karma. Although he might not succeed, at least it wouldn't be a bad thing. Although the Linen sect was magnanimous and didn't mind outsiders taking away the fortune of the 8 goddess portraits, the young man was the most likely person to seize the opportunity of the great Tao in the Mural City since the establishment of the sect. Back then, when the Linen sect was building the mountain and river formation, hundreds of mountain-splitting puppet soldiers were deployed. There were also dozens of mountain-moving apes and mountain dogs. They almost turned the Mural City upside down, and so many great cultivators who left their names in the ancestral records of the Linen sect couldn't find the ancient sword left behind by the sect's founder. And this half-immortal weapon was said to be inextricably linked to the deer-riding goddess. Therefore, the Linen sect had to fight for the opportunity of the Mural City. Junior brother, this is a crucial moment for your Tao. In a secret realm that looked like a celestial palace, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared. He staggered, shook his sleeves and said with a smile, "Finally, I got what I wanted. I can come here and see the peerless beauty of the fairy sisters." He called softly, "Hey, is anyone here?" He strolled slowly and looked around, admiring the celestial scenery. Suddenly, he raised his hand and covered his eyes, muttering, "This is the boudoir of the fairy sisters. I don't want to see anything I shouldn't see." North of the Skeleton Beach, a young female Taoist priest left the mountain of a sect that was beginning to take shape. She was the youngest immortal sect leader in the history of the North Continent. She steered an immortal ferry given to her by her senior brother, the Lord of Heaven, and headed south at top speed. As an immortal supreme treasure, The drifting cloud boat was faster than a cross-continent ferry. It could travel between two clouds thousands of miles away from each other. It was like a cultivator performing a space-shrinking spell. It flashed past silently. As for the border of the Ghost Valley at the Skeleton Beach, a young swordsman wearing a bamboo hat bought a thick book that explained the things to look out for in the Ghost Valley. The book recorded in detail many taboos and dangerous places. He sat by the side, basking in the sun, and slowly flipped through the book. He was not in a hurry to pay the toll and enter the Ghost Valley to gain experience. Sharpening a knife would not delay the work of cutting firewood. The winter day was warm and the young man looked up at the sky. There were no clouds for thousands of miles. The weather was really good. First, he set a small goal such as 1 second. Remember, book guest house. 488. Although the immortal mystic realm that Jiang Shangjin visited didn't have the name of a cave, it was better than one. Here there were bejeweled buildings, exotic flowers, and strange grasses. The spirit chi was abundant like mist, and every step made people feel relaxed and happy. Jiang Shangjin clicked his tongue in wonder. He believed that he had seen a lot of the world and he owned the famous Cloud Cave Blessed Land. When he went to the Lotus Flower Blessed Land to waste his time, it was only to help his good friends solve the knot in his heart. At the same time, he also took the opportunity to relax. There weren't many cultivators like Jiang Shangjin who cultivated leisurely like clouds and wild cranes. Jiang Shangjin didn't think much of it, but out of curiosity, he still asked the old sect master Sun Yuan about the secrets of the hemp sect and the city of murals after returning to the Jade Gui sect in the Tongye continent. In Jiang Shangjin's words, it was to the point that it made people's hair stand on end. Back then, Sun Yuan even made a special trip to the central divine continent's bamboo sea grotto heaven to see the celestial face of the Lady of the Green Immortal Mountain. In the end, he lingered around the Green Immortal Mountain and was reluctant to leave. In the end, he didn't see the Lady of the Green Immortal Mountain and almost missed the great event of inheriting the position of the sect master. It was said that when Sun Yuan returned to the back mountain of the sect, the old sect master, whose body and mind were already like rotten wood, was about to die. However, he still took a deep breath and scolded his disciple Sun Yuan. He was so angry that he even threw the sect master's token on the ground. Of course, these were all rumors. After all, other than the old sect master and Sun Yuan, there were only a few old Jade Gui sect ancestors who had long been indifferent to worldly affairs. The old cultivators of the Jade Gui sect all took it as a beautiful story for their disciples to hear. However, Jiang Shangjin felt that the rumors should be true based on the similar temperament of the master and disciple. Perhaps one of the reasons why the old sect master was so angry was that Sun Yuan didn't see the Lady of the Green Immortal Mountain. Jiang Shangjin put down his pretentious hands and walked with his back behind his back. He sighed when he thought of some secrets that would only be spread in a small circle on the mountain peak. Looking at the beautiful scenery here, he felt a little sorry for those fairy sisters. The sect master Sun Yuan once said that the hemp sect chose the Skeleton Beach as the place to open the mountain. The opportunity of the goddess of the 8 murals was the most important. Perhaps, from the beginning, he had decided to establish the sect in the southernmost part of the continent. The so-called hostility with the native sword immortals of the North Continent was just a convenient way to deceive others and was forced to choose the southernmost location. In his life, Sun Yuan had read many secret files passed down from generation to generation by the top celestial families of the central region, especially the records of the ancient families of the Confucian school. Sun Yuan speculated that the 8 heavenly court female officials and goddesses were somewhat similar to the imperial censors and the 6 subjects in the officialdom of the human world. They patrolled the world and were specifically responsible for supervising the deities of the Thunder Department, the Count of Wind, and the Lord of Rain in the ancient heavenly court to prevent the deities of a certain department from abusing their authority. Therefore, the 8 heavenly court female officials and goddesses who were sealed in the murals by some ancient great cultivators were once low-ranking and powerful positions in the ancient heavenly court. He asked curiously, I heard that the fairy He Xiaoyang from the Xinyao sect in the Aquarius continent was the most blessed in the continent. Now she has even established a sect in our Julu continent. She always has a fairy deer by her side. I wonder if that deer is related to this one? The fairy Lady Guanyin was a little impatient. You vulgar person, quickly leave the immortal palace. Jiang Shangjin looked solemn and said seriously, if the 2 sisters are tired of me, just beat me and scold me. I won't fight back. However, if the linen sex cultivator comes to chase me away, I, Jiang Shangjin, don't have much ability. I just have a bit of strength of character, so I won't leave. The fairy Lady Guanyin's body suddenly burst with lightning. Her clothes fluttered as if she was wearing a purple fairy dress. It could be seen that she had already planned to do it herself without the linen sect's ancestor burning incense and knocking on the door to enter this place. According to the agreement, no one was allowed to disturb their cultivation. However, the fairy lady Xingyu with a slender figure and a cloud hairstyle slowly stood up and floated beside the fairy lady Guanyin. She had a graceful figure and said softly, "Wait for sister to come back." The fairy lady Guanyin was far less graceful than the fairy lady Xingyu. Although she was reluctant, she still wanted to teach this sweet-talking lecher a lesson. So what if he was a cultivator in the pure jade realm? His Yin spirit came alone and he was in his own immortal palace. At most, his cultivation level was in the nascent soul realm. Not to mention that both of them were here. Even if she was alone, she could easily drive him out. However, the fairy lady Xingyu gently pulled the fairy lady Guanyin's sleeve. The latter restrained herself and the purple lightning slowly flowed into the ancient traveling inkstone at her waist. Outside the mural there were 3 knocks on the door. Inside the immortal palace's secret realm, it was as heavy as the sound of a deity beating a drum. The fairy lady Xingyu looked up and said softly, "Celestial Master Guiqi, long time no see." Jiang Shangjin turned his head and looked up. In the sea of clouds, a pair of huge embroidered shoes stepped through the sea of clouds. When the celestial master's real body landed on the ground, she had already returned to her normal height. She was an average-looking woman. She was not tall, but she had a domineering aura. There was a Dharma saber hanging on her waist. The handle of the saber was in the style of a black dragon holding a pearl. Even Jiang Shangjin had a headache. This woman did not look good and her temper was really bad. He had suffered in her hands before. At that time both of them were earth immortals in the golden elixir realm. This female cultivator only believed a little rumor about him and crossed thousands of mountains and rivers to hunt him down for half a year. During that time they had fought 3 times. Jiang Shangjin could not really kill her. After all, she was a woman. Moreover, her identity was special. She was the only daughter of the Drape sect's leader. Jiang Shangjin did not want to be blocked by a bunch of brainless people on his way back home. Therefore, it was rare for Jiang Shangjin to suffer in the North Continent. Now, this celestial master Guiqi was the leader of the Drape sect. She had stumbled and barely made it to the pure jade realm. Her future was not too bright. However, she had no choice. The Drape sect had always chosen the leader without much emphasis on cultivation. Usually, the most stubborn and daring person would be the leader. Therefore, the main reason why Jiang Shangjin followed Qin Pingan to the Skeleton Beach and did not want to stay was because of this celestial master Guiqi, whom he had given the nickname Short Tigress in his early years. However, he was a little surprised. She was one of the most beautiful women in the central part of the North Continent. Until now, she still doesn't have a Taoist partner. She once mentioned you to me in private. Especially the words you used, she engraved them in her heart. Many years have passed, but she still can't forget. Jiang Shangjin, after so many years, your realm has improved a lot. But why didn't your eloquence improve at all? You've disappointed me. Jiang Shangjin looked calm and said with a smile, "It's indeed my fault. All these years, I've only focused on cultivation and neglected my basic skills. You're still the most sincere to me. I'll work harder for you in the future." The goddess of Guanyin sneered and said, "How did such a person live until today?" The goddess of rain said, "Later, you can help immortal Guiqi, I won't stop you." Jiang Shangjin looked around and said, "This is really the scene under the peony flower." The goddess of rain's expression suddenly became serious. She held her breath and stared at a certain spot. The goddess of Guanyin looked like she was facing a great enemy. She signaled immortal Guiqi from the Drape sect to wait for a moment. In the mural city, a young woman from the Lion Peak stood under a goddess painting. She reached out and said calmly with her mind, "Still not coming out?" Almost at the same time, the goddess of Guanyin was also shocked. She looked at another place. A man who was traveling far away in the North Continent was looking up at her. He looked tired, but he had a telepathic connection. He smiled at the goddess of the painting and said, "I've been missing you day and night. I can't see you every night. Finally I found you." And beside the swaying river temple, the deer-riding goddess and Jiang Shangjin's true body were walking side by side. Then a drifting clouds boat rapidly descended, and a female sect leader walked out. After seeing her, the deer-riding goddess' state of mind seemed to have been brushed away. Although she still didn't understand the reason, she was incomparably certain that this young female sect leader with a grand aura before her eyes was the true master she should serve. Beside the swaying river, the beautiful young female sect leader looked at Jiang Shangjin and frowned. "Are you his protector?" This question was very abrupt. But Jiang Shangjin instantly understood. Some results were true and the process was crooked. Although he wasn't clear about it, it didn't matter. Jiang Shangjin laughed and said, No, I wouldn't dare. The deer-riding goddess said something that was full of murderous intent. Just now this person's words were vague. The general idea was still to persuade me to follow that young wanderer. He has ulterior motives and almost ruined my fate with Master. Jiang Shangjin rubbed his chin and said bitterly, It seems that the North Continent doesn't welcome me. It's time to run. The deer-riding goddess suddenly looked gloomy and said softly, Master, it seems that my two sisters' fate has come. I didn't expect that they would have to go their separate ways in just one day. The young female sect leader didn't care about this. She, who had rushed here covered in dust, frowned and hesitated for the first time. It was only at this moment that Jiang Shangjin started to feel surprised. This was because he had already guessed the identity of the female sect leader in front of him and wanted to kill her. Jiang Shangjin was most familiar with the love between men and women on the mountain. Beating was a form of intimacy and scolding was love. Those who were willing to kill her were those who were deeply in love with her and couldn't extricate themselves from it. The young female sect leader ignored Jiang Shangjin and said to the deer-riding goddess with a smile, Let's go to the capital of White Bones in the Ghost Valley. The deer-riding goddess reminded her softly, Master, you've just entered the pure jade state. Your state hasn't stabilized yet. It might be a little inappropriate. The young female sect leader shook her head and said, It's okay. This is a small matter. She had something important to do. She set a small goal first. For example, 1 second. Remember, book guest residence. 489. At the entrance of the Ghost Valley, there was a row of huge archways. The one at the front was an astonishing 5 rooms, 6 pillars and 11 floors. The walls were inlaid with precious yellow and green glazed bricks. Every dragon pillar was engraved with the demons subduing diagrams of the previous generations of the Linen sect's ancestors. The inscribed board read, Magnificent and Wondrous. Cultivators and pure martial artists usually had excellent eyesight. However, when Qin Pingan looked at the archway, he couldn't see the end of the road at all. Moreover, it didn't seem to be because of a trick. However, compared to the door that connected the inverted mountain and the Great Wall of Sword Chi, the mysteries of the archway didn't surprise Qin Pingan. Qin Pingan casually sat near the archway and flipped through the book for more than 2 hours. Because he read very carefully, he didn't want to miss any details. After reading less than half of the book, he planned to rest in the market and not far away and make plans tomorrow. He wasn't in a hurry to visit the border scenery of the Ghost Valley or enter the Ghost Valley through the row of archways to gain experience in the depths of the Ghost Valley. Qin Pingan put away the book and walked towards the prosperous market. This was rented by the Linen sect to a cultivator from a small sect in the Skeleton Beach to manage. Many of the businesses were like this. The cultivators of the Linen sect didn't personally participate in the management. After all, the Linen sect had less than 200 people and they had a large business. If they did everything by themselves, it would delay their cultivation. However, the Yuanian cultivator surnamed Su oversaw the cross-continent ferry and the Jindan cultivator surnamed Yang was responsible for patrolling the Mural City. These two matters were related to the face and inner workings of the Linen sect. The current Luapa Mountain already had the embryonic form of a mountain mansion. Zhu Lian and Shi Rou were like internal and external stewards respectively. One was in charge of general affairs on the mountain, and the other was in charge of business at the Riding Dragon Alley. It was only when he truly left Longquan County that Qin Pingan would look back and think about it again and again when he occasionally practiced his fist on the cross-continent ferry. Only then did he feel that this place was very interesting. Of the 2 people who seemed to be in charge, one was actually a martial artist at the remote travel realm, while the other was a female ghost dressed in the remains of an immortal. Who could have imagined this? Before Qin Pingan left Luapa Mountain, he had already informed Zhu Lian that he would not easily send a flying sword message back to Oxhorn Mountain. Furthermore, the 2 flying swords hidden in the small sword tomb could not cross continents. Therefore, this trip to the North Continent was a true solo trip without any worries. After all, the current Luopa Mountain was very stable. The one who should be afraid was someone else. Qin Pingan walked on the road. He adjusted his bamboo hat and smiled to himself. It was time for his bag shop to earn some money. The Skeleton Beach was a place where there was no need to talk about Confucian etiquette. The small bazaar did not have a name. It was commonly known as the Gate of Helplessness by the locals. After getting used to it, people would recognize it. Even though the sun was high up in the sky, the streets and alleys of the bazaar still appeared gloomy and cold. According to the book, Rest Assured Collection, this was because the gloomy aura in the Ghost Valley was leaking out. Therefore, people with weak bodies should not go near it. However, the gloomy aura that sounded very scary was clearly recorded in the book. It had already been refined by the mountain and rivers formation of the Drapo sect. It was relatively pure and uniform. To a certain extent, it was suitable for cultivators to absorb directly. Therefore, as long as chi refinement warriors flew in the air and looked around, they would realize that not only around the bazaar, but also along the entire border of the Ghost Valley, there were many chi refinement warriors building thatches and cultivating Dao. Elegant but not shabby thatches were scattered all over the place. These thatches were built by the Drapo sect cultivators who were good at feng shui. They specially hired people to build them at the spring, where the gloomy aura was strong. Moreover, every thatch had a praying mat secretly made by the Sanlang Temple. Cultivators could rent a thatch house for a short period of time. Those who were rich could also buy it all. The Rest Assured collection listed the detailed prices and clearly marked the prices. This was probably how the Drapo sect made money. He would have to learn from them when he went to Luopa Mountain in the future. After Qin Pingan entered the market, he wandered around and found that almost all the shops were selling white bones that were as translucent as jade. This was a type of acquired spirit treasure that was introduced in detail in the Rest Assured collection. It was quite rare. In the beginning, the Ghost Valley was a place where many ghosts that were born in the ruins of the ancient battlefield gathered. Half of them were driven here by the Drapo sect cultivators at great cost, lest they wreak havoc on the entire Skeleton Beach. Later on, some of these otherworldly items were like chi refinement warriors. Under various coincidences, they evolved into heroic spirits that were like the gods of mountains and rivers. Most of them became violent ghosts that ran amok. As time went by, powerful ghosts that specialized in feeding on ghosts appeared. The two sides fought and killed each other. The souls of the defeated were scattered and turned into the yin energy of the Ghost Valley. They had lost the chance to reincarnate. The piles of white bones of different grades were scattered everywhere. Usually they would be collected and stored by the victors as trophies. Inside the Ghost Valley. Ever since Chi cultivators and pure martial artists entered the Ghost Mu Valley, these jade-white skeletons had become quite a good prize. Many of the merchants on the mountain came here to buy the white bones that were extremely pure after being refined by the yin energy of the Ghost Valley. They were excellent materials for refining many kinds of yin artifacts. Chen Pingan finally walked into the biggest shop in the market. There were many tourists and it was crowded. They were all looking at the treasure of the shop that was sealed in a glass cabinet. It was the skeleton of the ghost of a destroyed city lord in the Ghost Valley. It was 10 feet tall and in the glass cabinet, it was deliberately placed in a sitting position by the shop. Its hands were clenched into fists and placed on its knees. One unlucky person was stomping his feet and cursing when a linen sect cultivator happened to pass by. The latter did not say anything and threw him to the ground. He rolled his eyes and fainted. Then the poor guy's friend also did not say anything. He carried him and ran away. He did not apologize to the linen sect cultivators, nor did he say anything harsh. The North Continent was like this. If one had the guts to point at someone's nose and curse, it was one's business. But if one was beaten to the ground, it was one's own incompetence. One day when one's fist was stronger than the others, he could get back at them. The Golden Core cultivator with the surname Yang had a headache. His junior brother Pang Lanshi was even more helpless. It turned out that under one of the murals, a young man in ragged clothes was kneeling and kowtowing. He was bleeding profusely and begging the rain goddess on the murals to give him an opportunity. He had a blood feud that he had to avenge. As long as the rain goddess was willing to give him a blessing, he was willing to be her slave for the rest of his life. Even if she wanted him to die immediately after taking revenge, he was willing to do so. Before the young man kowtowed, he took out an ancient jade token from somewhere and gently placed it on the ground. The middle-aged Golden Core cultivator waved his hand and signaled an outer sect cultivator to not chase the young man away. Pang Lanshi wanted to say something, but the middle-aged cultivator pressed his shoulder. The middle-aged cultivator's attention was more focused on the slender woman. When she appeared, the linen sect's mountain and river formation on the murals did not move. However, the natural restriction of the Immortal Palace arcane realm began to ripple. As for the goddess of Guanyin, she was not flustered at all. An outsider had gained her approval and the linen sect did not stop them from leaving. The goddess of Guanyin returned the favor and took the initiative to climb the mountain with her master to the ancestral hall of the linen sect. Therefore, the painting of the goddess of Guanyin was the first to turn into a sketch. Then a seven-colored deer leaped from the painting of a deer-riding goddess, and its figure instantly disappeared. Soon after, it became the second painting of the day. The young cultivator was shocked. After all, this painting of the heavenly court's female official was the only painting that the linen sect was determined to get. Everyone in the linen sect hoped that their junior brother Pang Lanshi would be able to take over this Dao opportunity. Therefore, he almost could not hold back and tried to stop the seven-colored deer from leaving. However, the sect master, Immortal Master Guiqi, quickly walked out of the murals and asked him to leave and guard the last painting of the goddess. Then, Immortal Master Guiqi returned to the Ghost Valley. She said that there was an important guest and she had to receive them personally. Although the drifting cloud boat given to him by Heavenly Lord Xieshur was an immortal supreme treasure, its speed was still much slower in the thick fog of the Ghost Valley. The drifting cloud boat was like a comet that streaked across the sky of the Ghost Valley. It was extremely eye-catching. The boat rubbed against the Een miasma, emitting colorful lights. At the same time, the sound of the boat breaking through the air was like thunder. Many otherworldly items on the ground ran away in all directions, and many cities along the way were quickly put on alert. Jiang Shangjun put his palm on his forehead and looked into the distance. He said with a smile, "Sect Master He, we are almost at the White Bone capital. This drifting cloud boat is really a treasure. Do you want to sell it?" The young female sect master turned a deaf ear. The deer-riding goddess was the same as her master. She did not want to talk to this blabbermouth guy. Jiang Shangjun suddenly turned his head and asked, "Sect Master He, if you insist on killing him, I will have to stop you since there is such a huge gap between your realms. Of course, before that, if the White Bone capital wants to bully the two of you, he will have to ask for my Luye's permission." The female sect master still did not speak. Jiang Shangjun sighed. Men and women in the world, it was easy to owe money but difficult to repay the debt of love. How did this Qin Pingan provoke her? He was so young but he was so capable. If Qin Pingan was here, Jiang Shangjun would give him a thumbs up and praise him as a role model. Had it not been for the founding ancestor's decree before his death, forbidding the successive sect masters from activating the immortal weapon bestowed by the great sects of the Central Plains and mobilizing the 100,000 nether soldiers to attack the Ghost Dawn Valley, given Immortal Guiqi's temper, he would have long led his army to the White Bone capital, even if it meant that his sect would suffer a great loss again. At this time, in addition to Qin Pingan who was alone, there were 3 groups of people waiting there. Some were friends who were visiting the Ghost Valley with them, and some were retinues who followed them closely, waiting for the dawn. When entering the Ghost Valley to gain experience, as long as it was not a gamble with one's life, one would pay attention to the auspicious time. Some seniors of the clans and sects all warned the young juniors to be more careful in the Ghost Valley. Many of the warnings were actually old tunes that could be found in the Rest Assured collection. Qin Pingan hung the jade token on his waist and stood a little far away, warming his hands alone. When the dawn arrived, the old cultivator of the linen sect standing in the middle of the first 2-colored glazed archway made way and said a few auspicious words. "I wish you all a smooth journey and a safe journey." Qin Pingan smiled knowingly. He really had a good name. Qin Pingan walked at the back of the group. The archways were of different shapes and the contents of different plaques, which were eye-opening. For this trip to the Ghost Valley, Qin Pingan wore a green robe called Green Grass, which was given to him by the female flood dragon of the Xiang mansion, Wu Yi. He took out the walnut bracelet given to him by Lu Jimao of the Qingxia Island from his Fangsuan item and hid it in his left sleeve with a stack of yellow paper talisman that he had drawn last night. Most of the talisman were the entry-level light-lifting talisman and barrier-breaking talisman from the True Alchemy works. Of course, there were 3 Fangsuan talismans, one of which was drawn on a rare golden talisman paper. Last night, Qin Pingan had consumed a lot of energy and spirit. Could be used to escape or to fight. This golden Fangsuan talisman was the best combination with the deity drumming style. The group walked on this path for the time it took to burn a stick of incense. They passed by 12 archways. On the left and right sides of the archways, there were armored generals that were more than 20 feet tall. They were the 2 parties that built the ancient battlefield site of the Skeleton Beach. The 2 dynasties and the 16 vassal states were involved in the war. The 2 armies faced each other and fought for a full 10 years. In the end, both sides were blinded by bloodlust and no longer cared about the country. It was said that there were more than 10,000 Qi refinement warriors that came from the north to watch the war. Qin Pingan looked back and saw that the figure of the linen sect cultivator that was guarding the door was already blurred and could not be seen. The group stopped one after another. The sky was wide and the ground was wide, but the clouds were gloomy and gloomy. He went there alone and fought with the earth immortal cultivators of the hemp sect, led by Zhu Quan. The battle was earth-shattering. Immortal Guiqi, whose natal item was a Dharma blade, had shaved off countless mountains nearby. The two northbound roads in the Ghost Valley were created because of this. It was the safest and shortest route to Lanmusk town. It was almost a straight line, less than 80 miles away. Although the journey was short, there were a few places around Lanmusk town that one had to visit. There were scenic spots for people to visit. For example, there was an ancient underground palace that had been abandoned for a long time, a rugged mountain peak that was as white as snow, and a city that chose to attach itself to the hemp sect. The city lord was a spirit of the state preceptor who was proficient in Taoist talismans. He would often barter with foreign cultivators. The road to Qinglu town was actually more than 800 miles long due to the winding mountains and rivers. As for riding the wind and flying swords or riding a magic weapon, it was stated in the Rest Assured collection that even if you were an earth immortal of the Jindan stage, you would still be courting death. As for the great cultivators of the nascent soul stage, unless they were ghost cultivators, there was no point in coming to the Ghost Valley that was filled with Yin Qi and evil Qi. It would even weaken their cultivation. Moreover, the nascent soul stage cultivators were always unwilling to step into the mortal world and rarely left their own blessed land. Not to mention that it would waste time, it was also necessary. For example, the Sackcloth sect's nascent soul stage cultivator was in charge of a cross-continent ferry. It was really a helpless move because there was no hope for him to break through the realm. It was no wonder that this old nascent soul stage cultivator was a little depressed. Therefore, the nascent soul stage cultivators and the ascendant stage cultivators were jokingly called the 1,000-year tortoise and the 10,000-year tortoise respectively. Qin Pingan chose to go directly to Qinglu town. Moreover, he might not take the official road that the Sackcloth sect had painstakingly opened up. The young man, who was obviously a disciple of the Big Mountain, along with the ghost cultivator and the military rogue cultivator, chose to go to Lanlu town. As for whether they would take the risk and go to Qinglu town again, it was hard to guess. What made Qin Pingan somewhat surprised was that the pair of Taoist companions did not seem to have a high cultivation level, but they also took the dangerous road of Qinglu town. The pair of Taoist companions, who were very likely to be rogue cultivators, spoke softly and held hands as they headed north. They cheered each other on. Although there was some longing, there was a trace of determination in their expressions. They were really making money by tying their heads to their belts. Qin Pingan quickened his pace and took the lead to open up a large distance between them. It was better for him to walk in front than to follow behind them, so as to avoid being suspected by the other party. The other party also slowed down their pace intentionally or unintentionally. Moreover, they often stopped or played with mud or pulled out grass. They even dug up soil and stones to pick and choose. The distance between the two parties was getting bigger and bigger. When the pair of rogue cultivators raised their heads again, the young ranger's figure had already disappeared. The sky in the Ghost Valley was dark, just like the rainy weather, which more or less blocked one's vision. Qin Pingan walked faster and faster. The narrow and winding path to Qinglu town avoided the large and small cities in the southern part of the Ghost Valley as much as possible. The woman's movements were stiff. She slowly raised an arm and pointed at herself. Qin Pingan smiled and shook his head. I mean the kind that can't be killed with one punch. The woman in white was stunned. Her face suddenly became ferocious. Under her pale skin, there seemed to be earthworms crawling. She used one hand like a knife to cut tofu, chopping down a big tree that was as thick as the mouth of a well. Then she slammed her palm heavily toward Qin Pingan. Qin Pingan thrust his hand forward. His strong wind formed a wall in front of him. After the broken tree hit it, it turned into powder. For a moment, the broken pieces covered the sky. Two snow-white sleeves wrapped around Qin Pingan's feet. Then a woman's head popped out of the mud. No wonder she had to show half of her face to others. It turned out that although half of her face was deathly pale, she still had the appearance of a woman. The remaining half of her face was only covered by a thin layer of skin and bones. At first glance, she looked like an ugly woman with only half a face. Half of her face was like a pitiful woman on the verge of tears. She said in a trembling voice, "General, if you hate me for betraying you, you can just kill me. Don't cut my face with a knife. I can't take the pain." Qin Pingan allowed her sleeves to wrap around his feet. He lowered his head and looked. "You're one of the 4 trusted ghost generals of the nearby Greasy City's city lord, right? Why are you so close to the road?" I have the jade token of the draped hemp sect. You shouldn't have come here to look for food. Aren't you afraid that the draped hemp sect's cultivators will cause trouble for you? The female ghost in white didn't listen. She stretched out 2 fingers and tore off half of her face. The white bones inside were still covered with cuts made by sharp weapons. It was obvious that she had suffered an unusual pain before she died. She cried silently and pointed at the exposed white bones on half of her face. General, it hurts, it hurts. Chin Pingon squatted down and looked at her with his hands in his sleeves. All right, your mental manipulation is useless against me. I heard that Greasy Skin City has always been on good terms with the hemp sect. However, you have a group of arch-enemies. The leader is an earth immortal nether spirit who is good at close combat. He has few soldiers and horses under his command, only a dozen or so malicious ghosts. However, he often roams around and commits crimes. For example, the elite scouts over there come and go. That gold core nether spirit loves to eat people alive, especially chi cultivators. If you fall into their hands, you will suffer a fate worse than death. You are like pigs and dogs. Today you can cut off a leg, tomorrow you can cut off a piece of meat. They don't dare to offend the ghosts in the big cities, so they pick on the weak ones. They target Greasy City and secretly kidnap 1 or 2 female otherworldly items every now and then. Your situation is even worse. The female ghost in white turned a deaf ear to his words and muttered, It really hurts, it really hurts. I know I'm wrong. General, please be gentler. At this moment, Chin Pingon was surrounded by white fog, as if he was wrapped in an invisible cocoon. Chin Pingon's shoulders moved slightly. His gang chi shook and the white fog shattered. The female ghost knew that she was in trouble. Just as she was about to dig into the ground to escape, Chin Pingon quickly punched her forehead. The yin chi around her body froze. Then Chin Pingon reached out and grabbed her neck, pulling her out of the ground. He shook his wrist and threw her heavily to the ground. The female ghost in white curled up like a snow-white mountain snake that had been beaten to a pulp. She collapsed on the ground. Chin Pingon sighed. If you continue to dawdle like this, I'll really hit you hard. The female ghost in white chuckled and floated up. She turned into an otherworldly item that was 30 feet tall. Her snow-white clothes also grew bigger. There were a few concise sentences in the Rest Assured collection to introduce this otherworldly item of Greasy City. The female ghost called herself Half-Face Makeup. When she was alive, she was the concubine of a meritorious general. After she died, she turned into a vengeful spirit. Because she owned a robe of unknown origin, she was good at transforming into beautiful women. She used the fog to deceive cultivators' minds, allowing them to be slaughtered. She broke their bones and sucked their marrow. She was extremely difficult to kill. Once, she was hit by an earth immortal sword cultivator who was traveling in the Ghost Valley, but she still survived. The gigantic white-clothed ghost's sleeves fluttered like ripples on a river. She reached out a hand that was as big as a praying mat and wiped her face. She and Chin Pingon stared at each other, and her remaining eye glowed with 7 different colors. Then, in a flash, she created a face out of thin air. Chin Pingon squinted his eyes. You're courting death. The female ghost began to circle Chin Pingon. Her lips did not move, but her voice lingered around Chin Pingon. It was extremely seductive and bewitching. You're willing to kill me? Can you kill me? Why don't you make love to me? You'll only have to consume some yang qi and spiritual qi. You can get what you want. I won't lose anything from you. Why not? If it was in the past, no matter if it was when he traveled around the Aquarius continent or Tongyi continent, or when he accidentally entered the Lotus Blossom Blessed Land, Chin Pingon would carefully hide his trump card, and use his strength and methods according to the strength of his opponent. Could be said that he was cautious and advanced step by step. If it was in the past, when he met this white-clothed otherworldly creature, he would definitely fight with his fist first. Then he would use some talisman methods. Then he would use the flying sword 15 in the blade strengthening gourd. Finally, he would unsheathe the sword saint on his back. But today, Chin Pingon directly unsheathed the sword and chopped off the head of the otherworldly creature with the sword saint in his hand. After the head was separated, the head that returned to its original appearance stagnated in the air for a moment. Then it fell straight to the ground. Suddenly, the half-opened female face on the head burst out a loud cry. Just as it was about to move, it was nailed to the ground by Chin Pingon. Chin Pingon casually grabbed the snow-white robe in the palm of his hand. It shrunk to the size of a silk handkerchief. It was as light as a feather and was full of spiritual qi. It was slightly cold to the touch, but it did not have any yin qi. It was a good robe. It might not be inferior to the grass robe he was wearing. This female ghost did not have any combat power. As Qin Pingan said, it was not difficult to beat her half to death with one punch. However, her real body was not here. No matter how hard he beat her, he could not hurt her. She was extremely difficult to deal with. Moreover, in this place full of Yin Qi, the female ghost without a real body might be able to use her secret skills to kill Qin Pingan countless times. She would not stop until the Yin Qi in the skin, which was similar to the traveling Yin spirit, was exhausted and broke off from the real body. The flying sword 15 was the same. After all, they could not be like the natal flying sword of the legendary land sword Immortal, which could penetrate time and water and ignore thousands of miles of mountains and rivers. As long as they followed the slightest trace, they could kill the enemy without leaving a trace. Only the sword saint on his back was different. The inexplicable appearance and inexplicable disappearance of the female ghost from Greasy City not only dissipated her physical body in the blink of an eye, but she must have also injured some part of her original true body. The sword Immortal returned to his scabbard on his own and remained silent. Qin Pingan had just put the exquisite robe into his sleeve when he saw a stooped old woman not far away. She seemed to be walking slowly, but in fact she had shrunk the ground into an inch. She stood 10 steps away from Qin Pingan. The old woman's face was gloomy. It was just a harmless test. Why do you have to kill me? Do you really think that the Greasy City is a soft persimmon? The city lord is already here. Just wait for your death. Qin Pingan looked up. There was a huge carriage floating in the air. It was surrounded by a large number of female officials. Some were holding a treasure cover to block the sun, some were holding a jade tablet to open the way, and some were holding a huge feather fan to block the wind and dust. It made the carriage look like an emperor on a tour. It seemed that the city lord of the Greasy City had come in person. In the Ghost Valley, whether it was the heroic spirit who ceded the land to become the king or the powerful Yin spirit who occupied the mountains and rivers, they were all more lawless than the island lords of the Book Lake. This group of female ghosts of the Greasy City was just not powerful enough. The bad things that they could do were not that big. Compared to other cities, their reputation was slightly better. Qin Pingan held his bamboo hat and retracted his gaze. He looked at the old woman with a gloomy expression. I'm not scared. First set a small target such as 1 second. Remember, book guest house. 491. The old woman sneered, You hurt the foundation of my sister's cultivation. This debt will be settled. So what if you're an earth immortal sword cultivator with a divine weapon? You still can't escape. Qin Pingan remained silent. Seeing that the city lord's carriage was about to arrive, the old woman began to chant and cast spells. The withered trees began to move as if they were human feet, plowing the soil, and soon a large open space was cleared. As the carriage slowly descended, 2 female ghosts in green holding ivory jade tablets were the first to land. They threw the tablets in their hands and a burst of white light like spring water flowed to the ground. The dense forest turned into a white jade square, abnormally flat and spotless. Qin Pingan did not want to touch the water when it passed by his feet. He gently jumped up and waved his hand to control a withered branch that was half a man's height. With a shake of his wrist, he nailed it to the ground. Qin Pingan stood on the withered branch. When he followed Mao Xiaodong to fight the enemy in the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom, Mao Xiaodong specifically explained the power of a tactical array master. The 2 ghosts in green looked at each other and smiled. They did not expect that the foreign expert who made concubine by suffer so much was as timid as a mouse. The old woman sneered, This young master is really courageous. Qin Pingan replied, Old mama has good eyesight. The 2 beautiful ghosts in green found it interesting and covered their mouths to laugh. In the Ghost Valley where ghosts and monsters roamed everywhere, it was rare to see a living person, let alone an interesting man from the Yang realm. A huge carriage that looked like a woman's boudoir slowly landed on the ground. Immediately, 2 female ghosts dressed in luxurious clothing opened the curtains with gentle movements. One of them bowed and said softly, City Lord, we've arrived. Qin Pingan raised his head and looked over. In the middle of the chariot sat a little girl wearing a phoenix coronet. The rouge on her face was a little too thick. Her eyes were blank as if she was a soulless puppet. Her skirt spread out like a huge lotus leaf, occupying most of the chariot. It made the little girl look like a small lotus with its sharp horns. It was very comical. The city lord of Greasy Skin City was named Fan Yun Luo. After her death, she took over the city and specialized in recruiting female ghosts. Ghosts had their own duties in Greasy Skin City, and she hated men. She gave herself the title of Marquis Rouge Powder, because she was born with such an exquisite body. Although she was extremely short, it was said that her bones and flesh were well proportioned. She was also good at poetry and singing, and there were countless men who bowed down to her. When she was alive, she was a princess who was extremely doted on by the emperor. Her body was as light as a swallow, and in history there was a story of a palm dance that was passed down. The other female ghost in the palace dress felt helpless and had no choice but to remind him again, "City Lord, wake up, we're here." The little girl quivered and shook her head. She was still a little confused, but her eyes gradually regained clarity. She yawned and stretched out her hand to cover her eyes. There was a silk glove on her hand, and it was flowing with a precious light, revealing a fine jade-like wrist. Fan Yunluo looked down at the bamboo hat man standing on the withered branch. "Is it you, an unromantic guy who caused my beloved Bai to be seriously injured and have to sleep in the soul-cleansing pool? Do you know that she has received my order to come here and discuss a business deal with you that will bring in a lot of money every day? Good intentions will be met with retribution." Fan Yunluo saw that the young man did not show any signs of speaking, but she was not angry. She continued, "That's right, where did you hide the snowflake robe? It's not like my beloved Bai gave you a token of love, so why are you hiding it? Take it out, it's her beloved object and she treasures it as much as her life. Without it she will die of sadness. Our greasy skin city was kind enough to cooperate with you, but you returned the favor with evil intentions. Let's not talk about this first. In the Ghost Valley we still have to rely on our fists to do the talking. You got the snowflake robe, so you have the ability. Now name a price and I'll buy it back." Qin Pingan asked with a smile. In City Lord Fan's eyes, how much is this robe worth? Fan Yunluo said seriously, "It should be worth at least 3 to 5 pieces of grain rain money. It's also my beloved Bai's favorite, so I redeemed it for her. Since I opened my mouth I should at least double it. Then I'll take it as 8 pieces of grain rain money." Qin Pingan asked, "Next City Lord Fan, are you going to ask me how much your little life is worth? Then after deducting 8 pieces of grain rain money and returning the greasy skin city's robe, you'll hand over a large sum of money as an apology?" Fan Yunluo's eyes lit up and she leaned forward. Her young face was full of curiosity. "How can you be so clever? Don't tell me you can read my mind? How can you know what I'm thinking?" She shook her big sleeves. "Very well, after you pay and apologize, I'll give you a great fortune. I guarantee you'll make a lot of money, so don't worry." Qin Pingan asked, "What kind of business?" She stretched out her 2 hands and smiled. "Hand over the snowflake robe and the grain rain money, and then we'll talk about this business that will let your children and grandchildren enjoy wealth." Qin Pingan asked, "Why didn't City Lord Fan look for the sackcloth sect cultivators or other traveling experts to do this business?" She narrowed her eyes. "That bunch of old fogies who only want to slay demons are never greedy for money, but they look down on this business. Ordinary chi refinement warriors, if their realm is too low they can't support it, wasting my greasy skin city's energy. If their realm is too high, it won't be easy to talk about splitting the profits. Who knows, we might even have to resort to underhanded means. These are all troublesome matters that disturb my dreams." After saying these words, Fan Yunluo still stretched out her hands and did not retract them. There was a hint of anger on her face. "Don't you know that it's very tiring for you to let me freeze like this?" Qin Pingan was lost in thought. Many big and small cities in the southern part of the Ghost Valley, including Greasy Skin City, generally maintained a subtle state of harmony with the sackcloth sect cultivators. However, it was extremely difficult to communicate with the Skeleton Beach cultivators. Previously, when Qin Pingan was traveling north, he always felt that the yin-yang barrier of the Ghost Valley was a yin-yang barrier. After careful consideration, if he used all his strength to attack with the sword deity, he might be able to temporarily split open a gap. But if he split open a path he would be exhausted. Once he was too far away from the small door, it would still be difficult to leave. So Qin Pingan planned to write another golden contraction talisman. With 2 in hand he would be far away from the heaven and earth barrier. Even if there were strong enemies waiting to intercept him halfway, he would still have a chance to escape from the Ghost Valley and reach the Skeleton Beach. But this matter could not be rushed. He had to draw the talisman in a secluded place. Otherwise, once his identity was exposed, not to mention 2 golden contraction talismans, even 20 of them would be useless. There were many immortal masters in the Ghost Ridge Valley, not to mention the Jingguan City Lord who was in the Pure Jade Realm. It should not be difficult for him to leave the Ghost Ridge Valley, but he was afraid that the hemp sect cultivators would occupy the Skeleton Beach and wait for him. But the hemp sect might instead hope that this pure Jade Realm ghost could leave the Ghost Valley. Without a leader, the Ghost Valley had always been fighting and scheming against each other. For thousands of years, there had been fierce killing and grudges between each other. Once there was no leader, it would be like a plate of loose sand. Fan Yunluo warned her subordinates telepathically, "Be careful of the sword on his back. It is very likely that it is a magic weapon that only an Earth Immortal sword cultivator can possess." Fan Yunluo's eyes were burning. She rubbed her palms and her gloves shone brightly. This was one of the reasons why she, the Marquis of Rouge, could build a city in the south of the Ghost Valley and stand tall. Fan Yunluo twitched the corner of her mouth. As long as she could capture this young man, it would be an extremely considerable unexpected windfall. The green robe on his body was not bad, and the wine pot on his waist might have been cast by a master to make it look even better. Together with the sword, not only would the tribute to the White Cage City this year be settled, she could choose between the green robe and the red wine pot. Greasy City would also have a large surplus. As long as she could expand her army by more than 1,000, she might not have to rely on others and struggle at death's door. After all, when she sent Concubine Bai, who did not have high combat power but was good at hallucination, to test the waters, she was prepared for both sides. If the bone was hard to chew, then she would take a step back and do business for a long time. But if this person had a precious treasure but was not capable, then it was no wonder that Greasy City would be able to take advantage of the situation. In the Ghost Valley, not to mention eating people, even ghosts would be eaten. Qin Pingan stretched out his hand and put it over his shoulder. "Go and play with it yourself. Remember to kill with one blow and don't damage the opponent's skeleton. I want to keep the skeletons of these female ghosts as my capital. If they're broken, they won't sell for a good price." Then Qin Pingan patted the blade-strengthening gourd. Same principle. A long golden line swept out from behind Qin Pingan. The blade-strengthening gourd on his waist also flew out 2 snow-white and ghostly green fireflies. On the white jade square, dozens of female otherworldly items from Greasy City had formed a circle. They only felt a beam of golden light pass by them. Their eyes burned as if they were looking at the scorching sun. In the next moment they were all gone. A bit of light even pierced through their eyebrows. Qin Pingan was not in a hurry. He rolled up the sleeves of his green robe, jumped down from the dead wood under his feet, and walked straight to the carriage. Protective feelings for the fairer sex? In the dilapidated ancient temple of the Combe country, the straw sandals youth once punched a female ghost's head like rain, and directly smashed the charming ghost who was showing off her charm. In the city god pavilion of the beautiful clothes country, he once fought with Sher Ro, who was still a withered bones beautiful ghost at that time. In the earliest days, Kai Qinxian in the Yunxia mountain was suddenly hit by a piece of porcelain in his neck in a shabby alley. The old woman was trembling with fear, as if she was hesitating whether to protect the city lord and block this person's path with her life. Fan Yunluo's face was as cold as ice, but in the next moment, it suddenly bloomed like a spring flower. She smiled charmingly and said, "Sword Immortal, why don't we sit down and have a good chat? The price is negotiable. After all, Sir Sword Immortal has the final say." Qin Pingan suddenly exerted force under his feet, and a spider web appeared. The white jade square, which was made by the 2 jade tablets of the female ghost who had opened the way, was suddenly smashed like porcelain, and the fragments sputtered in all directions. Qin Pingan was in a straight line and rushed towards the carriage. The 2 female ghosts tried to stop him, but they were directly sent flying by Qin Pingan's majestic fist aura from both sides. Fan Yunluo's expression changed slightly. She waved her sleeves, and the lotus leaf-like skirt that occupied a large part of the carriage fluttered. She giggled, but the hatred in her eyes was clearly visible. She said in a coquettish voice, "I'm afraid of you. See you later. If you have the ability, come to the City of Skin and whisper sweet words with me." The carriage swayed, and the 2 maids in palace attire were directly shaken off the carriage, and they fell to the ground. Qin Pingan leaped high and stretched out his hand. The Sword Immortal, who had telepathy, swept over and was held in Qin Pingan's hand. He slashed down with his sword. The huge carriage nimbly rolled and barely dodged the sword. Then, it instantly sank into the ground of the dense forest, and there was a dull sound as it escaped through the ground. Qin Pingan tapped the tip of his foot, and stepped on the flying sword Chui that had rushed over. His figure rose more than 100 feet, and following the sounds and movements underground, he finally focused his attention on one direction. The Sword Immortal in his hand swept out, and like an arqueballista arrow, it shot out. The carriage hurriedly changed its trajectory, and dodged the sword immortal's thrust. With this slight obstruction, Fan Yunluo's escaping speed inevitably slowed down. Chen Pinggan stepped on Chu Yi, and time after time he lightly touched the surface of the water. He raised his arm high and punched the ground. At this moment she really looked like an innocent girl. The skeleton in green robe and sword laughed. When will you not do a business that does not lose money? Why don't you think about it? A young man who is cautious everywhere, but dares to go directly to Qinglu town, is he here to die? Fan Yunluo was like a pear blossom in the rain, lying in the carriage, wailing and complaining. Returning to the Crow Ridge, Qin Pinggan sighed in relief. Except for the old woman who was gone, the rest of the dead female ghosts, otherworldly items and bones were still there. As long as one could become a cultivator and set foot on the road of immortality, no one would be stupid. Especially when it came to making money, it was not an exaggeration to say that it was exhausting and scheming. The couple's faces were pale. The young woman tugged at the man's sleeve. Forget it. This is our fate. It is better to cultivate slowly than to die. The man shook his head and held the woman's hand. He said softly, you can't wait any longer. When the water is full, the moon is full. If you drag it on, it will only harm you. A good thing will become a disaster. The man let go of her hand and faced Qin Pinggan. His eyes were firm. He clasped his fists and thanked him. On the road of cultivation, there are many unexpected situations. Since our realms are low, we can only resign ourselves to fate. We can't blame young master. My wife and I still have to thank young master for his kind reminder. Qin Pinggan asked, Madam, are you about to enter the cave-dwelling realm, but your foundation is not stable and you need to rely on immortal coins and artifacts to increase the possibility of breaking through? The woman sighed softly. The man nodded. Young master, you have sharp eyes. That is indeed the case. Qin Pinggan asked, May I ask how big is the gap? The man said helplessly, For us, the amount is huge. Otherwise we would not have come to the Ghost Valley. We are really forcing ourselves to break through the gates of hell. Qin Pinggan tentatively asked, How much immortal coins are you short of? The man hesitated for a moment and said bitterly, To tell you the truth, a few years ago my wife and I traveled to more than a dozen countries, and finally found an immortal shop on the west side of the Skeleton Beach. We chose a natal item that was most suitable for my wife to refine. It was already the most fair price, but we still needed 800 snowflakes. The shopkeeper was kind enough to keep the spiritual weapon that we didn't need to worry about the sales. As long as we collected enough immortal money within 5 years, we could buy it at any time. We are both rogue cultivators of the lower 5 realms. We have traveled the markets of various countries and are willing to earn any money, but unfortunately, we are not capable enough and still lack 500 snowflakes. The woman's heart was filled with sorrow. In fact, her husband still had some things that he did not say, but it was really difficult to say. This time, in order to enter the Ghost Valley to earn 500 immortal coins, the bottle of elixir used to replenish chi had cost more than 100 immortal coins. Just now, the money that they earned along the way was converted to immortal coins. 1 immortal coin was not even enough to buy 1 immortal coin. Money in the Ghost Valley was not so easy to earn. They saw that the young ranger with a sword on his back seemed to be hesitating. He reached out and pressed the vermilion wine pot on his waist. You should be thinking about something. The husband and wife did not say anything else so as not to be suspected of complaining. On the road of cultivation, if a rogue cultivator met an immortal of a higher realm, it was already a great blessing for both sides to be able to live in peace. They did not dare to expect more. After many years of wandering the Jianghu, this pair of Dao companions were used to the scene of rogue cultivators dying. They had seen so many that even the sadness of the death of a rabbit was gone. When the young ranger raised his head, the husband and wife's hearts tightened. Qin Pinggan asked, I entered the Ghost Valley this time to gain experience. At first, I did not have the intention to seek wealth, so I did not bring anything to store things. I did not expect that previously in the Crow Ridge, I was inexplicably besieged by fierce ghosts. Although the consequences are endless, but it can be considered a small harvest. You see, you husband and wife just happen to have a big box. Even if you help me take away those bones, I estimate that you can sell them for a few immortal coins. At the Naiha market you can sell the bones first, then wait for me for a month. If you wait for me you can get a 20% share of the profits. If I don't appear then you don't have to wait for me. No matter how much immortal coins you sell, it will be the private property of you husband and wife. The woman was stunned. Just as she was about to speak, the man grabbed her hand and tightly gripped it, cutting her off. Young master, have you ever thought that if we sold white bone, obtained snow and money and then left, wouldn't young master be worried? Chin Pingan laughed. Since I dare to do this kind of business, do you think I won't be able to find you 2 wild cultivators afterwards? The man asked again, why doesn't young master simply leave the Ghost Valley with us? We husband and wife can be young master's porters and earn some hard-earned money. As long as we don't lose, young master can sell the bones himself. Chin Pingan frowned. I said this trip to the Ghost Valley is to sharpen my cultivation, not to seek wealth. If you are worried about a trap, then forget it. The man glanced at the dense forest in the distance and laughed. Then I will follow young master to the Crow Ridge. Windfall from the sky, such a wonderful thing. If we miss it, we will suffer the wrath of heaven. Young master can rest assured, we husband and wife will definitely wait for a month in the Naiha market. The man did not allow his wife to refuse. He let her take down the big box, one in each hand, and followed Chin Pingan to the Crow Ridge. When he saw the 5 skeletons that were in excellent condition, he was dumbfounded. He carefully put them into the wooden box. And the young man with the bamboo hat squatted not far away, looking at some rusty armors and weapons. Finally, when the pair of Dao companions each carried the heavy box, walking on the path back, they felt like it was a lifetime ago. They could not believe it. The man was silent for a long time, then grinned. It's like a dream. The woman whispered, is there really such a good thing in the world? The man looked back, but that person's figure was long gone. He turned back and comforted, Master's actions are unexpected, just treat it as if we met a sword immortal. The man gradually came back to his senses and whispered, think about it, how many wild cultivators dare to say, no matter what, they can sell it for some money? Such a tone, can we say it out loud? Even if we bite the bullet and pretend, can we say it so naturally to this young master? I guess this person must be a direct disciple of one of those immortal mansions with the word, sect. Definitely not a wild cultivator like we guessed at the beginning. That's why he can be so generous and act so heroic. And that sentence threatening us, listen to it, it can be guaranteed that his family background is shocking. For 93. The man who had been sleeping soundly in the depression of the mountain cliff shook his sleeves. The mountain stream water was like snow-white pearls falling into the water. He smiled and asked, young master, now that things have come to this, what do you say? Chin Pingan said, I don't have much money, so I won't fight with you. The man was overjoyed and nodded, then I'll owe you a favor. The old fox of West Mountain was not happy. He used his wooden staff to hit the ground heavily and then stretched out 2 fingers, pointing at Chin Pingan and the ragged man. This old man said, whoever has money will be my son-in-law. There is no need to talk about feelings. You're a young man wearing a bamboo hat, yet you're so generous. I've purposely tested your character time and time again, but I've always let you pass. Now that things have come to this, all that's left is for the rice to be cooked. If my daughter follows you, she won't have to worry about food and clothes for the rest of her life, wearing gold and silver. Maybe she will be more like a rich young lady than those female officials under Fan Yun Luo in Greasy City. As for that beggar, he has been drinking the northwest wind here for several months. What kind of bird is he? This old man's heart is like a mirror. No matter how big the world is, it's not as big as his words. No, my daughter was born to enjoy life, she can't bear hardships. This old man will definitely not watch my precious daughter jump into the fire pit. Chin Pingan's horizons were broadened. In these years of traveling he had seen mountain gods get married, he had seen fox demons seduce scholars, he had seen city god take concubines, but he had never seen someone casually marry off their daughter. The ragged man helplessly said, Father-in-law, I don't have any money on me, not even a single piece of snow. This son-in-law can't cheat you. But before I came to this Ghost Valley, I did a big business deal. I had no choice but to sell an armory close to me, along with the immortal money and many magic tools at a low price. But I'm actually not poor. The old fox was furious. He used his wooden staff to hit the ground several times and hissed, You're cheating me again. Get lost, this old man's dog eyes only recognize money. Chin Pingan took out a handful of snow and spent it. I only have this much immortal money on me. Old Fox Shishan said with a sickly voice, Child, you always beat around the bush when you speak. I can't tell if it's true or false, but it doesn't matter. It's better than that beggar. You are my son-in-law. In the future, the expansion of our West Mountain Fox clan will depend on you, son-in-law. While you are still young and strong, you should put in more effort. By the way, my daughter is called Wei Taijin, her maiden name. She also has a younger brother, Wei Gaowu, who is a good-for-nothing. Once you enter a family, you are a family. In the future, remember to take care of this brother-in-law of yours. In the future, when you leave the Ghost Valley with him, if you have the opportunity, help him marry 17 or 18 immortal girls." But Qin Pingan reached out to the man. The man smiled knowingly and said, "You can lend me this immortal money. It's even better to give it to me. This way I'll have money." Old Fox Shishan's eyes spun. Could it be that the beggar had invited helpers to join forces to kidnap his daughter? The young girl hiding behind the small dark green umbrella timidly asked, "Young master, I only want to ask one thing. Did you see a golden hairpin at the bottom of the water?" Qin Pingan shook his head and said honestly, "I didn't see it." The young girl faintly sighed and slowly got up. Her figure was graceful, but she was still hidden deep inside the dark green umbrella. She was just like the owner of the umbrella. There was a hole the size of a stone, which somewhat ruined the scenery. He tried to directly move the Mirror Treasure Mountain and move the entire mountain to Celestial Ancestral City. However, after spending a lot of manpower and resources, in the end it was still futile. It could be seen that the opportunity of the Mirror Treasure Mountain was hard to grasp. If he wanted to obtain the painting of the heavenly official and goddess of the Mural City, he could only rely on his own life. And if he wanted to take the mirror, he did not even know what he had to rely on. The hemp sect did not know, nor did the Ghost Valley. However, Qin Pingan quickly changed his mind. In any case, he should at least give it a try. He had to change some of his deep-rooted, old-fashioned ideas. He could not always think that he could not grasp an additional opportunity. The old fox of West Mountain walked down the Mirror Treasure Mountain. He held his staff in one hand and twirled his beard in the other. He sighed along the way. The young girl was a little absent-minded. The old man suddenly asked, "Tai Zhen, why don't you marry the ghost commander of Three Fighters City? That otherworldly item is one of the best generals under the command of the city master of Three Fight City. It's not an ordinary otherworldly item. Compared to those creatures with big bloody mouths or skeletons that don't even have half a piece of flesh, it's still pretty neat. In our place, it's not an exaggeration to say that it's a handsome young man." The young girl frowned. The old man helplessly said, "Yes, in the past, that Taoist Yun you said that your ideal husband must be someone who can see the deep stream and the golden hairpin. But how many years have passed? 200 years? 300 years? In the marketplace outside the Ghost Valley, at your age, the grandson of the grandson of the grandson should have already married and had children." The young girl was bored to death. She gently twisted the small green umbrella with a hole in it and turned her head to look at the mountainside of the Mirror Treasure Mountain. She muttered, "Father, don't rush your daughter. Let's wait a little longer. At most, 100 years. If you still can't wait, then I will marry." The old man lamented, "Then you must marry into a rich family. It is best not to be too crafty. You must be filial and know how to treat your father-in-law well. Apart from a generous betrothal gift, you must also show your filial piety to your father-in-law from time to time. And you, after you get married, don't become a spilled water. For the rest of your father's life, whether or not I can live a comfortable life depends on you and my future son-in-law." The young girl hesitated for a moment and suddenly asked, "Father, is it really like what the ghost commander of Three Fighters City said? If I marry him, the city lord of Three Fighters City will help you build an ancestral temple on the Mirror Treasure Mountain and become a water god that eats incense." The old man sneered, "Human words cannot be trusted, let alone this kind of nonsense. Don't you know how precious the water god of the Ghost Valley is? There are so many city lords in the north and south, how many are there? Although with our background, we don't dare to dream of forming a golden body or becoming a mountain deity. Who would dare to go against the rules of the scholarly saints? However, it's still a water god, so it's still possible. Unfortunately, Father knows his own weight and doesn't have that fate. The water immortal technique that Father cultivates in the Remnant Secret Manual, secretly drinking a bit of Mirror Treasure Mountain's water luck, relying on a stupid method to increase my cultivation bit by bit, is already the limit." The young girl smiled sweetly, "Father, you are afraid that becoming a god will have to suffer the pain of being skinned to the bone and frying the soul in oil, right?" The old man was also a thick-skinned person. That is natural. In this world, whether it is the living or the dead or us mountain spirits and swamp spirits, when we walk this path, we are all rushing to enjoy happiness. Why is it relatively easy for the dynasty's heroic spirits to become gods? That is because they have the protection of the country's fate and merit. Why is it so dangerous for spirits and swamp spirits to become gods? Isn't it because they are too far away from the secular world? They can't save up merit and have to take credit from the heavens. Father has been in this ghost valley. How many living people have I seen in my life? What kind of merit is there? Moreover, every time I see one, I will trap them to death. I tricked so many chi cultivators to go to the mountain stream to watch the water, causing them to lose their souls. For these hundreds of years, every time it is the Qingming festival, I will go around Mirror Treasure Mountain and burn incense. Do you think it is fun? This is because I feel guilty in my heart. The old man stomped his feet for no reason and said angrily, "Daughter, you are so beautiful, why do those city lords look down on you? Otherwise, don't even talk about a sparrow turning into a phoenix. Even if you become a favored concubine of a certain city lord, your father and that useless younger brother of yours will also have a meteoric rise in their lives. Why would we need to stay in this godforsaken Mirror Treasure Mountain and stare at each other, eating and waiting for death? Just look at that big pervert in Powderlang City. He was saying that he wanted to marry you in a palanquin. Why is it that after all these years, he no longer has any desires?" The young girl looked a little innocent. "Whether someone likes you or not, can you force it?" She had a pair of beautiful eyes. The old fox sighed. The West Mountain Fox clan was withering day by day. There were not many left. He heard that there was a place in Treasure Vase Continent where the Fox clan flourished. But the old fox firmly believed that his daughter, even if she went there, she would still be a stunning beauty. At the White Jade Plaza in front of the Greasy City Lord's residence, it was sparkling like a mirror. A young girl clenched her fists and placed them in front of her chest. She frowned and pouted. Looking at the broken carriage, she wanted to cry but had no tears. She had suffered a great loss. After escaping twice, the Greasy City Lord did not rejoice at all. She only felt pain. The first time she admitted defeat. Her skills were not as good as others. It was a common thing in Guiming Valley. Many of the glorious city lords in history were not as good as her. They worked like cows for Bailong City and Xiangzhou City. They were worse than chickens and dogs. Chickens and dogs still dared to bark and bark at passers-by. Would those great ghosts who were once city lords dare to do so now? But the second time it seemed to be a light breeze. There was no blood stench at all. Instead, it was what made Fan Yunluo worried. The favor owed to the famous White Bone Sword Immortal in Guiming Valley had always been repaid. There was no exception. Fan Yunluo sniffled and wiped her face. She walked around the precious carriage and touched it here and there. Her heart ached. If she wanted to repair it, she would need to spend a lot of money. In Guiming Valley, if she did not use her family's wealth, how hard would it be to earn some money? All of a sudden, Fan Yunluo banged her forehead against the carriage, causing a loud bang. She howled with all her might. Seeing this, the old woman who was lucky enough to return to the city alive became more and more guilty. Back then at Crow Ridge, she and the other female ghosts in palace attire fled in all directions. Some of them were unlucky, and when it rains, it pours. It would have been better for them to die under the sword of that young sword immortal and be captured by that golden core ghost. She escaped quickly, and after that she even gathered a few female officials from the city to make up for her mistakes. But now, looking at the city lord's appearance, the old woman's heart was pounding. Looking at the city lord's attitude, could it be that he wanted her to take out her private savings to repair this treasure carriage? For a moment, the old woman had the idea of going to another city. In Guiming Valley, the big fish ate the small fish ate the shrimps. The shrimps at the bottom could only eat mud. Once there was a loss of soldiers, the consequences were unimaginable. It was easy to attract the covetous eyes of the surrounding forces. Once several forces secretly formed an alliance and swarmed together, Guiming Valley was destined to be torn apart. Here, as long as there was a fight, the biggest taboo was to be in a stalemate. Or to kill 1,000 of the enemy and lose 800 of your own men. This was because bigger forces would often take advantage of the situation. Two sides who fought to the death. If they worked hard for others, why bother? But once a city in Guiming Valley decided to make a move, most of the time, after weighing the pros and cons, decided to eat the prey. Therefore it was usually a sure thing to kill in one blow. Although Fan Yunluo had a cultivation base of gold core, Guiming Valley still appeared to be weak. Therefore, Fan Yunluo liked to deliberately mystify things. For example, she revealed to the outside world that her relationship with the Linen sect was quite good. She recognized a direct disciple of the Linen sect's ancestral hall who was stationed in Qinglu town as her sworn brother. But the old woman knew everything and was just making up nonsense. If the other party was willing to nod his head, not to mention a sworn brother of the same generation, Fan Yunluo was willing to recognize him as her godfather, or even the old ancestor. Fortunately, that cultivator was devoted to Tao and did not care about worldly affairs. In the Linen sect, he was the same as Yang Lin of Wall Painting City. He was a proud son of heaven with a bright future. He was too lazy to care about the dirty thoughts of Guiming Valley. Guiming Valley was originally the lowest power among the southern cities of Guiming Valley. The group of female ghosts that she brought to Crow Ridge were all Fan Yunluo's confidants who could fight. This trip really hurt the foundation of Guiming Valley. Concubine Bai was already seriously injured, at least 60 years old, at most 100 years old. She could only lie half dead in that pool. Losing a bit of combat strength was nothing. Concubine Bai was not known for her combat strength, but she was secretly the mistress of Fenlang City's city lord. This was a fact that everyone in the southern part of Ghost Dawn Valley knew, and was not considered a secret. And the city lord's wife was not only the city lord's Dao companion, she was also the true manager. Because of Concubine Bai, Fenlang City had always been extremely displeased with Greasy Skin City. The old woman slightly lowered her head, her face was gloomy and uncertain. She thought to go all the way. Why not steal the central magical instrument of Guiming Valley's great city defense array and submit to the Lady of Fenlang City? As long as Fenlang City took over Guiming Valley, the next city lord of Guiming Valley might be the next city lord of Guiming Valley. There was hope that the position would belong to her. Guiming Valley, the northern and southern cities, a total of 36. The city lord had always been flowing water. The city was made of iron. When the city lord changed, it was just a change of name. This was an unwritten rule in Guiming Valley. It was said that it was passed down from Guiming Valley. When attacking a city there was strife. It did not matter if you eliminated the root of the problem. No matter how you devoured or killed ghosts, it did not matter. The only thing that was not allowed was wantonly destruction, to the extent of destroying the city into ruins. Unless you had the foundation and capital, within 10 years, you could rebuild the city on the ruins. Otherwise, once the 10 years were up, the Guiming Valley's great Earth Immortal Ghost commanders would lead their troops to the south. That would really be a massacre. The old woman was hesitant. Although she was more inclined to betray Guiming Valley and the incompetent Fan Yunluo, she was still in a dilemma. This kind of filthy act of betraying one's master for glory was not very popular in Guiming Valley. Even if she changed masters, she would still be ostracized by the meritorious elders, who would take the opportunity to cause trouble. Her only hope was that the Madam of Guiming Valley. Because she was also a woman, she would not care about these loyal and disloyal people. Fan Yunluo suddenly stopped her crazy actions and turned to the old woman. She said pitifully, "That Pooh from Guiming Valley, after saving me, said that there would be another tribute this year and he wanted double. Chang Momo, what do you think we should do? Our Guiming Valley only has a few remaining soldiers and defeated generals. Where can we find a good magic tool to enter Guiming Valley's eyes?" The old woman's heart trembled. She smiled and said, "City Lord, this is a blessing in disguise. It's a good thing. Since City Lord Pooh has spoken, our Guiming Valley will not have to worry about any thieves for at least 100 years. Fan Yunluo's young face was still clouded with worry, but Guiming Valley's income cannot make ends meet. Every time we have to empty our pockets to hold on for 100 years, we will still die later. The old woman could only squeeze out a smile and comforted him. "City Lord, you don't have to be discouraged. 100 years is neither long nor short." When he paid to drink the gloomy tea from the tea stall by the swaying river, he also considered to make up for the water chi. If he could fill the gourd with mountain stream water, his trip to the Mirror Treasure Mountain would not be in vain. However, before leaving the Ghost Valley, he could indeed go to the Mirror Treasure Mountain again. There was no need to hope for the legendary water bottle. He could prepare more bottles and jars to store a few thousand pounds of mountain stream water. When he returned to the Skeleton Beach, he could see if he could do business with the tea stall owner. It would also be a good income. Yang Chongxian just glanced at the red wine bottle in Chen Pingan's hand and was slightly surprised. However, he didn't care too much about it. "Thank you for your words." Chen Pingan stood up and clasped his hands. "Since the Mirror Treasure Mountain is not destined to be with me, Yang Chongxian, goodbye." Yang Chongxian sat up and seemed surprised. "You're leaving?" Chen Pingan nodded and put on his bamboo hat. Yang Chongxian lay back on the stone cliff and began to close his eyes to rest. After a while he opened his eyes. "You're really leaving? Should I say that you're decisive, or do you have no patience at all?" Previously, when the person put away the bamboo pole, he obviously used a fengsuan item and didn't deliberately hide it. Just like how he generously put his feet into the water, it was actually a small gesture of goodwill. In this North Continent, if one wanted to fight less, one had to learn to show off one's family background. Otherwise, there were many insignificant ants who were not very capable but had a big temper. Even when you used your feet to crush them to death, they would still curse and spit at you until they died, unrepentant. Killing people could not be eaten. After encountering such situations many times, Yang Chongxian felt more and more sick and tired of it. It was really too boring. Gradually, his personality changed and he became more and more kind to others. For example, that old fox of the West Mountain had such a foul mouth. If it were him in the past, the old fox would have died at least 80 times if not 100 times. After the young ranger left the Mirror Treasure Mountain, Yang Chongshuan's mood became slightly better. The other party's words had struck a chord with him. It was better to have less trouble. Moreover, this was a crucial period for Yang Chongxian to obtain fortuitous opportunities. He sat up and narrowed his eyes, staring at the deep stream that seemed like it could be seen through with one glance. The conjecture in the Rest Assured collection was wrong about this mirror. It was not a bright mirror at all, and it was definitely not a demon-revealing mirror that targeted demons and spirits. It was a long-lost Three Mountains Nine Marquises realm. It was also a half-immortal weapon. Qin Pingan was already far away from the Mirror Treasure Mountain. The laughter gradually stopped and changed into a charming voice. This handsome little Lang Jun has entered my pink tent and smelled the fragrance of my hair. Your luck with women is not shallow. If I were you, I would never leave again. I would stay here forever. Qin Pingan opened his eyes and looked at the ground. There was a layer of mist on the ground, but it did not rise. It only swayed about a foot above the ground. Qin Pingan was a bit surprised. Why did the hemp sect intentionally ignore the existence of a peach demon like you? The entire peach blossom forest began to sway slowly, as if beauties in pink were dancing there. It was as if the thousands of peach trees in the forest were really just her hair. Qin Pingan found that the scene in his field of vision began to sway slightly. He did not know where she was hiding underground. She laughed and her seductive voice came from the ground. Of course it's because the hemp sect cultivators are afraid of me. What else can they do? You're so handsome but you're a little stupid. Otherwise you'd be a perfect match. After a while, she suddenly stopped laughing and asked, How can you not move your body and heart? Is it a monk who has not shaved his head? A stinky cow nose without a Taoist robe? Qin Pingan laughed. If you continue to act mysterious, I'll cut down all the peach trees and let you become a nun. Instead of being angry, she laughed and said excitedly, Okay. I'll be waiting for your immortal swordsmanship. Qin Pingan looked up. A little Taoist child holding a horsetail whisk rushed over. His lips were red and his teeth were white. His genuine qi was dripping, and he could not hide his overflowing spirituality. He was a master who was about to become an earth immortal of the Golden Core realm. The Taoist child's eyes were cold as he glanced at Qin Pingan. This is the neighboring cultivation place of master and fellow Taoist. After 1,000 years, it's already recognized as a paradise in the Ghost Valley. They don't like to be disturbed by outsiders. Even Pu Chang of Bailong City would not easily enter the forest if it's not important. You're a cultivator, why are you arguing with this little peach demon? Leave quickly. Tao Mei was clearly very respectful of the little Taoist child. She only muttered with a slightly resentful tone, What paradise? He just used an immortal's divine ability to forcefully detain me here to protect the remnant spirit qi of the Taoist temple from leaking out. How dare you? The little Taoist child's face was fierce. He waved his horsetail whisk, and a thunderbolt as thick as an arm instantly blasted into the ground. The peach demon groaned in the depths of the ground, and the peach flowers on the ground rustled and fell. Qin Pingan understood. In the Ghost Valley, there must be some masters who were not afraid of the baleful qi and had taken root here. However, since the other party was a martial artist who came to the Ghost Valley to train, it was not wrong for them to exchange pointers, right? Master would not blame him, right? At this moment, a golden-armored strongman strode over and looked at the back of the little Taoist child. He said in a low voice, Su Ming, Immortal invites this young master to the temple. The little Taoist child said angrily, How can this guy enter our Shaoxian temple? The golden-armored strongman ignored the little Taoist child's anger and turned to Qin Pingan who had just put on his bamboo hat. Young master, our immortal invites you. If you are not in a hurry, you can come to our Shaoxian temple for a cup of 1,000-year-old peach tea. Qin Pingan cupped his fists and declined, I have mistakenly entered the peach forest and disturbed your immortal's cultivation. I really do not dare to disturb your temple. I will take my leave now." The golden-armored strongman nodded. "In that case, I will not ask you to stay. If you want to drink tea in the temple in the future, just come here and ask the peach demon to lead the way." Qin Pingan turned and left the peach forest. The little Taoist child named Su Ming snorted. "It's better that he left. We can save a cup of peach tea that Bones Poo only drank 3 times. Tao Mei said flatteringly from underground. That's right, that's right. This person is so blind that he missed out on such a great fortune. The next time he comes to the peach forest, I will hide and never see him again." Su Ming said angrily, "How dare you play with Master's decree?" The peach demon immediately begged for mercy. "I dare not, I dare not, I dare not." In a quaint Taoist temple filled with peach trees, an old Taoist with white hair and a ruddy complexion was sitting opposite a skinny old monk. The old monk was as thin as a match, but he wore an unusually large kasaya. The old Taoist smiled. "How was this punch?" The old monk slowly said, "It's easy to break if it's too hard." The old Taoist glanced at the cup of tea on the table and asked again, "Do you think we should keep this cup of peach tea? Do you think that young man will return to the peach forest and drink it in one gulp in this temple?" The old monk's expression was wooden. "The more you speak, the more mistakes you will make." The old Taoist did not wear a Taoist crown, only a carefree scarf. The Taoist robe he wore was old and ordinary, without the slightest bit of the elegance of an immortal. He sighed softly. "The 3 goddesses of the mural city have already walked out of the painting and followed their masters. There are also cultivators of the upper 5 realms from other continents, and that he Xiaoyang who broke into the Ghost Valley and went to Jingguan City. Yang Chongshen is still showing signs of seizing his opportunity. If that Pu Chang causes any more trouble and provokes Zhu Quan to personally take action, this Ghost Dawn Valley will become a complete mess. Perhaps our only remaining paradise will no longer have a chance to be peaceful." The withered old monk nodded. "Immortal is far-sighted." When he heard the 2 words Pu Sheng, the old monk silently chanted in his heart. The old Taoist had already sensed the other party's abnormal state of mind, but both parties knew each other well, so there was no need to say more. The old Taoist looked up. "You said that for us cultivators even the boundary between life and death is blurred. Then where in the world is not a cage? The more you don't know, the easier it is to be at ease. If you know, how can you be truly at ease?" The old monk pondered for a moment, lowered his head and put his palms together, revealing a pair of withered but golden palms. "This poor monk's dharma cannot support this kasaya. How can I meet Buddha? How can I ask this eternal question?" The old monk slowly stood up, put his palms together and bowed. The old Taoist did not care about formalities with this old friend of his and just nodded. The old monk took a step forward and disappeared, returning to the Diyuanyu temple. It was the same as the Shao Xiandu temple. They were both celestial mansions in the peach forest. Unless one was a nascent soul cultivator, one could walk around the peach forest for 1,000 years without being able to see or enter. Inside the temple, the sound of Sanskrit lingered. An old monk sat on a praying mat, a monk walked slowly in the corridor with his head lowered, and a young monk diligently swept the ground under a tree. Everyone was busy and there was no exchange of words between them. The withered old monk stood in the same place. In his vision, the monks were actually just skeletons. Bypassing the great strength hall that was shrouded in clouds, the old monk put his palms together and walked forward with a pious expression. Next to the old monk who was almost at the peak of the golden Arhat realm, there were monks who looked similar to him but were of a different age. They wore different kasayas and appeared out of thin air. There were a total of 4 of them and each of them asked questions. However, the old monk turned a blind eye to them and continued to move forward. A young monk looked regretful. "Why don't you drink that cup of peach tea? You can save years of cultivation if you drink it. You'll be 1 step closer to the Western Pure Land of Buddhism. Even half a step would be good." A middle-aged monk was angry and shouted at the old monk, "What kind of Buddhism are you cultivating? There are so many demons and monsters in the Ghost Valley, why don't you go and expiate them?" A monk in a gorgeous kasaya looked at the old monk with an arrogant expression and snorted, "This kind of bitter cultivation is not the right way." An old monk whose age and appearance were closest to the old monk asked softly, "Are you me?" "I'm you?" The last young monk with a slender figure had his back facing the old monk who was walking slowly with firm steps. The young monk looked at a bamboo fence filled with peach blossoms and murmured. The peach blossoms smiled beautifully out of the fence, seeming to be in bloom but not in full bloom, the most affectionate. The old monk's figure paused for a moment, but he quickly strode forward. After a moment he resumed his normal pace. If one did not look up, the ordinary people who entered this temple would only feel that the sun was shining on them. In fact, when one looked up, one would see a crescent moon hanging in the sky. In the small Xuandu temple, the old Taoist came to a tall peach tree and squatted down. He pinched some soil with his fingers and rubbed it gently. The soil at the old Taoist's fingertips was the 10,000-year-old soil that the cultivators on the mountain dreamed of. It was as heavy as metal. The old Taoist was silent. Soil was also divided into birth, old age, sickness, and death. People said that it was unmoving like a mountain, but that was not entirely true. In the end, it was because the ordinary people had a limited lifespan and limited time. Their vision was blurry, neither clear nor far. Therefore, there was a saying in Buddhism that a bowl of water could contain 48,000 insects. The old monk of the Great Round Moon Temple used this as a meditation method, but he looked at it more broadly, admiring the moon. As for the old Taoist, he looked at it more calmly, observing the changes of the soil and dead things. The temple and the Taoist temple were neighbors, and the old monk had been talking about their own methods for 1,000 years, but they still could not compete. Now, it was up to him to become a heavenly lord first or the old monk to become a bodhisattva first. The little Taoist boy Suku came to his master's side, trembling with fear. Seeing that his master was deep in thought, Suku kept quiet. The old Taoist did not turn his head but asked with a smile, "Outside the temple, not only did you not show off, you even taught a young martial artist a lesson. Do you think what he said was reasonable?" The little Taoist boy held the horsetail whisk in his hand and said unhappily, "What does it have to do with me?" The old Taoist nodded, threw away the soil, and smoothed it gently with his jade-white palm. After standing up, he said, "All sentient beings and sentient beings will gradually understand the mercilessness of the great Tao as you climb higher. If you can learn from the Taoist of Dragon Tiger Mountain and do good deeds every day to accumulate merit, it's not a bad thing. You can learn from me the art of mercilessness and seek the truth. That's even better." The old Taoist smiled. The art of mercilessness is not to teach you how to be violent and kill the innocent, but to learn more about the 4 seasons of maturity and the constant nature of heaven and earth. The little Taoist boy solemnly bowed to his master. The old Taoist turned to look in the direction of the Great Round Moon Temple and said softly, "Greed, anger, stupidity, and doubt. If you don't get rid of the 5 poisons and only cultivate diligently, it's not the right way of meditation but the evil way of meditation." The old Taoist looked to the north beyond the peach forest. "Suku, if you can't understand the great Tao for now, why don't you give it a try and choose to be a good person in the eyes of the world? Just remember, doing good deeds in the world has little to do with whether the world gives you good or bad things. Different paths lead to the same destination. This is also one of the arts of mercilessness. Tao follows nature." The little Taoist boy shook his head. "I can't be that kind of good person." The old Taoist did not comment. The little Taoist boy asked carefully, "Master, is the real Xiandu temple also like this, where the peach blossoms bloom all year round?" The old Taoist smiled. "Then you shouldn't stay in this vast world. Go to the Qingming world where Taoism rules. You'll know if it's real or not. If you really have such intentions, I'll let this peach demon carry the mountain away. After leaving the Ghost Valley, you can go to the young master he to cultivate. Then you can find a chance to go to the Qingming world and visit the Xiandu temple. Naturally, you'll have a higher chance." The little Taoist boy shook his head vigorously. No, I'll cultivate wherever master cultivates." The old Taoist patted the little Taoist boy's head. The little Taoist boy smiled and squinted his eyes. The old Taoist suddenly sighed. "I just remembered that I haven't drunk a bowl of gloomy tea from the swaying river for a long time. After 1,000 years, the taste will only be more mellow." Dusk was gloomy. They were not too far away from Qinglu town. It was only a distance of 200 miles. Qin Pingan passed by a dark green lake. Qin Pingan saw a bonfire from a faraway mountain. He hurried over. If he encountered a night-wandering Yin spirit, he could kill it and sell it for money. This trip to the Ghost Valley was not much. He only had a fight at the Crow Ridge and a punch at the Peach Forest. However, the money he earned was not little. Not to mention the snow-flower robe of the Greasy City's goddess Bai, there were also a dozen valuable glowing white bones. As for the price of the latter, it was hard to say. As for the water of the Mirror Mountain, although it was not valuable, it saved Qin Pingan some trouble. Previously he drank 2 caddies of water in one go. Then he breathed in and out, immersed his mind. Using the inner vision technique, his mind entered the water dwelling. The green-clothed boys in the water dwelling were very happy. What he saw by the lake was a little surprising. It was the handsome young man in mud-gold clothes. He brought 2 retainers with him. He should be planning to rest by the lake for the night. Chin Pingan calculated the speed en route. The other party should have finished sightseeing after visiting Lanmusk town. Then he followed the official road and went straight to Qinglu town. That was why he met up with him. Then this inconspicuous lake should be the Tonglu Lake in the Rest Assured collection. This place and the nearby Tongguan Mountain were like a pair of mountains and rivers. There were 2 kinds of fish in the Tonglu Lake. They were very famous. However, fishing was not easy and there were many rules. Chen Pingan had to give up after reading those cumbersome rules in the book. In the lake there was a kind of catfish with golden scales. It had a pair of wings and sounded like a mandarin duck. It was extremely precious and rare, rarely seen even in 100 years. It was said that catfish appeared in pairs. As long as one of them was caught and brought to shore, the other catfish would come to shore on its own and enter the fish cage. A pair of fish the size of a palm was full of treasures. It could be sold for 2 grains of rice rain money. It was said that eating it could prevent one from being entangled by any nightmare in the world. Other than that, there was the silver carp. This kind of silver carp was huge. It was said to be 1 catty a year. After 100 years, this fish had great strength in the water. Unlike the fish, the silver carp was not unique to this lake. It was called the Little Lake Flood Dragon by cultivators. There was nothing special about its flesh and scales. There was only one thing special about it. The silver carp belonged to the side branch of the flood dragon. After living for 100 years, it would grow 2 flood dragon whiskers. Then every 300 years the whiskers would grow by 1 inch. If it could grow into a foot-long flood dragon whisker, it would be a true heavenly treasure. Adding this item to the refining of the demon binding rope and the horsetail whisk was the icing on the cake. It had endless wonderful uses. However, Qin Pingan had passed through the Flood Dragon Ravine and went to the Inverted Mountain. He knew that there were still Taoists in the world who used real Flood Dragon whiskers to forge a complete half-immortal weapon horsetail whisk. Therefore, Qin Pingan did not covet the luo fish and silver carp that were extremely rare in the verdant copper lake. This was because it took too much time. All the capture records in the Rest Assured collection took cultivators a long time. It could easily take a few months or even half a year. During this time they also had to fight with the 2 types of immortal fish. Moreover, they often missed the opportunity. Compared to the Tonglu Lake, Qin Pingan still had more hope for the Tongguan Mountain. On that mountain, there were mountain-moving apes and Sun Mountain dogs with impure bloodlines. After Qin Pingan appeared, the young man looked at ease. The 6th realm female martial artist with a bow and saber moved her position and stood between her master and the uninvited guest. The black-robed old man was expressionless. He held an apricot-yellow porcelain wine pot in one hand and a large piece of soy sauce meat in the other. He chewed slowly. Qin Pingan picked up withered branches in the distance and also lit a bonfire. The master and his servants obviously came for the Tonglu Lake. After the black-robed old man ate the wine and meat, he took out pieces of sparkling green bamboo from his fangsuan object and pieced them together into an extremely long fishing rod. The fishing line was as thin as a hair, but the golden hook was as big as a palm. The young man did not idle. He rolled up his sleeves and squatted by the water, preparing the bait for the nest. He rubbed the bait vigorously in a wooden basin and added a spoonful of lake water from time to time. He also took out a porcelain bottle and poured a few drops of scarlet water with a strong fishy smell. Qin Pingan liked fishing, so he could not help but take a few more glances. The woman whispered to the young man beside him. The young man raised his arm to wipe the sweat on his forehead and said a few words. The woman then stood up and walked towards Qin Pingan. Qin Pingan stood up and said, "Sorry, I didn't mean to spy." The woman's expression was cold, but her words were still gentle. "It's okay to watch. However, my young master said that when fishing for silver carps, it's taboo to make a sound on the shore. If there's even the slightest movement, the silver carps will hear it and run away. So, an hour after the nest is made, when we cast the rod, both of us may have to extinguish the bonfire and not move around. If young master feels restrained, you can rest far away from the shore." Qin Pingan nodded and extinguished the bonfire. He simply went far away and sat on a big tree with his hands in his sleeves, watching the 3 people fishing at night. During this time, the young man saw that Qin Pingan had actually extinguished the bonfire and turned his head to smile apologetically. Qin Pingan also smiled and nodded in greeting. The woman returned to the young man's side and sighed softly. The young man smiled and said, Sister Fan, if I make the nest with basins, the water level of the Tonglu Lake will really rise by a foot. The woman smiled helplessly. Fishing for the exotic fish in the huge lake of the Great Swamp in the Tonglu Lake required a lot of money. The rarer the fish, the more the fishermen needed to spend a lot of money. Her young master was never stingy, so the people on the mountain passed it by word of mouth, and the young master had the nickname of Yuanichi. Although Chin Pingan was far away, he could tell that the young man with a rich aura had spent a lot of money just to build the nest. It was not a matter of spending money on a few snowflakes. Perhaps 1 or 2 snowflakes would be enough. After making the nest, the 3 people began to wait quietly. Chin Pingan took off the blade-strengthening gourd, drank a mouthful of mountain stream water, and began to close his eyes to rest. When the black-robed elder began to cast the rod, Chin Pingan opened his eyes. The wind whistled. The fishing line was cast in a huge arc and fell far into the center of the Tonglu Lake. The night was long. Fishing for big fish at night, other than skill, relied on patience. The young man sat on a rosewood stool, holding his cheeks with his hands and yawning constantly. The woman was still standing behind the young man, guarding against the young ranger in the distance. Traveling down the mountain, one should not have the intention to harm others, but one must be vigilant against others. 2 hours later, the young man had begun to doze off. The black-robed elder gently lifted the rod several times to scatter the bait and then continued to cast the rod. He was very patient. The female warrior did not move at all. Chin Pingan leaned against the tree trunk and looked up at the night sky. The bright moon rose from the mountains in the vast sea of clouds. There were thousands of mountains and rivers in the vast world, but there was only one moon. Chin Pingan was in a daze. He heard that there were many paintings of immortals on the mountain. On one of the paintings there would be the sun rising and the moon setting, the 4 seasons alternating, flowers blooming and withering. How could the world be so big, and how could people be so small? Why would a person feel lonely when he grew up? Chin Pingan gently lowered the bamboo hat to cover his face. Miss Ning, I'm fine. How are you? First set a small goal such as 1 second. Remember, book guest house. For 94. At daybreak, the black-robed elder had already put away the fishing rod. The silver carp loved the moonlight and feared the sun. It would only leave the bottom of the water during the night to look for food. If it were to bite the hook during the day, even if it was dragged ashore, the intelligent silver carp would choose to burn both jade and common stone, causing the spiritual aura of the 2 dragons' whiskers to dissipate. Although it would not completely become an ordinary item, its quality would inevitably deteriorate. However, the 3 of them were not discouraged because of this. When fishing for big fish in the lake, not to mention spiritual fish like the silver carp, even if it was the green and big grass fish that ordinary mountain fishermen yearned for, it was common for them to wait a whole night without any results. After the elder put away the fishing rod, he began to change the fishing line and the fishing hook. Especially the fishing hook, it became unusually exquisite and delicate, only the size of a thumb. The young man also began to adjust the fishing materials, which cost more money. He was probably going to fish for the rarer golden luan. The young man remembered something and turned to look at the big tree. He shouted, "Fellow Taoist, if you want to fish for the luan, it's purely based on luck. There are no restrictions. Do you want to fish in the center of the lake together? I have a bamboo raft, we can fish together." The female retainer wanted to stop him, but it was too late. The young man took out a thick copper coin that was as big as a child's palm. He rubbed it gently in his palms, and a finger-sized bamboo raft appeared out of thin air. The young man exhaled softly and then threw it into the lake. The bamboo raft suddenly expanded, and ripples appeared on the lake. Chin Pingan hesitated for a moment but still nodded. He jumped down from the branch and walked towards the shore. The woman used the technique of condensing sound to remind the black-robed elder that the young man was also a martial artist. Moreover, his realm was higher than hers. Last night, this person was sleeping on the tree. His breathing was long like the gurgling of water. His fist intent was pure and condensed. He was a true master of martial arts. The deep sleep of a martial artist could only be achieved after reaching the 3rd level of spirit refinement. The fist intent flowed throughout the body as if there was a god protecting it. Therefore, this young wanderer was most likely a disciple of a rich family. The black-robed elder told the woman through the ripples in his heart, "I'm only worried about those earth-immortal wild cultivators. If it's a young martial artist with high attainment, I don't have to worry too much. Our Sanlang temple is least afraid of those mountain tops that do not have feet. Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on him while he's fishing." Young master is also wearing a Taoist robe and an armor pill at the same time. He'll be able to withstand 2 full-strength attacks from a golden core sword cultivator. There won't be any mistakes. Qin Pingan stepped onto the bamboo raft. The woman adeptly propped the raft up, and the raft slowly rowed towards the center of the lake. He sat on the stool that the young man offered to him. Qin Pingan expressed his thanks, and took out his fishing rod from the pile of items nearby. Naturally, he could only borrow the special bait from the young master. A strange look appeared in the woman's eyes. It was not common for a martial artist to carry a Fangsuan item with him. As expected, he was Gong's son from a prestigious clan. The old man, on the other hand, didn't seem to mind. With a calm expression, he even chatted with the young wanderer who had taken off his bamboo hat with his young master. Both of them had a tacit understanding and didn't mention their family names or backgrounds. A martial artist who wore a Taoist robe and traveled everywhere. This meant that this person really hadn't reached the 3rd level of the martial path yet. The young man of noble birth clearly hadn't traveled much in the Jianghu. After casting the rod with Qin Pingan, he said straightforwardly, "Young master, I feel that there are very few bad people among those of us who genuinely like fishing. What do you think? Grandpa Lu and Sister Fan are always on guard against you. I don't think it's too good." The black-robed old man leisurely picked up some bait from the wooden basin and casually tossed it into the lake. However, the retainer of the woman surnamed Fan was a bit embarrassed. Qin Pingan didn't know how to answer. He could only think for a moment and say a compromise. There may be bad people, but there are definitely fewer. Going down the mountain to gain experience, no matter how cautious you are, it's not excessive. The young man shook his head and sighed. "I know you're saying this out of kindness. However, every time I leave home, from my great-grandfather to my grandfather to my father and mother, their tone is always like this. I'm really a bit annoyed." Qin Pingan didn't say anything. It's just a chance meeting, it's not appropriate to say anything about other people's family matters. However, isn't this young man a bit too casual? What kind of family background does he have to be so carefree? Qin Pingan's thoughts moved slightly, but he purposely didn't notice and continued to stare at the lake. The black-robed old man turned his head and looked into the distance, smiling. "Young master, Du Wensi of the hemp sect is about to arrive. We stayed too long at Lanmusk town before. It's most likely because the schedule didn't match and he's afraid that something might happen to us. That's why this young Jindan can't sit still." The young man was a bit aggrieved. He hated these social interactions the most. It was fine if it was with his peers, but if it was with his ancestors, he really wasn't good at making connections. The female martial artist said softly, "Young master, I heard that Du Wensi has a gentle temperament and stands aloof from worldly affairs. Back then, when he left the Skeleton Beach to travel the north, he passed by our house and hit it off with the great-grandfather. They became friends despite the difference in age. I'm sure he'll have a good chat with you." The young man nodded and made a face at the woman, smiling. "Sister Fan, I still know the etiquette of going out." The woman's gaze was gentle, and the corner of her mouth curled up. Qin Pingan took a glance and retracted his gaze. All right. This silly kid beside him probably wouldn't be able to understand the silent words in Sister Fan's eyes for a while. A chi cultivator wearing a snow-white hemp robe flew over with the wind. Thunder rumbled in the distant horizon, like the rumbling of winter thunder. As he neared the lake, the Earth Immortal of the hemp sect slowed down his flying speed. His speed was actually not slow, but his movements were almost silent. He didn't directly land on the bamboo raft. Instead, he chose to stand by the shore and wait quietly. He didn't speak, probably because he was afraid of disturbing the fish in the lake. One look and one could tell that he was a good-tempered person. Qin Pingan was about to put away the fishing rod. Unexpectedly, the young man smiled and said, "If you still want to fish, then continue fishing. I'll leave the bamboo raft for you. I might have to make a trip to Qinglu town first, then return to the lake to fish for the silver carp. Since you have the core item, I can teach you a chant to put away the bamboo raft. It's very simple. You can bring it back to Qinglu town and hand it over to any hemp sect cultivator." Qin Pingan shook his head. "No need. I have to hurry on my way. I boarded the raft to fish to relieve my boredom." The young man wouldn't go so far as to force others to accept his good intentions. They returned to the shore together. The young man put away the bamboo raft and bowed to the young golden core cultivator of the hemp sect. He smiled brightly and said, "Yuan Xian of the Temple of San Lang greets Uncle Du." Du Wensi smiled and nodded. "I guessed that you'd be fishing at the lake, so I planned to look for you later. But Sect Master Zhu urged me, so I didn't dare to not come. How's your great-grandfather's health now?" Yuan Xian smiled and said, "He's very healthy." Du Wenxi smiled. Qin Pingan cupped his fists and bid farewell. When Qin Pingan and Du Wenxi's eyes met, both of them nodded at almost the same time. Qin Pingan had only taken a few steps when Yuan Xian caught up with him and said softly, "If you're going to Qinglu town, it's best to take that official road. It's a detour but it's safe. If you want to go faster, you'll have to go through the barbarian miasma land where great demons run rampant." Each of them split the land and declared themselves kings. They're so bold that they're called the Six Sages. They band together to fight against the city lords in the central part of the Ghost Valley. They're very fierce. The city's ghosts and these demons often come and kill each other. It's like a battle on the battlefield. It's said that there's even a great demon who specializes in collecting military books and studying the art of war all day long. It's quite funny. Qin Pingan nodded and said, "I'll be more careful. I wish you success in fishing and a great harvest. You'll be able to take the luo fish and the silver carp into your bag." Yuan Xian nodded with all his might. He had a slip of the tongue, so he simply introduced himself, "I'm Yuan Xian, a disciple of Sanlang Temple." Qin Pingan hesitated for a moment, then laughed, "I'm Qin Pingan from the Aquarius continent." Yuan Xian laughed, "Actually, from your accent, I can tell that you're from another continent." Qin Pingan laughed, "I'm experienced." Yuan Xian was startled. "Truth?" Qin Pingan said, "You're being polite." Yuan Xian laughed out loud. He was extremely happy. Like I said, fishing friends are a family. There's no bad guy. He had been fond of fishing since he was a child. Naturally, he had been taught by his great-grandfather, who was proficient in fishing. His great-grandfather had said long ago that the wise loved water, and fishing was even more precious. This was because it was difficult for a wise and astute person to settle down, and fishing was the most important thing. Both parties bid farewell. Sanlang Temple, Yuan Xian and his group followed Du Wenxi along the official road to Qinglu town. Qin Pingan went to Mount Tongguan. He wanted to meet the mountain-moving apes and MT Mao dogs, especially the former. He wanted to experience their copper skin and iron bones. As for the Sanlang Temple that Yuan Xian was in, Qin Pingan already knew about it when he was studying the customs of the North Continent in Longquan Prefecture. Sanlang Temple was the largest weapon shop in the North Continent. It had a good reputation and had friends all over the world. Of course, the cultivators of Sanlang Temple were most famous for being able to fight. No wonder. The young Yuan Xian was so pure and kind. He was similar to the old Long Cheng's Fan Air. He was also similar to Lu Yuzhou of the Baiyao continent, who had a Yuan Sua prefecture in the Inverted Mountain. A disciple of Sanlang Temple that could make the sect leader of the Hemp sect, Zhu Quan, and Du Wenxi personally welcome him, and the monsters of Guiming Valley in his eyes, were they worthy of being called great beasts and fierce? In the end, it was a kind reminder to Qin Pingan. If all the children of rich families were like this, the world would be much more peaceful. It was a pity that Huang He of Calligraphy Lake, the prince he met at the border and of the Great Spring Dynasty in the Tongyi continent, and the prince who failed to kill Qin Pingan in the snowy night and was killed instead. There were many such children of rich and powerful families. Even if he met them, he could kill them all, but it seemed that he could never kill all of them. These people who followed their own connections to reach high positions would only spring up like bamboo shoots after the rain, and would grow again when the spring wind blew. It would never be just the green grass that was Yi. Were there too few people like Mr. Qi in the world, or did people like Cui Dong have to exist? Qin Pingan walked on the desolate mountain path, took off the blade-strengthening gourd and took a sip, but found that it was the mountain stream water and not wine. Qin Pingan looked back at his back under the sun. Qin Pingan tiptoed, flew on the withered yellow grass and went straight to Mount Tongguan. The mountain-moving sage, one of the 6 sages of the Ghost Valley, came from Mount Tongguan. The mountain-moving ape had a strong body and used a pair of meteor hammers. On the other side, Yuan Xian parted ways with Qin Pingan. When the young man found that Du Wenxi was a kind elder of few words, he became more talkative, and told Du Wenxi all the interesting things he saw and heard along the way. During this time, Du Wenxi turned her head and looked at the back of the young ranger. This young Jindan stage cultivator was as famous as Yang Lin in the Mural City in the Hemp sect, and was deep in thought. There was a situation in the Greasy Skin City. It was said that a young sword immortal at the Crow Ridge seriously injured Fan Yun Luo, and she almost died under his sword. It was only because Pu Chang of the White Cage City came out to stop him that a bigger storm was not caused. She did not know how Yuan Xian knew this person. That person did not look like an impatient cultivator, so why did he show off so much? It should not have been long since he arrived at the Ghost Valley, but he directly alarmed Pu Chang. If Pu Chang insisted on killing, no one in the Ghost Valley could stop him. The sect master could not, and the pure Jade Realm spirit of the capital View City might not be able to stop him. Pu Chang was especially ruthless when killing sword cultivators and never showed mercy. Du Wenxi thought of the trouble in recent years and the undercurrents between the major cities and was a little worried. Unknowingly, a storm was coming. Du Wenxi was already considered as a Qi refinement warrior in the hemp sect who did not care about worldly affairs outside of cultivation. Moreover, from the sect master to his fellow disciples, they had the intention to let him stay out of it and only focus on breaking through the bottleneck. But now, even he could sense those who were ready to cause trouble. As for Greasy Skin City's Fan Yunluo claiming to be her sworn brother, Du Wenxi did not know whether to laugh or cry. He admired her for being able to come up with such an idea and let her be. The foundation of a cultivator's great Tao was like a mountain, and all the worldly affairs were ephemeral. The vegetation on the mountain withered, and the mountain streams flowed. There was no need to keep them, so there was no need to care about them. Qin Pingan walked slowly. His thoughts drifted away and he could not calm down. This world might not be as good as we imagined. But it might also not be as bad as we imagined. But every possibility meant accidents and what-ifs. Everyone you meet on the road of life could be the person in someone else's dreams that they are worried about. Qin Pingan understood more and more the thoughts of those evil people. But he still did not understand why such people could live so well, even better than good people. Unknowingly, Qin Pingan's eyes were deep and dark. The haze in Qin Pingan's heart dissipated quickly. In fact, he only felt a little depressed. When he arrived at Mount Tongguan, not to mention the mountain-moving ape, he did not even see a MT hound. It was probably because Du Wenxi's previous riding wind travel was too loud, and it frightened the demons and ghosts here. This made Qin Pingan somewhat helpless. Normally, as long as the violent mountain-moving ape smelled the slightest trace of a human, it would easily show itself. Qin Pingan deliberately lingered. But after half a day with the cultivation of an ordinary fifth-realm martial artist, he still did not see a fish take the bait. Qin Pingan could only rest in a place with a wide view. He planned to spend the night here. If there was no reaction at night, he would give up and continue on his way. He did not believe that he would not encounter any of the 6 saint monsters. When night fell, Qin Pingan lit a bonfire and sat for a night to practice the sword furnace stance. He had to leave Mount Tongguan. On Mount Tongguan, in a secret cave with an incomparably foul stench, a silverback mountain-moving ape looked out through a hidden window the size of a palm. Although it did not choose to transform into a human, its face, body shape, and the fine fur on its body were still very eye-catching. It waved its hand, and a shifty-eyed short man quickly came up behind it. The mountain-moving ape said in a hoarse voice, "Quickly report to the mountain-moving sage and the group of guests that this guy is really here. It's confirmed that it's the guy who made Greasy Skin City suffer a great loss." The short man was about to leave along an underground passage. The mountain-moving ape reminded him, "Remember to be smart and choose a hidden route. You'd rather take a long detour than run into the tip of that person's sword and seek death. It's okay if you die, but if you delay my mountain-moving sage's business, I'll stew you and your rats together." The man flattered, "I won't delay your business." The man followed the passage and walked out of a crack in the stone wall far away from the cave. He pounced forward and transformed into his true form, a huge black rat as big as a dog. Then he began to run wildly. Birds had their own paths and rats had their own paths. This rat spirit looked fat, but in fact, it was very vigorous. It ran through the mountains as fast as lightning, not daring to stay any longer. After leaving the boundary of Mount Tongguan, the rat spirit suddenly drilled into the ground and disappeared. About half an hour later, it broke out of the ground at the roots of a tree a mile away. It stuck its head out and looked around. After making sure that no one was following it, it continued to rush forward. However, the rat spirit did not expect that a stranger was following behind it. After that person took off his bamboo hat, sword fairy and blade cultivating gourd, he covered his face with the skin of a young man. The rat spirit was careful enough, but the other party's cultivation seemed to be higher. At noon, the rat spirit carefully passed through the border of the 2 big demons' territories and finally arrived at the top of the mountain-moving sage. After transforming back into its human form, it was sweating profusely and gasping for breath. Although the 6 great sages were of the same breath and branch, fighting against the enemy together, husband and wife and brothers still had to quarrel from time to time. A little conflict and friction was nothing out of the ordinary. It was just that the small fries with low cultivation like them often ended up on the plate of some great sage grandpa for no reason. After all, eating them to their heart's content could increase one's cultivation. Especially those half-baked demons who could not even maintain their human forms for long. Their lives were cheap. The mountain path was wide and open. Rat Spirit was full of courage when he arrived at his territory. Just as he was about to swing his sleeves and climb the mountain, he saw a familiar figure coming from another path. The figure was hunchbacked and swaying, like an old farmer who could not even walk steadily. Rat Spirit was overjoyed. He ran over and shouted, "Greetings, ancestor." The old man's waist was wrapped with a thick hemp rope and he wore straw sandals. He looked ordinary and squinted his eyes. It seemed that his eyesight was not good and his ears were not good. He tilted his head and asked loudly, "Who are you? What do you want to say?" The Rat Spirit reached out and grabbed the old man's arm. "It's me. I'm from Mount Tongguan. I'm related to you, ancestor." The old man nodded and didn't refuse the Rat Spirit's help. After walking a few steps, he suddenly stopped and sniffed. His eyes widened and shone brightly. He didn't look like an old man at all. He looked around and said sternly, "Something's wrong, something's wrong. There's a human scent, it's definitely a human scent. Good fellow, you're really sneaky. You hid so well that even I was almost fooled." The Rat Spirit's legs trembled and he almost collapsed to the ground. Could it be that there was a legendary young sword immortal following him all the way here? The old man was surprised. He ran away? The old man shouted angrily at his disciple, "You piece of trash. You don't even know that you're being watched. If the spies sent by those filthy things destroy our great formation of mountains and rivers, you won't be able to pay for it even if you have 100 lives." The Rat Spirit's legs turned to jelly and he sat on the ground. His face was pale. Fortunately, he did not forget about the important matter and told the old man about what happened at Mount Tongguan. The old man's expression kept changing. The half-dead old man in front of him had an extraordinary identity. He was one of the 6 sages and called himself the Demon Hunter Immortal. As a demon, he had a demon binding rope around his waist. In the demon binding rope, there were 2 flood dragon whiskers of the 1,000-year-old silver carps in the Green Lake. It was easy for him to capture ordinary demons and ghosts. Once the enemy was bound, their skin would be smashed and their bones would be crushed. The old man said that only such meat was chewy and the blood that oozed out would have the taste of wine. The old man suddenly took off the demon binding rope and threw it out. It slithered away like a snake. A moment later, it returned to the old man and was held in his hand. He really ran away. The old man rode on a cloud and no longer strolled on foot. He quickly went to the cave that the mountain-moving ape had opened up. Dozens of miles away, Chin Pingon, who was disguised as a teenager, was moving quickly in the forest. It was not that he had retreated in the face of difficulties, but that he had changed his mind at the last minute. Previously, he had followed the Rat Spirit to the mountain where the mountain-moving sage was. He saw a group of demons from afar. They had tied up a living person. It was a thin and gentle young master in a green robe. His hands and feet were tied to a bamboo pole. 2 underlings who had transformed into human figures carried the bamboo pole on their shoulders and walked unsteadily. The poor scholar was swaying until he was on the verge of death. The leader was a demon. He looked like a human and was dressed like a Confucian scholar. He looked elegant and held a white bone fan with a peach blossom painted on it in front of his chest. He slowly fanned it. Beside him was an old man with a goatee. They chatted along the way. They had specially gone to welcome him. This gentleman with a peach fan was the most trusted and capable person of the goddess of the summer. He could often kidnap living people from stinky Copper City to improve the goddess of the summer's meals. The old man chuckled and said, "Gentlemen, scholars are really rare. They must taste very good. How did you catch them? Tell me." The demon with the fan was quite proud and slowly said, "I spent a lot of effort. This hothead was sightseeing near stinky Copper City. I went up and talked to him about poems and songs. We had a lot of fun and tricked him into leaving the stinky Copper City. He would not cause any trouble for our goddess. Even if the stinky Copper City found out later, I would not be in the wrong." The weak scholar said with a trembling voice, "I am the new Jinshur appointed by the stinky Copper City. You can't eat me. You can't eat me. If the goddess of the summer really wants to eat people, I can help. I can help you trick a few more people back. The woodcutter in the mountains or those girls who admire my talent." The demon with the fan sneered and said, "How can you believe the words of us scholars? Look, didn't you just believe me? What happened in the end?" The scholar silently shed tears. Near Qinglu town, there was a very strange stinky Copper City, where the good and the bad were mixed together. Living humans and ghosts lived together in harmony. Compared to the other cities in the Ghost Valley, Stinky Copper City was the most stable one. In the surrounding area of Stinky Copper City, there were rarely any malicious ghosts. The city also had strict rules that forbade killing. This was related to the proximity to Qinglu town. To be precise, it was related to the immortal master Guiqi Zhu Quan. Moreover, there were more than 20,000 living people in the world of the living. In the early years, there was a group of exiled cultivators who fled here after their sects were destroyed. They paid a large sum of immortal money to Stinky Copper City and were able to reproduce. After a few hundred years, many of their descendants settled inside and outside the city with peace of mind. Later on, there was an endless stream of rogue cultivators who gathered in Stinky Copper City. They were similar to the common people near the Immortal Mountain. However, most of the living people near the Stinky Copper City did not have a long lifespan. They were usually around half 100 years old, which was considered old. As for the secular women in the Stinky Copper City, even if they did not have any cultivation talent, they were still beautiful and charming. However, their beauty faded very quickly. Usually, after 25 years old, they would show signs of aging. It was a pity. Every year, the Stinky Copper City would select a group of beautiful young girls to be carefully trained by the instructors. They would then be sent to other cities to be the concubines or maids in the otherworldly mansions. It was a method to rope them in. The Stinky Copper City's mayor had a sister who was not any less famous than him. On the 1st and 15th day of every month, she would play with money on the city wall. Occasionally there would be 1 or 2 small coins mixed in. The Stinky Copper City also had a throne room and a small imperial court. The mayor appointed more than 100 civil and military officials in one go. The 6 departments were complete. Although it was small, it had all the essentials. Every 10 days there would be an imperial court meeting. It was very formal. There was also the imperial examination. However, there was no such thing as a provincial examination. There were only a few people in the Stinky Copper City. There were very few people who had a basic knowledge of literature. The mayor's sister gave herself the title of Prime Minister of Imperial Examinations. She was personally responsible for setting the questions and marking the examination papers. The fan-holding spirit who called himself Gentleman chatted with the old man with the goatee about the lively events in the north of the Ghost Valley. This fan-holding spirit, who had gone on a long trip, heard some rumors in the Stinky Copper City. The content was very exaggerated, but the rumors were very accurate. He had originally planned to show off a little when he met the goddess of the summer, but the mountain road was long and too boring, so he continued. It said that there were 2 extremely beautiful female cultivators from other places. One of them is very likely to be a deer-riding goddess from the Mural City. The 2 of them took the same ferry and didn't know what was good for them. They dared to go straight to the capital. Their momentum was so strong that no city lord dared to stop them on the way. It was only when they got close to Jingguan City that a mayor took the initiative to use the city defense weapon. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At least 180 flying swords shot out. The old man with the goatee was shocked. Good heavens! If it was us, we would have been turned into a sieve. Do you know how much divine money they spend every time they use the sword bed to shoot? If it was our goddess, she would be treated like that. The fan-holding spirit laughed. Back to the main topic. At the critical moment, we didn't expect an ugly flower protector who called himself Zhou Fei. Like his name, he was quite ugly, but he was very capable. He directly cast a large net. Rumor has it that he personally said that the net was refined from thousands of snowflakes. In short, he took away all those flying swords. They buzzed like a sack of mosquitoes and flies. The city wasn't satisfied, so they sent out another batch of flying swords. Guess what happened? A lackey said carelessly, they ran away. What else could they do? The fan-holding spirit kicked him, sending him flying several feet away. Then he said to himself, that ugly man shook out another net. It was exactly the same. It was still a transcendent artifact made from divine money. He even said that he didn't have any other abilities. He was afraid of the ability to make money while lying down. It's a good thing that this kind of man is a bit ugly. Otherwise, I would want to piss on his head. The demons were in an uproar. They only felt that they were listening to a heavenly book. The old man with the goatee asked softly, what happened after that? Did the battle at Jingguan City get even fiercer? Both sides fought to the death and perished together. That's the best outcome. Old Yang, you look like that Zhou Fei, but you're still dreaming. This isn't good. You have to change. After the fan-holding spirit ridiculed him, he said regretfully, there's nothing after that. Many of the vassal cities of Jingguan City in the north began to be under martial law. No more news leaked to the south. That's all there is to the news of Stinky Copper City. Sigh, those two girls are most likely sheep in a tiger's den. No matter how powerful that ugly man's transcendent artifact is, can it be higher than the cultivation of Jingguan City's city lord? Qin Pingan followed from afar. He was a little confused. Why did Jiang Shangjin return to the North Continent? And why did he want to join hands with the deer-riding goddess who walked out of the picture scroll to barge into Jingguan City in Ghost Valley? Could it be that the deer-riding goddess turned around and chose Jiang Shangjin to be her master after she ran into a wall at the swaying river? As for the other female cultivator, who was she? Let's not care about this for now. Besides, he couldn't care about it even if he wanted to. If Jiang Shangjin really did make a move and tangled with Jingguan City, then it would be a real fight between immortals. Let's meet this goddess of the summer first. In a deep stream halfway up Mirror Treasure Mountain, Yang Chongxian sat by the water. He was bored to death and rubbed his cheeks. He had been waiting here for so many years that he was really bored. After he obtained the opportunity, he had to go to the north. It would be best if he could fight a few battles with people on Julie Mountain. After not showing up for so long, the power of his other alias had been suppressed by many rising stars. Yang Chongxian scratched his head again. He had gotten used to being bald in the past few years and was really not used to it. Was that prophecy accurate or not? Although staying here was also considered cultivation, and he would go to the water to bathe whenever he had nothing to do, it could still strengthen his soul. However, compared to using the magma of the volcano to temper his body, it was still a lot worse. Besides, with his personality, he was never willing to be restrained. If it wasn't for the strict order from his family, his mother would have used filial piety to suppress him. Otherwise, Yang Chongxian really wouldn't be willing to make this trip. Wouldn't it be better to hand it over to his stable, reliable, and famous younger brother? Moreover, even if he obtained the Three Mountains mirror, wouldn't the family still have to hand it over to his younger brother to refine as his life-bound item? It wasn't that he held a grudge against his younger brother and couldn't bear to see his younger brother get better. It was just that staying in this godforsaken treasure mirror mountain was too boring. This was also one of the reasons why the West Mountain Old Fox could be so lively. He treated it as a source of entertainment to relieve his boredom. Yang Chongxian reached out casually and casually grabbed a handful of rocks from the snow-white cliff. With a clench of his hand, it shattered into many pebbles and was gently tossed into the water. He and that outstanding younger brother of his were just brothers who didn't see eye to eye, but they were far from turning into enemies. As the older brother, he couldn't stand his younger brother acting like an old man and a bookworm since he was young. As the younger brother, he didn't like his older brother causing trouble everywhere since he was young. If their roles were switched, there might be a lot fewer things to worry about. If he had known earlier, he would have been the first to come out of his mother's womb. As long as he could do it, he would have crawled back as quickly as he could. Yang Chongxian sighed and raised his head to look towards the north. He loudly complained, "My dear mother, when will these bitter days end?" On the other side of the river, a tall and sturdy young man ran out from the woods. His buttocks jolted as he held a large pile of wild fruits that he had picked from other mountains. He shouted, "Brother Yang, do you also miss Nyangqin?" Yang Chongxian propped his chin up and didn't feel like talking. His heart was very tired every day. That person leaped over the deep stream and landed next to Yang Chongxian. He handed over a wild fruit. "Big brother Yang, this thing is crunchy and very delicious." Yang Chongxian took the wild fruit that looked like a white pear and gnawed on it. He vaguely said, "Wei Gaowu, does your sister have a secret lover or not?" As it turned out, this tall and sturdy man who was holding the fruit and flattering him was the youngest son of the old fox of West Mountain, the younger brother of the parasol-holding fox demon Wei Taijin, Wei Gaowu. As for the two names, naturally they weren't the siblings' original names. Wei Gaowu shook his head and said, "Of course not. My sister's standards are high. Look, she didn't even take a fancy to you, big brother Yang. I reckon that my sister is destined to be an old lady who can't get married for the rest of her life." Yang Chongxian didn't ask any more. This seemingly simple-minded big blockhead was used to being bullied by the mountain spirits in the Treasure Mirror Mountain area. Even a ghost carrying a flag and patrolling the mountain could shout at him. If it weren't for the fact that he wasn't handsome, he would probably have to wash his butt every day. But Wei Gaowu was actually not stupid. It could even be said that he was the smartest among the family of three. He was smart enough to guess his sister's final fate. Might not be good. What he could do, Wei Gaowu had done. What he shouldn't have done, he didn't do a single thing. But he still couldn't change his sister's ending. Yang Chongxian was very curious. When that day came, Wei Gaowu could not continue to play dumb. Was he going to risk his life? Or was he going to endure humiliation and struggle at death's door in the Ghost Valley, hoping that he could take revenge on him in the future? This was also Yang Chongshuan's way of relieving his boredom. Thinking about these small things and other people's great tragedies, it was quite interesting. Yang Chongxian took another wild fruit and wiped it with his tattered sleeve. He casually asked, "What did Fanlang City say?" Wei Gaowu laughed and said, "Last time after the city lord and big brother Yang had a heart-to-heart talk, I met him at the ruined temple. He even praised me for my good fortune to be able to meet a hero like big brother Yang. He even invited me to Fanlang City as a guest." Yang Chongxian laughed and said, "This shows that the city lord of Fanlang City is easy to talk to." Wei Gaowu grinned, "I know. In fact, it's because of big brother Yang. Otherwise, if the city lord accidentally glanced at me, it would dirty his eyes." Yang Chongxian asked, "Are there any interesting things happening in other places recently?" Wei Gaowu was just an errand boy. This fox spirit's courage seemed to be smaller than a needle's eye. Perhaps he had never been angry in his life, but in fact he was not small. He dared to go to the nearby mountains, Fanlang City, and even Lanmusk town. But of course, Wei Gaowu would only come into contact with the lowest level of ghosts, monsters, and wild cultivators in the Ghost Valley. Yang Chongxian could completely imagine Wei Gaowu's lowly appearance, bowing and smiling to everyone. Wei Gaowu nodded and said, "Yes, I just went to Lanmusk town. I heard that there was a fierce fight at Shuli Mountain recently. That big brother Yang is especially annoyed by his Lu Jinglong. He fought with a beautiful foreign Taoist nun at Shuli Mountain." Yang Chongxian said, "Lu Jinglong was actually willing to fight? And he even chose Shuli Mountain, the most public place? How many moves did Lu Jinglong use to kill his opponent?" Wei Gaowu said softly, "Both of them were severely injured. They fell into a pool of blood and could not get up for a long time. In the end, Lu Jinglong won by a narrow margin because he stood up first. The Taoist nun was slower." Yang Chongxian frowned. That Lu Jinglong was more famous than his younger brother. Everyone in the North Continent was competitive. Whether it was on the mountain or at the foot of the mountain, everyone liked to rank. Because of this, the fight was even more intense. The Taoist Heavenly Lord, Xie Shi, was outside the top 10. Lu Jinglong was also among the 10 young talents. Yang Chongshuan's younger brother was ranked 9th. Lu Jinglong was ranked 3rd. He was also known as the Land Dragon of the North Continent. He was destined to be one of the top 10 in the continent in the future. Yang Chongxian was annoyed by him because he could not break his opponent's simple array formation in a private spar when he was young. After all, Lu Jinglong was a sword cultivator, not an array master. Moreover, this fellow was even more annoying than his younger brother in that Lu Jinglong loved to reason. He did not talk about those profound principles that were high up in the air, but the most basic and superficial ones. Therefore Yang Chongxian felt even more stifled. Yang Chongxian smiled. After this fight, Qianglin sect earned a lot of money again. Wei Gaowu asked curiously, "Brother Yang, what kind of sect is Qianglin sect?" Yang Chongxian said, "Your stinking Ghost Valley can be considered a moneymaker. If you see Qianglin sect, you'll have to kowtow and acknowledge your ancestors." Wei Gaowu was a little absent-minded. He obediently held the wild fruits and squatted beside Yang Chongxian, looking into the distance. Yang Chongxian said, "There's always someone better than you. But your fist is not hard. No matter where you go, Wei Gaowu, you're just Ghost Valley's Wei Gaowu. Besides being a little taller and having the word Gao in your name, you're nothing else. There's nothing to look forward to outside. You might as well stay in Ghost Valley." Wei Gaowu called softly, "Brother Yang?" Yang Chongxian patted the big guy on the shoulder. "Get lost." Wei Gaowu sighed heavily. He gently placed the wild fruits aside, leaped over the mountain stream and left. When he reached the edge of the dense forest on the other side, the blockhead did not forget to turn and wave goodbye. Yang Chongxian stretched out his palm and spat out a scarlet liquid the size of a grain of rice. Yang Chongxian smiled and shook his head. He was still not smart enough. He did not even know whether he was a Qi refinement warrior or a pure martial artist. He dared to play such tricks? But this Wei Gaowu would never be able to guess the truth, even if he was given 2 chances. A Qi refinement warrior? A pure martial artist? Because Yang Chongxian was both. Moreover, his achievements were extremely high. This was all thanks to his battle with Lu Jinglong. At that time, both of them were of the same age and could be considered half a friend. Lu Jinglong might not have cared about that battle, but it changed the indifferent Yang Chongxian into a different person. Yang Chongxian was an alias. So was Yang Jinshan, who roamed the pugilistic world. It was just that no one would care about the name Yang Chongshen. But on the mountain of the North Continent, the ranger Yang Jinshan and his nickname Yang Tuzi were very famous. They were far more famous than his real name. His younger brother, who was also born with Dao quality, was naturally attracted to water. Whose disciple was he? Xiao Yang? How could a foreign female cultivator from the Aquarius continent rise so quickly in the North Continent and successfully establish a sect with the full support of the heavenly Lord Xiesher? In the North Continent, who didn't know that as long as one stood on the peak of the mountain? The old Taoist looked up with anger, wishing that he could immediately kill his way to that world and go to the Baek Kyung building to demand an explanation from the sect master. Once he killed according to the divination, the fortune might not be fake. But Lu Qin, did you think I was a puppet? A dog that wagged its tail and begged for mercy at other people's doors. Jingming Tian. Baek Kyung building. Languid, a young Taoist sat on a white jade railing. Below his feet were layers of clouds of different heights, which were all seas formed by vast spiritual energy. He smiled and said, "Big and small Shendu temples both have good methods." Previously, he had been tilting his head and twirling a thin line between his fingers. He listened attentively, but it was intermittent and very vague. He couldn't hear clearly. This line, even he was unwilling to touch it personally. At this moment he sat up straight and snapped the line with a flick of his finger. It was a little trick to follow the vine to find the melon. He really didn't have any bad intentions. Whether that kid was dead or alive, whether it was a blessing or a curse, he didn't want to get involved. It was he Xiao Yang who dared to make a decision on her own. She did it very unhappily, and she didn't even realize the consequences. Therefore the little cow nose of the small Shendu temple Lu Qin had wronged him. He would put this on the head of his own Shendu temple. He would go there and make a scene. As long as he didn't get justice, he would curse there. Lu Qin rubbed his chin and said to himself, "But this little disciple of mine is really lucky. He didn't really make a move and he almost killed that kid for no reason." A young man whose Taoist robe and Taoist crown were not in the original three branches of the Taoist ancestor came to Lu Chen's side and asked, "Third senior brother, is there something new?" Lu Chen turned around and stroked the young man's head. "Little junior brother, you must do your best. Don't let me, your little senior brother, lose to that Chi fellow again. Your little senior brother holds grudges the most, do you know that?" The young man's smile stiffened. When he saw Lu Chen's playful smile, he immediately turned around and ran. But in this world, in this Baek Kyung building, where could the young man run? As expected, he seemed to be grabbed by the back of his collar by a hand and was thrown directly into the sea of clouds outside the Baek Kyung building. Not only that, all the spiritual energy of that little senior brother was also sealed. Several immortals immediately flew out from various parts of the Baek Kyung building, trying to catch the new little martial uncle with a venerable status. Lu Qin slapped those immortals one by one and sent them flying. The young man fell hurriedly. An ascendant realm cultivator who was temporarily acting as the young man's guardian gritted his teeth and was about to rush over to save him. Was he really going to watch the young man fall to the ground? Purely relying on the physical body, even an unpolished jade realm cultivator would turn into a pile of meat paste if he fell. Those sea of clouds were not ordinary things. The Tao ancestor could naturally save this last disciple, and so could sect master Lu. But wouldn't he, the guardian, become the laughingstock of the entire world? Lu Qin glanced coldly at the ascendant realm cultivator. The latter's Tao heart immediately scattered. He hurriedly stood with his hands behind his back and stabilized his mind. Just as the young man was about to fall to the ground, two large holes broke open in the sky almost at the same time. The momentum was vast and shocking. Then two streaks of rainbow light smashed towards the Baek Kyung building. Although the two holes were quickly filled up by themselves. But in that instant, a few shadows quickly rushed into the blue sky. They deliberately avoided the Baek Kyung building and tried to hide. Lu Qin was expressionless. He stretched out his hand and pointed a few times. In the direction where the shadows were fleeing frantically, gods in golden armor that were thousands of feet tall appeared out of thin air and smashed the shadows into pieces. Lu Qin leaped lightly and arrived at the foot of the Baek Kyung building in the blink of an eye. The young man hovered in the air a foot above the ground. His hands and feet were stiff and his thoughts were empty. Lu Qin squatted down and said slowly, "The guardian is an external object. The identity of the Tao ancestor's disciple is an external object. Your own life and death are also external objects. The young man, whose forehead was sweating, nodded. Lu Qin pressed down on the young man's head and pressed down gently. A living disciple of the Tao ancestor instantly turned into a pile of minced meat. Lu Qin smiled and said, "If you don't die for real, how can you truly know Tao?" A tall middle-aged Taoist appeared beside Lu Qin. With a wave of his sleeve, the young man's soul was trapped in his sleeve. He frowned and said, "Is this how you act as a senior brother?" Lu Qin smiled and said, "I'm still better than you were back then." The tall Taoist shook his head. With a stomp of his foot, he rose from the ground and headed towards the highest point of the Baek Okekyung building. Suddenly, Lu Qin's neck was strangled by someone's arm. That fellow, whose head and face were covered in grime, was probably not very tall as he stood on his tiptoes. He was not unfamiliar with this sect leader Lu at all. With a cheeky grin he asked, "How was my punch just now? Was the angle tricky? Second brother must still be in pain." Lu Qin nodded and said, "You're still as elegant as ever." The person increased the strength of his arm, causing Lu Qin's body to lean back slightly. The person narrowed his eyes and asked, "There's an old score, let's settle it?" Lu Qin smiled and said, "I'm not going to the Outland. If we fight here, you don't have a sword and can't hurt me. Besides, there are so many fairies in the Baek Okekyung building who are looking at us right now." Only then did the person let go of his arm. Lu Qin patted his sleeves helplessly. The person faced the highest point of the Baek Okekyung building and stared with his eyes wide open. Suddenly he lowered his head and spat into his palms. He rubbed his palms together and then raised his hands up high. He ran his fingers through his hair from front to back. He felt that if there was a mirror in his hand, it would probably explode on the spot. He coughed a few times to moisten his throat and was about to speak. Lu Qin said helplessly, "There's no need to introduce yourself. Everyone in the Baek Okekyung building knows that you're Alliance." The person continued to introduce himself to the fairies of the Baek Okekyung building with a straight face, Liang as in kind. Lu Qin smiled and asked, "Since you insist that you're a swordsman, where's your sword?" The person asked in return, "Must a swordsman have a sword?" He answered his own question, "I don't think so." Lu Qin nodded and said, "Where there's chivalry in heaven and earth, there's a place where you can strike with your sword. I know what you're thinking. If you succeed, it'll be a spectacular sight." The man, who was not tall and had an average appearance, also stomped his feet and rose from the ground. However, he did not go to the Baek Okekyung building to look for second brother Tao. Instead, he punched the sky and returned to the Outland. Lu Qin stood with his hands behind his back and looked up. He was unwilling to look away for a long time. There were always some people who would be admired by others, regardless of friend or foe. In this aspect, Alliance was actually better than himself and Qi Jingchun. Lu Qin suddenly thought of something and smiled knowingly. Perhaps the Lady of the Green Immortal Mountain from the Bamboo Sea Grotto Heaven might not think so. The Lady of the Summer's abode was built at a place called Peeling Mountain. The mountain was not high and was not considered to be a place with good feng shui. She was originally the weakest among the 6 sages. However, for some unknown reason, Peeling Mountain had always stood tall in the Ghost Valley. On the other hand, the mountain-moving Grand Sage not only had a strong army under his command, but his cultivation base was also much higher than hers. The mountain-moving Grand Sage was a mountain-moving ape with an impure bloodline. Although he was only 500 years old, he had an innately strong physique. He loved to fight ghosts and chi cultivators in close combat. He even spent a lot of money to buy a high-quality dew armor and a pair of powerful meteor hammers. He was like a tiger that had grown wings. The security of Peeling Mountain was very sparse. Demons gathered in groups of 2s and 3s and were busy gambling. They were very focused on nothing else. However, Peeling Mountain had 3 extremely ingenious mountain and water restrictions. Although they were not a protective formation, they could be easily triggered if an outsider sneaked in and startled the entire Peeling Mountain. The Guanghan Hall plaque hung above the mansion. It was decorated with gold and jade in glorious splendor. It was not cold at all. It was very festive and rich. It must have cost a lot of money. Many osmanthus trees were planted inside and outside the mansion, but they were not rare. In the backyard, a woman with a graceful figure and a bumpy face stood on the stairs. She was wearing a graceful and luxurious palace dress. When she saw the scholar hanging on the bamboo pole, her eyes brightened and her cheeks puffed up. She wiped her saliva and laughed like a flower. Before the fan-holding demon could say anything to claim credit, she drove him away along with all the other eyesores. The bamboo pole was placed on the ground. The scholar's posture was extremely awkward. His wrist was bruised. He struggled to open his mouth and said in a trembling voice, "Lady of the Summer?" The woman crouched down and reached out to touch the scholar's face. Her eyes were blurred as she said, "I haven't seen such a handsome man in a long time." "How nice. Little brother, don't worry. I'm a woman who knows how to care for people. Don't listen to the nonsense outside about how Lady of the Summer likes to stir-fry and doesn't like steaming. My method of eating people is the most ecstatic. All men will love it. My peeling mountain is not some dragon's pool or tiger's den. It's really a happy place for men." As she spoke, the woman could not control her emotions. She stuck out her long and strange tongue. Saliva dripped from the corner of her mouth onto the scholar's face. The scholar wanted to cry but had no tears. He seemed to be scared out of his wits. He stared at her blankly. The Lady of the Summer smiled charmingly and said, "What are you looking at? Don't be impatient. After I untie you, you and I will go to the bed together. I'll show you everything." The scholar said slowly, "You're a toad. You're not exaggerating. You're really of the Moon Palace. This trip was worth it." The woman was stunned. In an instant, black smoke billowed and a murderous aura filled the sky. The Lady of the Summer was enveloped in it. After a series of hurried and miserable cries, there was silence. Only a large pool of blood bloomed on the ground. A moment later, the scholar was squatting on the ground. The Lady of the Summer was lying on the ground. All that was left was a set of white bones. The scholar's mouth was full of blood. He did not wipe it away. He burped and dipped his hand in the blood. He turned to look at the wall and asked with a smile, "Have you seen enough?" Even Chin Pingan was shocked. It was not uncommon to see demons and ghosts harm people. It was also common for foxes to seduce scholars. However, it was Chin Pingan's first time seeing a scholar eating a demon. Chin Pingan squatted on the wall. The blade-strengthening gourd had been replaced at his waist. He asked, "This Lady of the Summer with an average cultivation base obviously has a powerful backer. And it's not the other big demons. Aren't you afraid?" The scholar smiled and said, "Don't I have you to be the scapegoat?" Chin Pingan also smiled and said, "Can't you be a little more righteous?" Chu-yi and Chu-yi shot out like lightning from the blade-strengthening gourd. They did not bother the scholar and directly sank into the ground. Fan Yunlua's chariot burrowing into the ground was still fresh in Chin Pingan's memory. Both sides were silent. The scholar was probably afraid of the young sword immortal's sword. He wondered if it would be faster than his own escape technique. Chin Pingan was afraid that the scholar would run too fast and disappear. How would he settle the score? As for being framed by this guy, it did not matter. He would take on whatever trouble came. He was here to gain experience. If it was too easy, Chin Pingan would not be used to it. If there was no other way, he could use the golden distance shrinking talisman and cooperate with the sword immortal to escape the Ghost Valley temporarily. He could enter the Ghost Valley again after he had figured out the opponent's background. He could use the stupid method of cutting flesh with a blunt knife and slowly grind it out. It depended on who was more patient. Chin Pingan and the scholar opened their mouths at the same time, but they stopped at the same time. The scholar wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, "You go first. I respect the sword immortal the most in my life." Chin Pingan said, "You go first. You scholars are more precious." The scholar was surprised and said, "Are we going to waste time like this?" Chin Pingan nodded and said, "As long as you are happy." The scholar watched helplessly as a long sword appeared in the man's hand. He sat down on the ground and waved his sleeves. The blood gathered into a round ball and circled around him slowly. Then he asked tentatively, "Since you talk about Jianghu's righteousness, should I talk about peace and prosperity?" Chin Pingan asked, "How do you mean wealth?" The scholar pointed outside the high wall and said righteously, "Aren't there 5 other monsters here? Unlike this poor goddess of the summer, the rest of them are all rich. We brothers are of one mind, we can cut through gold. Let's get rid of evil for the people." Chin Pingan nodded and said, "Good." The scholar suddenly cursed, "Good your grandpa. You hid your murderous aura well, but your sword almost grew a mouth and yelled at me to kill." Chin Pingan narrowed his eyes. The scholar slowly stood up, his expression indifferent. Although it was the first time he had met this young ranger whose deeds had spread throughout the Ghost Valley. So he did not know that at this moment, Chin Pingan would make everyone familiar with him feel strange, whether it was friend or foe. But the scholar knew one thing. This guy had a strong murderous intent. He actually suppressed the sword energy of the sword. The scholar thought it was good. He might as well let go of his hands and feet and fight. Killing people for treasures, riches and honor were found in danger. He had good gambling luck in his life and had never lost. Qin Pingan took a deep breath and shook his head. Then he raised his hand and patted his chest. Smiling brightly, he said, "Sorry, I have a phobia of blood. First set a small goal such as 1 second. Remember, book guest house." For 95. At that moment, the two people at the Empress of the Summer's residence on Peeling Mountain seemed to have walked into an unpredictable game of chess. There were 3 choices. Both sides would fight to the death. Only one side would benefit. The loser would most likely die. One side would back down. For example, Qin Pingan would choose to bear the consequences of killing the Empress of the Summer. Or the scholar would not take advantage of the situation and would not pour dirty water on Qin Pingan's head. Or both sides could take a step back and leave this game of Peeling Mountain together. This was the so-called, "You talk about the righteousness of Jianghu, and I talk about peace and prosperity." Both sides would turn their spearheads and point their spears at the other 5 demons. Qin Pingan asked, "You're not a demon? You're a Yin spirit from the Ghost Valley?" The scholar patted his sleeves and said unhappily, a living person full of pure yang qi. It's the real deal. The way I subdued the demon earlier was just an unorthodox technique to scare you. How can one not have a way to hide their identity in Jianghu?" Qin Pingan asked, "Then let's form an alliance now? Let's go find trouble with that primogenitor Pai Qin?" The scholar had a strange look in his eyes. Qin Pingan glanced at the bones of the Empress of the Summer on the ground and understood. He did not know what to do and gave the game away. Since the Empress of the Summer was dead, how could this residence on Peeling Mountain not have any treasures? How could he leave empty-handed after entering a treasure mountain? He was clearly not a cultivator who was good at robbing. Qin Pingan changed the topic and asked with a smile, "You've been scheming for so long. You must be familiar with the treasures of this Guanghan Palace. How about we split the loot on this mountain 50-50? The scholar shook his head. "On Peeling Mountain, it's 30-70. You take 30 and I take 70. You're just sitting on the wall watching the show. 30% is not a small amount. After killing the demons on the other mountains, we'll decide based on each person's ability and contribution." Qin Pingan shook his head. 46. The scholar hesitated for a while before revealing a pained expression. He pointed at the skeleton on the ground and said, "This is the skeleton of the goddess of the summer. Although it is not as white as the bones of ghosts and nether spirits, it has absorbed the essence of the sun and moon in the Ghost Valley for nearly 1,000 years. It has been refined to the point that it is even better than the golden branches and jade leaves of an earth immortal. It is very precious. After I give it to you, we will split it 70%. Qin Pingan sneered and said, "It's such a hot potato. If I accept it, it'll be like smearing yellow mud on my crotch. Shouldn't we split it 40-60? Furthermore, the most precious item of the mountain and lake spirits was naturally the demon core. Presumably, it had already been swallowed whole by that scholar, and he had already taken the greatest advantage." The scholar pretended to be enlightened. He patted his head and said apologetically, "I miscalculated. All right, then we'll split it 40-60 and leave this set of bones here. Let's go, I'll take you to the treasury of Peeling Mountain to search for treasures. The entrance is under the goddess of the summer's bed. This female toad doesn't have a high cultivation base, but because of the rewards from her lover and the other 5 demons, she was able to obtain quite a few treasures." The scholar took the lead and walked through the main door. Qin Pingan put the sword immortal behind him and jumped down the wall. He followed the scholar and with a wave of his sleeve, the bones were kept close to him. The scholar stopped and turned around, his face full of surprise. Qin Pingan smiled and explained, "Wouldn't it be a bad thing if the Peeling Mountain Spirit Monster accidentally saw it? If that happens, we'll alert the Peeling Mountain Spirit Monster and delay our great mission of killing demons. It's better that I keep it for now." The scholar smiled and said, "Then I have to thank you?" Qin Pingan turned a deaf ear to him and looked around. In this extremely spacious room, there was no lack of treasures and toys. However, the smell of cosmetics was heavy. The murals were actually some unsightly erotic paintings. The paintings were extremely large, at least 10 feet tall. Fortunately, the men and women in the paintings were only the size of date pits. There were scenes of emperors and debauchery in the palace, as well as scenes of a night in a brothel. One of the paintings was of a man and a woman wearing a Taoist robe. The man had a celestial aura and the woman was overflowing with divine light, as if they were immortal Taoist couples cultivating in the bedroom. The scroll was also densely packed with small characters. The scholar kicked the huge mandarin duck bed and slid several feet away without making a sound. The scholar squatted on the floor. There was a round piece of fine iron embedded in the floor, as bright as a mirror. The scholar lowered his head and looked at it as if he was cracking a mechanism. The scholar turned his head and looked, unable to vent his anger. He finally understood what it meant to be a bandit passing by like a comb and a soldier passing by like a mortar. The green-robed ranger with the bamboo hat took all the bottles on the dressing table of the goddess of the summer, not to mention the 6 deity paintings that hid the secrets of cultivation. What, have you never seen money in your life? However, the scholar quickly turned his head and continued to size up the strange piece of pure iron that was as clean as a mirror. There was a hint of gloom between the scholar's brows. He clearly knew that he was about to enter the treasury of the great cold palace and encounter real treasures. Yet he was still wantonly collecting these worthless items. Could it be that he had something close at hand? A square-inch item would not be so greedy. Chen Pingan was still rummaging through the chests and cupboards. He asked, "You said that the goddess of the summer was of the moon palace. What did you mean?" The scholar gently stroked the edge of the round mirror, with one hand, while his fingers were in his sleeves. He was calculating in his mind. He answered casually, "There is a sun and a moon in heaven and earth. The moon is the source of Yin essence. According to legend, there was a moon palace in the ancient heavenly court called the Guanghan Palace. In the moon palace there was the osmanthus tree, rabbit essence and toad. They were all ancestors of the moon palace. Surrounded by the cold clouds and immortal air, they each became spirits and gods. For example, the goddess of the summer is a descendant of the toad of the moon palace. The yin energy was dense and moss grew on the walls. It was indeed a secret lair created by a moon palace species. Finally, the two of them came to a stone cave at the end. There were 2 white skeletons sitting side by side. One was tall and the other was short. One was burly and the other was slender. They seemed to be a Tao couple. They were close to each other and their hands were tightly clasped. One could vaguely see that the two of them had passed away peacefully. One of them had an emperor's crown on his head and wore a yellow dragon robe. The other one did not wear a phoenix crown. He only wore an immortal robe that resembled a Tao robe but was not a Tao robe. Other than that, there were 3 boxes stacked in the corner. The scholar looked at the 2 white skeletons and frowned without saying a word. Chen Pingan asked, "Is it one of the monarchs who lost in the battle at the Skeleton Beach?" The scholar nodded and said, "It's very likely to be the monarch of Longshan country. When he was young, he was a destitute and unfavored son of a concubine. Back then, the largest sect in the southern part of the North Continent was called the Qingda sect. The cultivators on the mountain were all known as hidden immortals. The conflict between the 2 dynasties was traced back to the internal strife of the Qingda sect. However, the later generations of immortals kept it a secret. However, within a short period of 60 years, the other mountains in the North Continent sensed that something was amiss. Out of the 30 people, half of them were earthly immortals, while the other half had their own opportunities. They were not to be underestimated. Therefore, the scene of the 30 people ascending the mountain to be apprenticed to a master had attracted countless people's imaginations. There was a poem in the future that testified to it. With the sound of the drum breaking the golden door, 30 immortal materials ascended the jade. The king of Longshan country was one of them. Among that group of God's favored sons, he was still considered one of the best. Unfortunately, the members of the royal family who were qualified to inherit the throne in Longshan country died one after another. He had no choice but to leave the mountain. Even though he was already in the Dragon Gate realm, he still chose to sever his own longevity bridge and inherited the throne. There were rumors in the streets that he had a close relationship with a martial ant from the Qingda sect's Phoenix Cry Peak. I didn't believe it before, but now it seems to be true. The scholar sighed and stopped looking at the 2 sets of white bones. The dragon robe was just an ordinary item in the world and looked expensive. The dragon aura in the man's body had been absorbed or dissipated by itself. After all, once the throne was broken, the dragon aura would dissipate. The Qingda sect's robe that the female cultivator wore was not a magic treasure. It was just an ordinary robe that would be given to all the inner sect cultivators of the Qingda sect by the ancestral hall. The monarch and the female cultivator of the Phoenix Cry Peak were probably nostalgic people. The scholar then went to open the 3 chests one after another. One of the chests was filled with dazzling white snowflakes that numbered in the thousands. The other chest contained an ancient statue tablet that was engraved with densely packed seal scripts. As for the box that was placed at the bottom, there was only one item. It was a small stone that was only knee-high. It was no different from the objects that people used to pound glutinous rice. The scholar's expression changed slightly. He shook his head lightly. Obviously, he felt that the guess in his heart was not very likely. Qin Pingan smiled and said, "Don't tell me it's the legendary Moon Palace rabbit spirit who grinds medicine?" The scholar laughed. "Then let's make a bet?" Qin Pingan asked, "What kind of bet?" The scholar pointed to the stone in the box. "This item counts as 7. The rest count as 3. But I'll let you choose first." Qin Pingan did not hesitate to choose 3. The scholar hurriedly said, "Don't choose first. I'm going back on my word." The scholar gently slapped down and the stone hammer turned into dust. However, a piece of jade that looked like a white bowl was revealed. He said regretfully, "So it is. This white jade bowl is the place where the goddess of the summer achieved enlightenment. Because she is a Moon Palace species, the stone hammer was made to wrap her up. It was probably a good omen." The scholar picked up the bowl and held it in his palm. At the bottom of the bowl were 8 small words: "Pure and hidden immortal, inviting the moon with wine." It was one of the sacrificial items of the ancestral hall of the Qingde sect. It was just a spiritual weapon. However, to the goddess of the summer who had achieved Tao, it naturally held great significance. Qin Pingan asked, "Are you choosing the Dragon Gate stele or the box of snow?" The scholar's eyelids twitched. The world seal scripts were also divided into old and old ones. Some of the ancient seal scripts could not be recognized unless it was from an immortal clan with an orderly inheritance. How did this young outsider recognize the 2 ancient words Dragon Gate at the top of the stele? The scholar smiled. This underground cave was truly suitable for a life-and-death battle. However, at this moment the person unexpectedly said, "Not only is the Dragon Gate stele yours, I'll take 30 for the box of snow. Then I want the 2 sets of bones." The scholar said doubtfully, "Those 2 sets of bones are really worthless. This female cultivator of the pure virtue sect was only at the Dragon Gate realm when she was alive. Her robes are even more ordinary, not worth a few small coins. Do you believe that the dragon robe will turn to ashes if you touch it?" The scholar smiled playfully. "Besides, it's not very appropriate to strip a dead person, and a female cultivator at that, no?" Qin Pingan said, "It's none of your business." The scholar nodded. "Then it's settled." With a sweep of his sleeve, he put away the stele along with the wooden box. Qin Pingan also put away the 2 sets of bones. It was clear that the scholar had at least one item close to him. As for the box of snow, Qin Pingan received about 1,500 pieces of snow. The scholar received the lion's share, but was still not satisfied. Stripping the goddess of the summer of Luoshan often requires filial piety to that great backer. Her family's wealth is still a little thin. Otherwise, a Jindan monster would not have so little. Qin Pingan said, "In Ghost Mu Valley, it's already not easy to survive after fighting to the death. How can she compare to the Jindan Earth immortals outside?" The scholar nodded, "Correct." They would not have survived until today. In history, a nascent soul nether spirit of the northern city tried to crush the demons with his own cultivation. He suffered a great loss here and almost died in Jiexiao Mountain. The scholar raised his hand and gently spat out a scarlet demon pill suspended in his palm. It spun and emitted a burst of mist and cold air. He was not a ghost. Once he swallowed this thing, it would only destroy his own Tao. A translucent white jade box appeared in the scholar's hand. He placed the demon core into the box, then dusted his sleeves. The essence of the Empress of the Summer's flesh and blood had been absorbed by the robe he was wearing. This was a robe he had taken from an earth immortal evil cultivator many years ago. It was called the 100-eyed Taotai. In the beginning its rank was not high. It could not even be considered a magic treasure. Wearing it not only concealed his identity but more importantly, it could actually help him grow. Over the years, whenever he went out for a walk, whenever he felt like slaying demons and devils, most of it would become nourishment for this robe. The scholar suddenly stretched out a finger and rubbed between his eyebrows. He muttered to himself, "Why did you stop me from killing people in the grotto? What's the big deal if I ruin some of your merits? When you kill the 3 corpses next year, everything will be settled. You're also interesting. The other Taoists who became golden immortals, I was the first to be killed. You, on the other hand, deliberately left it for last." The scholar was silent for a moment, his expression complicated. He flipped his sleeves. It turned into rolling black smoke and drilled into the ground, disappearing in an instant. In a house in the Guanghan Palace, The fan-wielding spirit who called himself the gentleman of the academy was drinking and having fun with a group of bandits like the old man with the goatee. This gentleman was a little unhappy and was drinking to drown his sorrows. The rest of the idiots were also not discerning. When they were drunk, all of them were dancing and spitting saliva everywhere. They spoke without restraint. This one said that the goddess of the summers but was round and that he would die to touch it. Another said that the Black River King's daughter had big breasts and that he would definitely drill them if he had the chance. There were even more reckless ones who said that the mountain-moving great sage was nothing. As long as the goddess of the summer gave the order, he would smash the head of that mountain-moving ape with a punch. The fan-wielding spirit drank the wine in his cup in one gulp. He felt that drinking with these guys was really a killjoy. He felt that he was letting down the golden and sparkling wine of the stinky city. He sighed and waved the fan in one hand and the empty wine cup in the other. Wine for Uncle Juan dispels his worries and brings joy. Heaven's will is like this and it's in the cup. The other spirits did not find it strange and laughed. This gentleman was starting to feel sour again. The fan-wielding spirit raised his head and glanced at the goddess of the summer's courtyard. He felt his abdomen heat up. No matter what, the goddess of the summer's figure was really good. He thought about how he had been at Peeling Mountain for so many years and did not get many benefits. He wanted to be the goddess of the summer's guest. In the eyes of the living, the goddess of the summer might not be a beauty, but to the spirits of the mountains and lakes, she was not important. However, he was afraid of the goddess of the summer's methods in bed that even deities were afraid of. If he was not careful, he would really die under the peony flower. The goddess of the summer would go out alone almost every few years. No one knew who she was going to see or what she was going to do. There were different opinions. Some said that the goddess of the summer was the lover of the lord of Fanlang City. Some said that the real master of Peeling Mountain was the ghost king who was as famous as Pu Chang in Bailong City. Some said that the goddess of the summer and the only daughter of the Black River King had that kind of relationship. The fan-wielding spirit drank the wine and felt a little sour. Why was the goddess of the summer unwilling to open her heart to him? He was a little drunk. He wondered if he could be like the goddess of the summer in this life, sitting on a mountain and building a luxurious residence. He could call the wind and summon the rain. He wondered if he could leave this place one day. He wanted to go to the Ghost Valley and go to the vast world outside of the Skeleton Beach. He wanted to go to the Confucian Academy and see the real scholars and read the real Confucian classics. Dichong Mountain. Compared to Peeling Mountain, it was much more heavily guarded. They even built a decent mountain protecting formation. However, to the scholar, it was like entering a place where no one could stop him. However, it was difficult to kill demons and steal treasures without causing a commotion. The scholar was not in a hurry. He entered Dichong Mountain and stood on a pine tree in the forest. He wanted to wait. As long as the mountain-moving sage's mountain protecting formation was activated, it meant that the guy had started to break into the mountain or his whereabouts had been exposed. Then it would be time for him to act. The only thing he needed to be careful of was the old turtle in the old dragon cave and the little turtle in the Black River who had a close relationship with the goddess of the summer. He was not afraid that they would join forces with Dichong Mountain, but the father and daughter pair were difficult to kill. If they insisted on protecting primogenitor Pai Chin, it would be troublesome. The scholar's trip to kill demons was just for fun. It was like getting a funny new Jinshur in the stinky Copper City to relieve his boredom. Primogenitor Pai Chin and the old turtle of the Black River King. One was rooted in the small Xuandu Temple and the other was related to the great Yuanyua Temple. It was an old turtle that was raised in the pond of release. Before the Skeleton Beach became an ancient battlefield site, according to the historical records of the government, the old turtle floated its head in the temple to listen to scriptures all year round. Later, when the two dynasties fought, dozens of vassal states were involved. The temple was sheltered by the old monk who had already become a golden Luohan with his great supernatural power. It was able to avoid the disaster of war and finally moved to the peach forest in the Ghost Valley. It became neighbors with the small Xuandu Temple which was thousands of miles away. The old turtle secretly left the temple and called himself the Black River King. He occupied a bottomless cave and named it Old Dragon Cave. He raised a pair of golden fish and said it was his daughter's dowry. His daughter called herself primogenitor Fu Hai. The old turtle rarely showed himself and she was the one who took care of the mountain affairs. There was a big river outside Old Dragon Cave that she occupied. She led the demons of the water tribe to stir up trouble all year round. This little turtle was dark and sturdy. One time, the city lord of Fanlang City bumped into it and left a sentence that pierced his heart. He said that the little turtle looked like it could ward off evil spirits. Even if he didn't abstain from meat and vegetables, even if the light was extinguished, he would never be able to eat it. It was a huge humiliation for this ocean-covering ancestor to call him a life flathead. The scholar stood on the tree and took a deep breath. The yin energy within the ancient pine tree had been sucked dry. He then exhaled gently, causing the area around him to turn misty. Finally, he opened his hand and began to draw a talisman with his finger. Mountain and river view. His palm shook. A landscape painting of the mansion of Dichong Mountain appeared. The scene in the painting was a little blurry. He did not want to reveal any clues. After all, primogenitor Pai Chen came from the Taoist lineage and was a golden core cultivator. She might be able to sense it. A banquet was being held on a high platform in the mansion of Dichong Mountain. The scholar smiled bitterly. On the banquet on the high platform, demons gathered. Each of them looked strong. In the scholar's eyes, they were like retainers who appeared behind the demons to protect their masters. The scholar murmured, "What's going on? Why are they gathered at Dichong Mountain? That guy is luckier than me? Did he hit it by accident or did he expect it?" Cultivators and gods had dharma forms. Demons that took human form had their original forms. The higher their cultivation, the blurrier their original forms. After reaching the nascent soul realm, their original forms could be completely concealed. Below the nascent soul realm, especially golden core demons, their original forms were the most condensed and stable. It was also the most difficult to conceal. Nascent soul cultivators with high cultivation and golden core cultivators of ancient sects could often see through the demon's original forms. The scholar hurriedly put away the mountain and river view divine ability. On the other side of the high platform he caught a glimpse of the mountain-moving sage who was a silver-backed ape, the monster hunter immortal who was a fat rat, and the thunderbolt immortal who had a colorful python coiled behind him. Of course, there was also primogenitor Pai Chen who was a golden furry sable. Other than that, there was also a golden core ghost. Other than the father and daughter of the old dragon cave in Black River, everyone else was there. However, there was an additional golden core ghost who liked to compete with Greasy Skin City. The scholar said helplessly, "I hope I don't get beaten up. My luck can't be that bad, right?" As a small world that had existed for thousands of years, the Ghost Valley had some invisible suppression on Qi cultivators. The higher the realm, the stronger the suppression. Moreover, for some Qi cultivators with special identities, the suppression was not small. For example, him. Ordinary people would not be acclimatized to the environment. It was even more so for cultivators. Especially his 8 characters of pure yang, which was the bane of the Ghost Valley. If not for the fact that his cultivation method was extremely profound and far superior to the heterodox cultivation methods, which allowed him to fuse with his own fate, water and fire, yin and yang, it would have been very troublesome for him to come to the Ghost Valley. It would be like a lantern hanging high in the dark night, which would only make him the target of thousands of ghosts and otherworldly creatures. The scholar began to murmur to himself again. "Go." After a moment of silence he smiled. "Then let's wait and see. Don't let me die in the hands of others or there will be a big flaw in your breakthrough." Since the scholar had made up his mind, his heart was as still as water. He began to observe the changes quietly. He simply closed his eyes and concentrated, breathing in and out. He would slightly refine the Dragon Gate steel and see if it could be done, adding flowers to brocade. In the water residence, it was as if there was an old dragon swimming in the clouds, moving clouds and water. In the fire residence, there was a burly man covered in flames, like a god of the fire clan, hammering a short knife. Every time he swung his arm, there would be a burst of sparks. In another key acupoint there were mountains and lush green trees. There was a Taoist temple at the peak of the mountain, with green glazed tiles and a plaque with golden words hanging on it. In another acupoint, it was like a golden battlefield with 2 armies facing each other, shining spears and armored horses. And when the scholar tried to refine the statue steel obtained from Peeling Mountain, a stele was erected in the water residence, slowly rising into the air. The 2 words Dragon Gate, at the top of the stele, were constantly emitting golden light. The scholar did not refine the entire stele in one go. After the 2 words successfully materialized he gave up. He opened his eyes and lightly breathed out a mouthful of turbid air. The scholar shook his sleeves and looked at the residence. Monsters rose into the air one after another, slowly flying towards him. As for the mountain protecting formation that enveloped Earth-Surging Mountain, it was instantly activated, but he did not care too much about it. The scholar turned his head and looked in the direction of the mountain-moving sage's mountain. He smiled and said, "Brother Good Samaritan, I'm the one who took advantage of Luo Luo. Now take it that I'm returning some benefits to you. If you can't even get anything out of this, you'll really disappoint me." The scholar glanced at Treasure Mirror Mountain, wondering how the official matters there were progressing. Earth of the 5 elements, mirror of the 3 mountains and 9 marquises. It was his last natal item that involved the foundation of the Great Tao. Of course, he had to personally take a look at such a big matter. Once the 5 elements were complete and the 3 separations were severed, not only could he easily enter the nascent soul stage, but he could also break through the bottleneck of the nascent soul stage and become a cultivator of the upper 5 realms. Not only would the inner demon not be as hard to destroy as the normal nascent soul stage, but it could also be slowly worn down in 200 to 300 years. There was almost no danger at all. Since the Peeling Mountain has a favor to ask of the Yang Intestine Palace, the goddess of the summer wouldn't dare to fart if a messenger died. Then wouldn't the 2 of us be able to have a good meal? The rat demon did not seem to understand. He poked Chin Pingon with his wooden spear again. "Why aren't you scramming? Do you think you can meet our ancestor just because you want to? Are you blinded by lard? Do you want to die?" Chin Pingon realized that the rat demon was secretly signaling him with his eyes. He was probably telling him to leave. The rat demon beside him had already secretly pulled out a sharpened sleeve knife and hid it behind his back. He walked towards him and smiled. "There is no harm in meeting our ancestor. Our Goat Intestine Palace has always been hospitable to our guests." Chin Pingon only stared at the rat demon's anxious eyes. Then he stretched out a finger and lightly flicked it. The rat demon that was hiding the knife behind his back had a bloody hole in his forehead. He flew backwards and died on the spot, falling at the gate of the Goat Intestine Palace. The little rat demon with the wooden spear seemed to be at a loss. Then he was horrified and turned around to run. However, his shoulder was pressed down by a hand. The rat demon did not dare to move. His mind was blank. In his field of vision, his colleague had fallen into a pool of blood. He did not know why, but he had died just like that. The old ancestor had once said that it had the potential to become a great demon. The old ancestor had always liked it more. She had also said that when the Sheep Intestine Palace was expanded and a mansion that was not inferior to the Guanghan Palace was built, it would be given to it to be the Lord Abbot. The old ancestor had never liked it very much. She would often reward it with food from banquets on other mountains. She had even taught it a set of saber techniques. She would often scold and beat it. Chin Pingon carried the rat demon to the side of the stairs and sat down. He took out the yellowed book from his sleeve. It was actually a severely damaged scholar's notebook. After opening it, it was even more interesting. There were some crooked narrations written with extremely fine charcoal. It could be seen that they were written quite seriously. However, they were still crawling like earthworms. There were not many words in the narrations. Some of them were childish questions and some of them were flattering words. Chin Pingon was somewhat amused. After closing the book, he handed it back to the pale-faced and shivering rat demon. Chin Pingon asked, "Do you know where the monster hunter immortal hid his treasure?" The little rat demon stiffly received the book. Then it said in a trembling voice, "I don't know, even if I know, I won't tell, even if I die, I won't tell." Chin Pingon laughed involuntarily. He stretched out his hand and a brand new book appeared in his hand. It still had some ink fragrance. "Remember to hide it well. It's best if you dig a hole and bury it first. Otherwise, if this monster hunter immortal is lucky enough to survive and returns to the Goat Intestine Palace, you will be the one dead. Your ancestor's nose is very sharp. Even I was almost discovered by him." The little rat demon was dumbfounded. Chin Pingon placed the book in its hand. "Do you remember it?" The little rat demon nodded blankly. Chin Pingon said with a smile, "Hurry up and hide the book. Then I'll knock you out. Of course, you can also knock your head on the door and faint. As for running away, don't even think about it." The little rat demon threw away its wooden spear and went to dig a hole in the ground to hide the book. Then it ran back to the steps leading to the entrance. After hesitating for a moment, it knocked its head on the door and fell to the ground with a bang. However, it didn't faint. Instead, it pitifully turned its head and said, "Immortal Master, it's better if you do it. It'll be better if you make me bleed." Chin Pingon flicked his sleeve and knocked it out. Blood slowly flowed out of its 7 orifices, but it only looked pitiful. Chin Pingon kicked open the door of the Goat Intestine Palace and directly crossed the threshold. Then he started to look for the hidden treasure of that monster hunter immortal. He patted the blade-strengthening gourd and asked Chui Yuan and Sherwu to help him search for clues. In the end, under the incense table in the main hall of the Goat Intestine Palace, they pried open the wooden planks and found a secret passage. Compared to the spacious passage on Peeling Mountain, this one was really narrow and cramped. Chen Pingon could only crawl in and had to ask Chui Yuan to lead the way. After about half an hour, they finally arrived at a dark cave that was big enough for one person to stand. Chen Pingon lit a match and found that there was only one iron box. The box was crooked and covered with talismans. The talismans were full of spiritual aura. It should be that the monster hunter immortal changed them frequently. However, he wasn't sure whether these restrictions were used to warn the owner or to provoke the attack of the talisman if he opened them without permission. Chen Pingon took a step back and asked Chui Yuan and Sherwu to do it. He held his breath and focused his mind to deal with any accidents. 2 flying swords flew as fast as lightning and circled around the iron box. They quickly cut the yellow paper talisman and destroyed its talisman gall. After a violent shake of spiritual aura, nothing else happened. Chen Pingon opened the iron box and was somewhat speechless. It was not a magic weapon or a spiritual tool, nor was it some divine money. It was a stack of books. That's right, in this Guiming Valley books were indeed rare. Chen Pingon opened one of the ancient books. It was a book on the art of war. It seemed that this monster hunter immortal was that monster who liked to study the art of war. Chen Pingon suddenly put 2 of his fingers together and caught a 100-legged centipede that was flying towards his face at lightning speed. The centipede was dark and shiny. With a shake of his fist, he killed the centipede and threw it aside. After a moment of hesitation, he didn't have time to read the names of these books in detail. He put them all away and searched around. After confirming that there were no other hidden treasures, he turned back and returned to the Goat Intestine Palace. This monster hunter immortal was really a pauper. Chen Pingon didn't go to the mountain-moving sage's mountain. Instead, he went to the northernmost Jiexiao mountain. That was the territory of Divine General Qi Lei. This monster was a loner. He didn't like the mountain-moving sage and the Black River King who liked to recruit people. However, his fighting skills were the best among the 6 sages. Jiexiao Mountain was shrouded in thunderclouds all year round, and lightning interweaved incessantly. Whether it was demons or ghosts, they were innately afraid of thunder, so it was an extremely unpleasant place in the Ghost Valley. However, this monster somehow obtained a remnant of a thunder technique from somewhere, and cultivated it until it lost its hearing in both of its ears and one of its eyeballs exploded. Finally, it managed to cultivate some thunder techniques, and when it went into battle, it breathed fire from its nose and smoke from its mouth, and when it raised its hands and feet, thunder and lightning interweaved. He was a monster with a tough body and good spells. Thunder techniques were the natural bane of otherworldly monsters in the Ghost Valley. Therefore, this divine General Qi Lei had an outstanding position among the 6 sages. There were no mountain paths in Jiexiao Mountain. There was almost no vegetation and it was dead. The sea of clouds circled around the mountainside. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. The scenery above Jiexiao Mountain couldn't be seen at all. Chen Pingon flew among the rocks and climbed higher. Chen Pingon suddenly stopped. He found that the earth-gushing mountain was shining with dazzling lights and roaring sounds. It seemed like an extremely fierce battle had taken place. Did that scholar enter the den of thieves? Chen Pingon increased his speed. When he got close to the sea of thunder and lightning, bolts of lightning whipped toward him. They were all scattered by Chen Pingon's punches. After half an hour, Chen Pingon had scattered more than 100 bolts of lightning. His arms were numb. Suddenly, his vision became clear. In the sky above Jiexiao Mountain, there was a thicker sea of clouds. Bolts of golden lightning were like pillars. They tilted and fell on the mountain peak. The loud thunder shook people's eardrums. Even Chen Pingon was a little dazzled. After taking a deep breath, he continued to climb. When he got close to the mountain peak, the lightning was like a cage. It couldn't get close. Chen Pingon could only ride his sword. Stepping on the sword, he looked over. At the peak of Jiexiao Mountain, there was actually a pool of lightning. The plasma was as thick as water. Snowflakes rolled. There was a slanted stone tablet. On it were the words, Doshu Courtyard Sword Cleansing Pool. They were the ancient seal script of the true alchemy works. The stone tablet was probably not an ordinary object. Otherwise, it couldn't have withstood so many years of lightning strikes. It was only slanted and not damaged at all. There wasn't even a crack. Chen Pingon stopped riding his sword. He clearly knew that this pool of lightning was a small celestial realm that all celestial families dreamed of. But he didn't know where to start. As for whether or not there would be any heavenly treasures in the pool of lightning, it was even more impossible to pry. Chen Pingan didn't even know what the Doshu courtyard was. He didn't even know the slightest bit about the true secret decree of the lightning technique. Just like the opportunity at Treasure Mirror Mountain, Yang Chongshen could wait because he came prepared. If it was Chen Pingan guarding the mountain stream, it was possible that thousands of years of waiting would be in vain. Chen Pingan glanced at the golden lightning above the pool of lightning. He weighed the toughness of his body. If he could withstand it for a while, he might be able to leap into the pool of lightning. He could also withstand it, but he was afraid that it would be easy to go in but difficult to come out. Once some unknown restriction was triggered, the power of the lightning would suddenly increase. The outcome would be unimaginable. Chen Pingan looked up. Could he let the sword immortal disturb the sea of clouds and force the pool of lightning to temporarily lose its reinforcements? The sword immortal under his feet was eager to try. It trembled slightly and hummed slightly. It seemed like it wanted to compete with the noisy lightning and thunder. Chen Pingan's face was full of hesitation. The fact that the thunder pool could exist at the peak of Mount Jiexiao and remain untouched until now was probably because Pu Chang and Jing Guanqing were unable to do so. After all, they were heroic spirits born from ghosts and not orthodox deities. And the cultivators on the peak of the North Continent couldn't take away this sword-cleansing pool under the eyes of the Ghost Valley. As for whether the hemp sect had any designs on the pool of lightning, only the heavens knew. One must know that Jixiao Mountain was not far from Qinglu Town. The leader of the hemp sect, Zhu Quan, was not a great cultivator who feared Pu Chang and Jing Guanqing. If he could succeed, he wouldn't be careless. The probability of not being able to move the pool of lightning was high. Sword cleansing pool? It could be used to refine swords and sharpen their edges? But whether it was the sword immortal or the flying swords Chu Yi and 15, they didn't seem to be excited about the pool of lightning. Especially Chu Yi, who was unusually quiet. Chen Pingan sighed softly. He hoped that if there was a sect in Luapa Mountain in the future, when the disciples went out to travel, whether it was Pei Qian, Xin Yuanji, or those of lower seniority, when they encountered these natural treasures and places of opportunity, they wouldn't be as helpless as he was. They could rely on the books and inheritances of the many mountains in Luapa Mountain to learn about the world and try their best to take advantage of the opportunities. Chen Pingan looked around and found that in Jixiao Mountain under the pool of lightning, there were only a few stone cliffs. Under the illumination of the lightning, they sparkled like stars. Chen Pingan floated down and the sword immortal returned to its scabbard. Chen Pingan came to a stone cliff and found a slender golden vein that was as long as an arm. He touched it with his finger and not only did it hurt to the bone, it also caused his spirit to tremble. Chen Pingan was greatly surprised. He pulled out the sword immortal and began to cut and dig out the vein from the stone cliff. Finally, the golden line was quietly in the depression of the stone cliff like a golden bamboo whip. There was golden light flowing inside. Chen Pingan reached out and grabbed the golden bamboo whip. His palm felt like burning charcoal. After a while, Chen Pingan released his hand. He was already sweating profusely and was a little dizzy. Chen Pingan wiped the sweat from his forehead and quickly twirled it with 2 fingers, keeping it in an item that was close to him. He then flew up on his sword and searched for the next bamboo whip that contained the true meaning of the lightning technique. He circled around the peak of Jixiao Mountain and only found the scenery with golden light flowing everywhere. He landed again and again like a diligent old farmer, digging bamboo whips of various sizes. The smallest one was only the length of a finger and the longest one was half the height of a person. If he could refine it, he could make it into a mountain-traversing staff. Chen Pingan circled around on his sword again. After confirming that there were no more golden lights or golden lines, he flew down on his sword. He passed through the sea of clouds and scattered the bolts of lightning that came crashing down, successfully descending Jixiao Mountain. Chen Pingan kept the sword immortal and looked up. He thought of the lightning pool and felt a little regretful. But when he thought of the 5 golden lightning whips in the item that was close to him, he felt a little happy. Worried about personal gains and losses? Chen Pingan shook his head and said softly, "Have you forgotten? Don't think too much about it if it's not yours." Chen Pingan turned his head to look at the earth-gushing mountain. The commotion was even greater. There were constantly flowing lights of treasures blooming in the sky. There seemed to be a voice reverberating in his heart. Kill him. This voice was neither sad nor happy. There was no distinction between good and evil. But it made Chen Pingan feel incomparably shocked and fearful. Chen Pingan was very sure that he was that scholar. Chen Pingan closed his eyes for a moment. When he opened his eyes, his gaze had regained its clarity. He no longer had any hesitation and rushed towards the earth-gushing mountain. To kill or to save. Both were better than escaping. This was the third time he heard his own inner voice from an unknown place. The first time was when he came down the mountain when he was young. He returned to Mud Bottle Alley and rolled on the ground. That time it was also 3 words. His heart beat like thunder as if there was a drum and a god shouted angrily. He could not die. Treasure Mirror Mountain. A young man in tattered clothes was in high spirits. Because beside him was a goddess who walked out of the painting of the Mural City's heavenly officials. Such a high and mighty goddess did not walk side by side with him. Instead, she was always one step behind him. She abided by the difference in seniority. She was the rain goddess. Not only that, she also told him that her name was Shu Shur. She did not have a surname. Within 60 years she would do her best to help him cultivate. The young man liked the feeling of being the center of attention. Walking out of the Mural City, until the rain goddess told him that there was an opportunity in the Ghost Valley that belonged to him. When he passed by the memorial arch, everyone was looking at him. They were all looking up to him. He was finally no longer the pitiful worm who had a blood feud with no one to help him. He even suddenly felt that the hatred he had for the rain goddess didn't seem as heavy as it used to be after he had the rain goddess serving him. This goddess who called herself Shu Shur told him that her current cultivation was equivalent to a chi cultivator's golden core. But in terms of defense and survival, she could be regarded as a nascent soul. This made him full of confidence. So even if she told him clearly that the opportunity in the Treasure Mirror Mountain was unpredictable, he did not waver. Fortune comes after misfortune. Today his fate was in his hands. Along the way he asked her questions and she answered. She did not hide anything. Only the identity of the young woman who stood under the mural was. On this matter the goddess was silent. When they approached the Treasure Mirror Mountain, the rain goddess suddenly stopped. Her expression was solemn. She raised her head and looked at the mountainside. She slowly told him with her mind, "This opportunity may not be good. Jiang Tsujiang, I hope you will consider it carefully." A trace of surprise flashed across the young man's face. But soon his eyes became firm. He gritted his teeth and said, "God owes me so much. It's time to give me some interest." Deep in the goddess' heart she sighed slightly. When they passed by the dilapidated temple, the old fox of the West Mountain with a walking stick appeared again. The old fox directly ignored the young man who was similar to Beggar Young. He stared at the ethereal goddess. In this world, there was actually a damned existence that could compete with his daughter's appearance? Why don't you go and die? This woman quickly rolled to the soul-restraining stream at the mountainside and fell into the water headfirst. So be it if you die. The old fox of the West Mountain suddenly noticed a detail. He asked her with a smile, "Fairy, are you and your young master going up the mountain?" Goddess Yu Xingyu was very clear about this old fox's scheme. Jiang Tsujiang smiled slightly. The old fox of the West Mountain understood. Sure enough, this was a stupid big fat fish. Compared to that scoundrel wearing a bamboo hat from before, this was much easier to deal with. But since it's like this, then even if this dumb kid is a dumb person, how could an ordinary cultivator in dire straits have such an outstanding and beautiful woman following him? Moreover, he was even able to safely arrive at this Mirror Treasure Mountain. Fine, then let his daughter be this kid's main wife and let that woman be his concubine? Or even better, a maid. Old Fox Shishan smiled and said, "Young master, you don't know, but this old man is the local lord of this Mirror Treasure Mountain, and my daughter is the river granny of the mountain. If you want to obtain the opportunity here, you can't do it without the two of us. Wait a moment, this old man will go and call my daughter over. Young master is a dragon among men, you should obtain the fortune. If fortune has a spirit, it should even jump out and jump into young master's arms. Otherwise, the heavens will not tolerate it, the heavens will not tolerate it. Young master, please wait a moment, this old man will be back soon. My daughter is a national beauty, a beauty capable of causing the downfall of cities and countries. She admires handsome men like you the most." Jiang Tsujiang was a little confused. The rain goddess asked, "Are we really going up the mountain to search for the treasure?" Jiang Tsujiang frowned. This was the third time she reminded him. Jiang Tsujiang asked softly, "Book beginning, if fortune and misfortune are hard to determine, since you are proficient in divination, how much fortune and misfortune do you think?" The goddess replied, "It is a little strange. When we left the Mural City, fortune and misfortune were 91. When we reached the archway at the entrance of the Ghost Valley, fortune and misfortune became 73. Now it is 50-50. Jiang Xujiang looked at the rain goddess who had always been cold and cheerless. At this moment she revealed a slight frown. It was so moving that his gaze was a little absent-minded. It was just that he had experienced all kinds of hardships along the way, which allowed him to quickly restrain his emotions. He smiled and said, 50-50? It is already very good, let's go up the mountain. Back then, because of the ancestral jade pendant, the immortal master on the mountain coveted it. His family suffered an unexpected calamity. Originally he was a prestigious family of a county, but he was the only one left alive. He fled all the way to the south. Even if he died, he would die in the Mural City at the Skeleton Beach. What was the reason? He was just gambling on that one chance, just one chance. The old fox of the West Mountain quickly brought his daughter, Wei Taijin, who was holding a small dark green umbrella. When the young lady saw the young man, she was as if she was struck by lightning. Her beautiful face turned red. Even she felt that it was strange. The old fox of the West Mountain was secretly delighted. There was a chance. When the young man saw his daughter, he was also a little dazed. Sigh, this brat was just a little stupid. However, the old fox had a change of heart. This was a great thing. The future son-in-law was a little stupid and had a little more money. It was better than that shrewd ghost who wore a bamboo hat, right? The old fox of the West Mountain looked at the young man again and found him much more pleasing to the eye. At this moment, a tall and sturdy young man flew over and grabbed the old fox and Wei Taijin with both hands. He shook his head vigorously and said, "Don't go, you can't go." Yang Chongshen might have been waiting for this day. The marriage prophecies that Taoist Yunyu gave my sister back then might not be a good thing. Those cultivators on the mountain, each one of them is more far-sighted than the other. The old fox of the West Mountain flew into a rage. First he used all his strength to pry open his two claws. Then he kicked his silly son away. "Don't delay your sister's marriage here." Wei Gaowu struggled to get up and wanted to stop his sister from climbing the mountain. However, the old fox threw the wooden staff in his hand and hit his forehead. His eyes rolled back and he fell to the ground. His voice was as soft as a mosquito's. "You can't go up the mountain." The rain goddess looked at the old fox of the West Mountain and the young lady holding the umbrella who had just fallen in love. She did not know why, but she felt that when she looked at them, she was looking down on them with no ripples in her heart. Then, that young lady who stood under the mural and ordered her around, was she looking at her the same way? Who exactly was she? Why was she able to make her feel such reverence? It was as if it was an innate instinct. The two groups of people climbed the mountain together. Although Jiang Tsuha tried his best to endure, he still could not help but take a few more glances at the young lady. She was so beautiful that it stirred his soul. The rain goddess named Shu Shi behind him made him feel ashamed of his inferiority. He could not help but have the thought that he could only look at her from afar and not touch her. However, this young lady holding the small dark green umbrella was different. At every moment she attracted people's tender affection and made his heart palpitate. On the other side of the deep ravine, Yang Chongshen stood up. His eyes were burning as he slowly said, "Very good. A Mural City's goddess with mediocre battle power is just right for me to practice." There was no longer the slightest bit of indifference. Yang Chongshuan's bones exploded like firecrackers. The majestic aura chi was like a waterfall that instantly poured down on his entire body. In the next moment, the fist intent became as small as a mustard seed. Yang Chongshen sat back down on the snow-white cliff and resumed his lazy appearance. There was an ancient restriction on the young lady's body that had been passed down from generation to generation. It was like a prophecy passed down from her ancestors, seeing the hairpin, opening the door, holding the pearl, ascending to the peak. As long as she met the person she liked, she would fall in love for the first time. When the man saw the hairpin, when the fox saw him, one of her eyes would become the key to opening the deep ravine. At that time, Yang Chongshen would cut out her eyeball and climb to the top of the mirror treasure mountain. Since it was a three mountains mirror, then the opening of the door was not at the bottom of some deep ravine, but at the top of the mirror treasure mountain. How could the Jingguan city lord find the method to retrieve the mirror from the bottom of the water? This great secret was passed down from father to son in the Yunshao Palace and continued for 1,000 years. However, even if one of the ancestors of the upper five realms had already known about the prophecy 1,000 years ago, he could only wait. Moreover, he could not wait until he died. It was not that there were no ancestors who wanted to use brute force to take away the mirror, but they could not do it. Later on, the fragrant shrine city spent countless manpower and financial resources to move the mountain, which was secretly ordered by the Yunshao Palace. Unfortunately, it was also to no avail. Some great fortunes in the world were just so unreasonable. Because of that prophecy as well as the phrase, treasures of the mountain close to you, the head of the Yang family had never been able to decipher it. It was only when he and his younger brother were born, and when he displayed his innate talent of being close to the mountain, that Cloud Palace finally understood. Yang Chongshen sat cross-legged and rested his chin on one hand as he waited. The group of people were now facing the opposite shore. The old fox of the West Mountain was overjoyed. The fox demon Wei Taijin, who did not know her life was at stake. Cutting off her eyeball was the same as cutting off all her spiritual energy. How could she survive? Jiang Tsujiang had a smile on his face. The goddess of rain with a heavy expression. The corner of Yang Chongshuan's mouth had a slight smile. Even if it was the goddess of Mural City who was good at killing, so what? At that time he was the strongest sixth realm martial artist in the world, the Golden Body realm. The goddess of rain wanted to say something but hesitated. Jiang Tsujiang stood on the shore and looked down at the mountain stream. He saw a golden light slowly swimming at the bottom of the water, constantly floating up, becoming clearer and clearer. It was indeed the style of a woman's hairpin. He pointed, "Is it that golden hairpin?" The young girl Wei Taijin covered her mouth. Her eyes were hazy with tears. She looked delicate and pitiful. It really was him. He was destined to be her Mr. Right. The young girl suddenly felt a piercing pain. She subconsciously blinked her eyes. Her pair of extremely lively eyes began to condense golden light from every part of her body. She was in great pain. She extended her hand to cover half of her face. Cold sweat flowed down and blood constantly seeped out from between her fingers. The young girl looked delicate, but she was actually very stubborn. Her temper was extremely unyielding. She clenched her teeth and squatted down. Even if she was in so much pain that her delicate body trembled like a sieve, she still did not say a word. Which girl in the world would be willing to let the man she fell in love with at first sight see such an unbearable scene? Yang Chongshen looked left and right. He actually did not see that blockhead. He was somewhat disappointed. When he stood up, Jiang Tsujiang and the old fox of the West Mountain retreated at almost the same time. It was as if a majestic mountain was pressing down on them. The goddess of rain finally opened her mouth. "We don't want this opportunity. You can take it yourself." When Yang Chongshen no longer deliberately suppressed his aura, the entire mountain stream began to shake. Yang Chongshen stretched his body and stared at that so-called goddess of sky official. He sneered, "That will depend on my mood." The goddess of rain did not move her eyes. She stared at the extremely dangerous man on the opposite shore. She said in a low voice, "You guys go first. Don't hesitate. The further the better. Go directly to Qinglu town. Just run." Yang Chongshen laughed loudly, "I want to see if my fist is faster or their legs are faster." The goddess of rain lightly raised her hand. The entire mountain stream seemed to have received an imperial order. It surged endlessly. Then the water surface suddenly rose up. Between her and Yang Chongshen, in the blink of an eye, a wall of ice that was dozens of feet high was erected. Fortunately, they were fighting near the water. She had the geographical advantage. Her fist easily broke through the wall of water. The goddess put two fingers together and lightly swiped. The mountain stream at the source of the mountain stream turned into a water dragon. It swiftly rushed towards Yang Chongshen, who had leapt across the air. Yang Chongshen stood still in the air. He casually extended his palm. His chi was like a rainbow. It collided with the water dragon and shattered it. Under the sunlight, a rainbow hung on the mountainside of Mirror Treasure Mountain. Yang Chongshen took a step forward and was about to reach the opposite shore. The goddess of rain took a step back. Her hands spun, and a clear water mirror the size of a well appeared in front of her. A circle of golden ancient seal appeared on the edge of the mirror. Yang Chongshen laughed. He pounced forward and threw a punch. He only frowned slightly. The water mirror did not shatter, but he was in a misty illusion. Yang Chongshen sneered, "All right, you do know some tricks. But don't you know my surname? The talisman's art of formation. In the North Continent, our Yang family is the most authentic." Motherf *Ker. When he thought of this, Yang Chongshen could not help but remember Lu Jinglong. He was so angry that he decided not to use his family's art to break the formation. Instead, he spun around and threw punches in all directions. Yang Chongshen laughed, "Let's see how long you can last in this bewildering illusion." Yang Chongshen was like a lunatic. He was like a demon that had descended. The strength of his punches was not something an ordinary golden body martial artist could possess. On the shore of the mountain stream, Jiang Tsuha saw the goddess of rain walking step by step into the water. The water mirror in front of her shook and shattered. She kept repairing the mirror with the water of the mountain stream. The goddess of rain held on bitterly. She was sad. She did not want the three behind her to leave Mirror Treasure Mountain anymore. She was sure that they would not be able to escape. Even if they left Mirror Treasure Mountain, they would still be caught by that lunatic. The outcome was set. Even if she were to absorb the water of Mirror Treasure Mountain, she would only be able to hold on for half an hour. Jiang Tsuha's face was pale. He mumbled, "How could this be? It shouldn't be like this." The old fox of West Mountain finally noticed his daughter's miserable state. He squatted at the side, but it was useless. The old fox was burning with anxiety. He finally started to regret not listening to his foolish son. Yang Chongxian stood still in the water mirror's illusion. "I'm done warming up. I'm done playing." He took a deep breath and formed a fist stance. He was like an ancient celestial general that wanted to split the river. It was the fist stance that he had comprehended when he was young. The water mirror shattered with a bang as if a glass cup had been smashed to the ground, shattering into pieces. The goddess of rain could only change her divine art and control the water of the deep stream to form an armor on her body. She tried to stop that man's advance as much as possible. In the blink of an eye, that person was right in front of her and punched through her abdomen. He slowly retracted his arm, then grabbed her head with his other hand and threw her to the ground. Finally, he stepped on her forehead and looked down. He clicked his tongue and laughed. "As expected of a goddess, you really are similar to the golden bodies of those mountain and river deities. Your blood is golden yellow, and ordinary deities would have been crushed by my punch. Not bad, not bad. Wait until I get the mirror, I'll let you recover your vitality, and you and I will continue to fight. Don't worry, after I'm done with my business, my punches will be slower and less powerful. I definitely won't end the battle so quickly. Men are too fast, it's outrageous." Yang Chongshuan's words were polite, but he suddenly increased the strength of his foot and pressed the goddess of rain's head into the snow-white cliff. She was temporarily unable to absorb the water of the deep stream. Yang Chongshen bent down and said with a smile, "If you keep delaying my business, I will break your neck." The goddess of rain struggled with all her might. Her fingers moved slightly and she was still trying to absorb the water of the deep stream. After the 9 goddesses of Mural City walked out of the painting, as long as there was a thin line between life and death, they would be so resolute and would never complain. Just as Yang Chongshen was planning to get rid of this goddess, a voice gently sounded from the peak of the Mirror Mountain. "Trash indeed." Yang Chongshen looked up and pointed at himself. "You're not talking about me, are you?" A weak girl who was not too beautiful had a lion seal hanging on her waist. She lightly jumped and floated down from the peak of the mountain. Yang Chongshuan's thoughts turned quickly and he was about to step on the goddess of rain under his foot. That young girl laughed. "I advise you not to do that." Even though she had personally witnessed Yang Chongshuan's heaven-defying close combat ability, that girl still slowly walked towards Yang Chongshen. Not only that, she even flicked her finger twice in front of Yang Chongshen, sending Jiang Tsuha, an old fox of Western Mountain, flying. That girl glanced at the goddess of rain who was in a miserable state. Her eyes were filled with ridicule. "In the first month of the Spring King, the heavy rain shakes the earth. What a waste of such a good name." Yang Chongshen was even more surprised. He retracted his strength and asked, "You are?" The girl said, "Li Lu." Yang Chongshen raised his hand and rubbed his chin. "I have never heard of you." Li Lu smiled faintly and slowly said, "Regarding the prophecy of this mirror, I was the one who told that old ancestor of yours. At that time he was still wearing open-crotch pants. At that time your Yang family was still poor. That child's pants were mended and could not hide the bird or the buttocks." Yang Chongshen laughed so hard that tears almost came out of his eyes. Motherf asterisk her, he had never heard such a funny joke in his life. Li Lu also laughed. Her eyebrows were curved like willow branches. She was gentle and graceful, extremely beautiful. Yang Chongshen suddenly thought of a person. He couldn't bring himself to smile. Yang Chongshen asked tentatively, "The fourth? But in fact, the one who made Lu Jinglong helpless?" That girl tilted her head slightly and smiled. She replied, "Lu Jinglong? I have never heard of him." Yang Chongshuan's eyes widened. Oh, this girl was strong. She was even better at pretending than him. She was to his liking. However, Yang Chongshen was a little hesitant. Before he reached the golden body state, an expert had told him to be careful in the next 10 years. He would be hurt by this girl. At that time, he mistakenly thought that he was going to fall in love, so he was afraid when he saw a beautiful girl. After all, he was half a cultivator. Once he fell in love, it was quite troublesome. But in fact, that divination, could it be that he was going to be hurt by this girl in front of him? The two of them were only 5 steps apart. She finally stood still. She said, "It is a little difficult to kill you. The price is a little high." She seemed to be worried. Yang Chongxian, on the other hand, was as if he was facing a great enemy. Even when facing the old immortal of Shaoxian Temple, he was not so cautious. Not long after, Qin Pingan sneaked into the territory of Dichong Mountain. An outsider from Liuxia continent and goddess Guanyin, who was the first to turn the painted murals into white paintings, left Mural City and climbed the mountain together. First, they went to the ancestral hall of the Linen sect. After drinking a bowl of gloomy tea, they chatted happily with one of the 3 old immortal masters of the Linen sect. Then, with the help of the Linen sect's secret technique, they directly reached Qinglu town. After touring around, goddess Guanyin had a thought and asked her master to go to Jixiao Mountain. According to the divination of goddess Chuanguan, if the opportunity at Treasure Mirror Mountain was a meeting gift prepared by goddess Rainwalking for her master, then the pocket-sized lightning pool at Accumulating Cloud Mountain was already in the bag of goddess Shenyan. Although in terms of scale and quality, it was far from being comparable to the lightning pool in Inverted Hanging Mountain, it was still a great opportunity that was equivalent to a half-immortal weapon. At the same time, goddess Chuanguan had also divined the opportunities in these 2 places. Regardless of whether it was the mirror in Mirror Treasure Mountain or the lightning pool, once they were caught, there would be other opportunities of great Tao following them. This was the most important mystery. However, as for what it was exactly, it was like their true identity. It was like there were layers of obstacles in front of them that they could not see through. The 2 of them, who could be considered as Taoist companions, traveled on the wind together. Goddess Guanyin had a straightforward personality. She smiled and said, "I'm much luckier than Sister Rainwalking to be with such a person with a bad state of mind and have to follow him for 60 years. If it was me, I'd be so upset. Compared to Master, that young man is really 1,000 miles apart." The man was a little helpless, but his gaze was gentle. He said softly, "Huoling, don't compare yourself with others. Since ancient times, those who are better than themselves are better than others." Goddess Guanyin smiled and nodded, "I know, Master." When they were close to Jiexiao Mountain, she was in high spirits. There was no reason for her to be happy just by looking at the sea of clouds that wrapped around the waist of the mountain. When she looked at the sea of clouds at the top of the mountain, she was even happier. She grabbed the man's hand and flew quickly above the sea of clouds below. The lightning was unusually tame. It did not launch any attacks on them. Instead, it jumped slowly on the surface of the sea of clouds and was very intimate with her. When they were near the top of Jiexiao Mountain, the 2 of them hovered in the air. Goddess Guanyin pointed at the stone tablet on the top of the mountain and smiled, "Master, do you recognize those words?" The man took a look and nodded. The sword-cleansing pool of Doshu Courtyard was an important place where the divine generals of the Thunder Department cleaned their weapons in the ancient times. Doshu Courtyard belonged to one of the 3 departments. I once had a dream and traveled to the ruins of the 2 departments in one department. However, when I woke up, I couldn't remember those scenes clearly. In short, I felt that it was very mysterious. Goddess Guanyin was very happy. She looked down and suddenly frowned. The man was puzzled. "What's wrong?" Goddess Guanyin said with a murderous look, "Master, a few of the lightning whips are missing. I don't know which thief stole them or if this place is occupied by a demon." The man shook his head. "Since it's an opportunity, whether it's stolen or occupied by this demon, it's fate. There's no need to be angry." Goddess Guanyin said, "Oh." Then she smiled and gently took off the small ancient inkstone with the word lightning engraved on it from her waist and threw it forward. At the top of Jiexiao Mountain, a magnificent and shocking scene appeared. The entire lightning pool rose from the ground and swept into the inkstone along with the sea of clouds and lightning. After about 15 minutes, Goddess Guanyin shouted, "Come back." The ancient inkstone flew back to her hand and she handed it to the man. "Master, please take a look." The man looked down. In the ancient inkstone there was a lightning pool that looked like a pool of golden ink. It was very magical. The man asked her to put away the ancient inkstone and looked into the distance. "It's time to go home." Goddess Guanyin joked, "Master, does this count as returning home?" "You have to thank me." "How do you want to thank me?" "It's simple. I heard that the sky of Liuxia continent is very high, so it has all 5 lightning. Master, you just have to bring me there to eat." The man laughed. It was rare for her to have such a childish side. On the other side of Dichong Mountain, The scholar was being chased by a group of gold core demons and was running around. There was even a gold core demon that temporarily took charge of the Di Chong Mountains mountain protection formation. It actually risked the destruction of the mountain's roots and the water's fate to forcibly stabilize the underground and high enchantment to prevent the scholar from escaping with his strange escape technique. If it was only this technique, the scholar would have escaped long ago. He didn't expect that the gold core demon in Baigong City would have an incredible treasure that could possess the scholar. It didn't hurt his soul, but it could follow him like a shadow and couldn't be driven away. The scholar did a somersault in the air, barely dodging the bombardment of a magic treasure. Dust flew up into the air. He suddenly smiled and flew in a certain direction, shouting, "Good man!" Qin Pingon, who had the appearance of an old man, twitched the corner of his mouth and said softly, "Brother Mu Mao." The following scene caused all the demons to be bewildered, and they looked at each other before actually stopping their pursuit. The scholar pinched out a golden talisman with 2 fingers. He suddenly threw it towards the ally who seemed to have come to rescue him. That guy also unsheathed his sword and slashed at the talisman that was bursting with golden light like the sun leaping over the sea. A huge ripple of chi activity surged in all directions. It was like a mountain peak being smashed into a lake. The sword light dissipated together like the talisman. At that moment, the scholar's aura completely changed. His eyes were dazzling and he deliberately restrained his spiritual energy. This was a move that allowed him to be slaughtered. The scholar rushed towards Qin Pingon and said softly, "First, cut off the shadow of this Tarsus on my body and then we'll leave together." Qin Pingon nodded and slashed out with his sword, which happened to cut the shadow. The scholar, who seemed to have changed into a different person, felt relieved and was about to thank him sincerely. A punch came again. His vision turned black. "Damn you. First set a small target such as 1 second. Remember, scholar's residence." For 96. When the scholar woke up, he felt a splitting headache. He found himself on the edge of a cliff. Not far away was a long iron bridge that looked like a snake. It swayed slightly in the wind. The robe called the 100-eyed Taotai was already gone. The talisman that was originally in his sleeve naturally fell into someone else's pocket as well. And it was tied up by a golden demon binding rope. Looking down, the quality was not low. It actually used 2 dragon whiskers. The old dragon's age was definitely not low. The so-called dragon whiskers of the green copper lake carp were probably the same as the moon palace species of the Empress of the Summer. Did it encounter a real moon palace toad? Maybe it was not that exaggerated, but it was not far off. The scholar could not help but laugh. He did not struggle at all. Because between his eyebrows and back, there was a natal flying sword hovering in front and behind. Fortunately, as long as he did not wake up from the soul-returning lotus flower lantern in his ancestral hall, it was not the worst outcome. The scholar sighed, "Good brother, you borrowed it. Remember to return it to me later." Not far away, a young wanderer wearing a bamboo hat was sitting cross-legged on the edge of the cliff, practicing the sword furnace stance. That person was silent. The scholar continued, "Good brother, your habit of taking off people's clothes is not good. Did the dragon robe worn by the white-bone monarch in the Empress of the Summer's treasury turn into ashes like I said? I did not lie to you about the robe of the Clear Virtue Sect female cultivator. Its quality is very ordinary. It is the same as the ceremonial wine bowl from the Clear Virtue Sect's ancestral hall. It is only a spiritual tool and cannot be sold for a good price. Unless you meet a cultivator who likes to collect robes, there will be some profit." Qin Pingon did not reply. The scholar did not get angry at all. It was just a robe that could not see the light of day. It was not like he was naked. The 3 golden talismen inside the robe felt a bit of heartache. One of them belonged to a branch of the mountain talisman, and was known as the Azure Sky Mansion talisman. It could transform into a Thunder City True King mansion. If a cultivator was inside, they could withstand several attacks from a Yuanine cultivator's natal magic treasure. If it was a Jindan cultivator, they would not be able to break through the mansion's door within half an incense's time. A clear jade light talisman was tossed out by a cultivator. It illuminated the netherworld and shook away monsters and ghosts. Its range was extremely great, enveloping several miles of heaven and earth. It wasn't targeted at great cultivators, but was specifically used to break through formations. The last one was the most precious. It was the Cloud/Talisman, the secret of the family. The talisman's gallbladder contained 4 priceless divine lights. Once it was used, the Dharma images of the god of thunder, the goddess of lightning, the count of wind and the lord of rain would appear and attack together. Previously, in the backyard of the Guanghan Palace on Peeling Mountain, the talisman that the scholar twirled in his sleeve was this item. However, at that time the other party was also slippery and had some hidden movements in his sleeve. The scholar couldn't grasp the other party's depth. Both parties were close to each other and the talisman's power was too great. It could easily cut off half of the entire Peeling Mountain. The scholar didn't want to kill the enemy at the cost of 800 of his own men. As for the talisman that was later destroyed by the talisman, its killing power was also not weak. However, it wasn't as majestic as the Cloud/Talisman. Moreover, it wasn't a secret of the family. It was a special skill of a talisman sect in the North Continent. It specialized in restraining sword cultivators in the world. Therefore, until that moment, the scholar was not forced to use his special skill by the group of demons. He only looked embarrassed. Previously, his real intention was to deliberately create a huge commotion that could be seen by the mountains. The scholar was sure that the other party would definitely secretly return and hide in a certain place. Then, the other party might see the situation and wait for an opportunity to assassinate him. How could the scholar not have thought of showing weakness to the enemy and taking advantage of the situation to kill the other party? Unfortunately, the heavens didn't let him do as he wished. It was true that, as the saying goes, virtue rises 1 foot, the devil rises 10 feet. The other party's sword was very strange. It was too strange. A sword-lock talisman made of gold from the ancestor of the Earth Palace actually failed to lock the other party's sword. Therefore, the burrowing technique that he had prepared and the second Cloud/Talisman in his sleeve were useless. Otherwise, if the talisman was used to escape, even if the other party didn't die, he would be seriously injured. He could be left for the demons to deal with. How could he live? And that fellow was even more sloppy. He actually lost his mind at the last moment and forcefully seized control of most of the souls. He let down all his defenses against this person. What was the result? Wasn't he still punched by the other party without hesitation, causing him to be reduced to this state? However, the silver lining in this misfortune was that the other party didn't decisively kill him to steal his goods and destroy his corpse. Wasn't this a bit of good fortune accumulated from the other party's benevolence? Otherwise, when he woke up in his family, although he barely managed to keep his life, he would have to pay a huge price by losing a soul and a spirit. His Tao would be damaged. Even if his family had secret techniques to make up for it, it would at least delay his breakthrough for 100 years. At that time, his family wouldn't let this person off so easily. Not to mention a pursuit of 10,000 miles, even if he was a direct descendant of a sect from another continent, he would still be pursued across continents. If 10 years wasn't enough, then 100 years would be enough. The Yang clan of the Cloud Palace of the Great Yuan Dynasty's Chongshan Bureau had always been recognized by the entire continent as being extremely grateful. They held grudges for a long time and were extremely ruthless in their vengeance. The remaining 3 gold talismen from the ancestral hall and the 100-eyed Taoye's Taoist robe that hadn't been used were worth anything. No matter how valuable they were, how could they be more valuable than a cultivator's life and Tao? Therefore, the scholar was very open-minded. His father had always reminded him that on the path of cultivation, he must suffer small losses. The scholar smiled and asked, "Good brother, how did you bring me out of the demon's encirclement? It must have taken a lot of effort, right?" After the 18 halts of sword chi was completed, Qin Pingan put away the sword furnace and stood upright, saying, "It didn't take a lot of effort. The demons had fought with you for too long and were already exhausted. They were also afraid that there would be reinforcements other than me, so they didn't dare to move forward. The encirclement was a little pretentious, but it still took some time for me to take advantage of an opening and run all the way south to the Ghost Valley. However, your robe was stripped off by them and I couldn't stop them in time. I felt very guilty." Chen Pingan smiled. "I was afraid that after you woke up, you wouldn't listen to a single word of explanation from me and would want to fight with me the moment you opened your eyes. Wouldn't that have made the misunderstanding even deeper? Now, can we be considered to have talked things out?" The scholar nodded. "Good brother, not only do you have a chivalrous heart, what's even more commendable is that you're so meticulous. I really can't find any fault with you." Qin Pingan smiled. "Brother Mu Mao, can you tell me your surname now? We've been through life and death together, it wouldn't be good if you still hide it from me." The scholar smiled brightly and said with incomparable sincerity, "My surname is Yang and my name is Mu Mao. I was born in the Chongshan agency of the Dayuan dynasty since I was young. Due to my good aptitude, I relied on the connections of my ancestors in the Chongshin Agency and was fortunate enough to become an inner disciple of the Yunshao Palace's Prime Minister Yu personally bestowed the surname. This time I traveled all the way south, and before I reached the Ghost Valley, I didn't have much immortal coins left. I wanted to slay demons and devils in the Ghost Valley and accumulate virtue while earning some small money. Hopefully, I could gather a decent congratulatory gift for the birthday of a prince of the Daiyuan dynasty who has a good relationship with the Chongshin Agency. Since this person recognized the two words Dragon Gate, then the three talismans' origins were most likely seen through. Therefore, the scholar did not treat the other party as a fool, lest the other party flew into a rage out of humiliation and punched him again. Chen Pingan smiled faintly. This Chongshin Agency of the Daiyuan dynasty, even I, a foreigner from another continent, have heard of its great name. I wonder if Brother Mu Mao knows the natural Taoist Yang Ningxin? The scholar rolled his eyes. As an inner disciple of the Yunshao Palace, how could I not know this famous little immortal? Not only do I know him, I also know the eldest young master Yang Ningxin, who likes to travel the world. I have a good relationship with them. Of course, these two are the high and mighty direct descendants of the Yang family. I'm only acquainted with these two brothers and can't be considered very good friends. The scholar saw that he was half believing and half doubting. The scholar could not do anything about it. The other party could not possibly interrogate him, could he? However, if that was really the case, a magic treasure, the demon binding rope, and two flying swords might not necessarily be able to trap him. Qin Pingan suddenly asked, "You were playing with a bunch of stray dogs earlier because you wanted me to misunderstand that I had a chance to beat them up when they were down. You were bent on killing me?" The scholar was just about to make up a story when he suddenly frowned. He felt a stabbing pain between his eyebrows and sighed. In the next moment, the scholar's entire person changed. It was just like when he first met Qin Pingan, who claimed to be full of pure yang. Be it a qi practitioner or a pure martial artist, their qi could be concealed and their momentum could be changed. However, it was very difficult to fake the aura of a person who was born from the unseen. Qin Pingan frowned. "You're suffering from the soul-dissociating syndrome? Both parties are fighting over the soul?" It was just like how brothers would fight and argue endlessly within the walls. Generally speaking, this was a great taboo for cultivators. If that was the case, it would be extremely difficult for a qi practitioner to break through the level. It would already be a great fortune for them to become an earth deity in the core formation stage. It would be an extravagant hope for them to overcome the mental devil in the nascent soul stage. The scholar was sitting straight. His eyes were clear as he smiled. "In order to save me, you were heavily wounded and exhausted. The Golden Land withdrawal talisman that you offered in the end was not only precious, but it should also be related to the talisman in my family. Therefore, consider the robe 100-eyed Tao, and the 3 talisman in your sleeve as my thank you gift. As for me, my name is naturally not Yang Mumao, but I am indeed from the Chongshin Bureau of the Great Origin Dynasty. However, I won't tell you my real name. You can just guess." Qin Pingan asked in confusion. After he passed out in his own small world, "You were actually able to see the big world outside clearly?" The scholar nodded, but he did not explain anything. Qin Pingan said, "But it was your intention to kill me." The scholar smiled and said, "Isn't that also your original intention?" Qin Pingan was speechless. The scholar said, "Since you ultimately chose to save me and not kill me, I feel that there is a need for me to come out and meet you again. The battle of the great Tao that I envision should be open and above board. If you agree with this, we can choose a day when our training ends and have a battle to the death on Kuli Mountain. Right, there is one more thing that I need to remind you of. I keep feeling that there is someone spying on you from afar in the Ghost Valley. It is intermittent and does not last long. I can only vaguely sense that it is somewhere in the north. His cultivation is profound, so you must be careful." Qin Pingan did not comment. The scholar smiled. "I will be concentrating on refining the Dragon Gate steel. I must not be distracted. You will have to deal with the other me, so I will have to trouble you to be more tolerant. How should I put it? He is equivalent to the evil in my heart. Although all my thoughts have been reduced to a mustard seed, they are actually very big and very pure. Evil is true evil, so there is no need to hide it. His nature is fearless. However, every time I am distracted and let him appear to control this body, I will make a pact with him. There are too many rules that cannot be broken. Right, when he is doing something, I can watch from the sidelines. I can use this opportunity to observe Tao and train my heart. However, when I speak, he can only sleep." Qin Pingan was shocked. Just as he was about to speak, the scholar had already closed his eyes. During this time, Qin Pingan noticed that the scholar seemed to look to the side when he closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, he was the familiar scholar who had peeled off the mountain. He had an awkward expression on his face as if he had taken a dump in his pants. The two of them were silent. After a while, Qin Pingan said, "Yang Ningxing, you are good. You are one of the top 10 in the North Continent and the young Lord of Heaven of the Cloud Palace. Why do you have to hide such a prestigious title?" The scholar was confused. Qin Pingan sneered. The scholar felt that he would not be so honest with others, so he continued to set up a trap. He said helplessly, "If the young Lord of Heaven of the Chongshan Bureau heard this, he would be angry. Yang Ningxing is the most old-fashioned person and can't take half a joke. Between Yang Ningxin and Yang Ningxing, I am more willing to get along with Yang Ningxin. Also, the female Taoist who is in charge of the Chongshan Bureau's dealings with the imperial court is really a beautiful and charming person. I went on this trip and risked my life to enter the Ghost Valley to make a name for myself so that she will think highly of me. Good man, you have a good name and you are even more capable. When you return to the Great Yuan dynasty, you must meet her. She was only a young girl back then, but she already organized a Taoist ceremony, the grand ritual of cycle. She is the most intelligent. When you meet her, you will most likely fall in love with her. In the end, she will not like you either. When the time comes, we will drown our sorrows in wine. Brothers in hardship, our friendship will be everlasting." Qin Pingan stood up and ignored the person's jesting. He looked around and kept the demon binding rope in his hand. Chui Wu and Chui Wu also returned to the blade-strengthening gourd at his waist. Was the glimpse of the scholar's mind before he fell into a state of stillness the scholar had purposely done so that he would be suspicious of everything? Or was there really a mystery around the mountain? An expert had arrived and he could not meet him? If that was the case, was the spirit of the peak stage nascent soul stage Pu Meng who had traveled far and was hiding somewhere nearby? Or was it an unworldly expert of a higher realm? Was it the small Xuandu temple and the big Yuanyue temple that were not recorded in the Rest Assured collection? Or was it the heroic spirit of the north of the Ghost Valley? Anyway, it was unlikely to be Jiang Shangzhen. It was normal for Jiang Shangzhen to observe the mountains and rivers from afar and observe his movements. However, it was definitely not Jiang Shangzhen's style to come here quietly and not show himself. Jiang Shangzhen had previously revealed some of the heavenly secrets about the Jade Gui sect's plan at the Book Slip Lake. Qin Pingan believed most of it. Therefore, for the time being, Jiang Shangzhen could be considered a friend and not an enemy. Even if he was not a friend, he would not plot to harm him. To put it bluntly, if Jiang Shangzhen really wanted to kill him, wouldn't it be easier than killing that self-proclaimed swordsman? Now that Qin Pingan was facing a nascent soul stage cultivator, he could only run for his life. However, Jiang Shangzhen was famous in the Tongyi continent for being fond of killing nascent soul stage cultivators in the upper 5 realms. Qin Pingan sighed in his heart. He silently told himself, "Don't be anxious. Cultivation was not like drinking wine. It was fine to drink in large mouthfuls. However, food had to be eaten one mouthful at a time. Roads had to be taken one step at a time. Money had to be earned one by one." The scholar stood up and stretched his body. "Good brother, are these 2 life-flying swords of yours? Sword cultivation is a profession that eats gold and swallows silver. 4 ordinary sword embryos, relying on the sect to give them money and items to raise them is already the limit. How did you do it? Just by traveling thousands of miles and robbing people? It seems like you are like me, relying on your background as an immortal master. The sect's cultivation did not help you, so you used the pretense of gaining experience to become a wild cultivator again and again?" Qin Pingan did not answer this question. He looked to the north and said, "Previously, in order to save you, I suffered a great loss. What do you say now?" The scholar rubbed his hands and laughed. "My robe and 3 talisman cards fell into the hands of the enemy. Naturally, I have to get them back." Qin Pingan glanced at him. "That makes sense. Then we'll still go our separate ways. You can go and ask for the things you lost. I hope that Brother Mu Mao will become famous in this Ghost Dawn Valley. As for me, I'll just honestly pick up what I left behind." The scholar exclaimed, "How can that be? I have a death grudge with the demons. If I show my face, I will be attacked by them. They will all go crazy and kill me. When the time comes, my situation will be even worse. No, without good brother to hold the line for me, I will not feel at ease. It is strange to say that with good brother by my side, I am full of courage. I am not afraid of the heavens or the earth, even if it is a dragon's pool or a tiger's den." Qin Pingan asked, "You don't have your robe talisman now. What is the point of me bringing you along? Are you a burden? The scholar raised his palm and an item appeared. Then he quickly waved his other sleeve and enveloped the item with his spiritual chi. It was actually a small purple flying sword. He smiled and said, Hermit has his own trump card. This sword is called Purple Zoisha. It is an imitation of the flying sword of a great sword immortal in our North Continent. It is not a sword cultivator's natal flying sword, but its aura surpasses that of a flying sword. It can be used to pretend to be a great sword immortal to scare people. It is a unique skill of hating Sword Mountain. It is a unique skill in the world. It is as famous as the protective armor made by Sanlang Temple. Qin Pingan pointed at the sword behind him. Do I need you to scare people? Show some sincerity, okay? The scholar angrily put away the purple Zoisha and flipped his palm, revealing a small item that looked like a hornless dragon button. He said solemnly, This is the last of my trump cards. Smash it, and a hornless dragon with astonishing battle prowess will descend. It won't be a problem for it to overturn mountains and seas. It's just that it can only be used once. This is the Cloud Palace treasure that Junior Marshal Sister Chen and I bought on credit. Qin Pingan looked at this brother Mu Mao. The scholar smiled and looked at him. Qin Pingan had some doubts. If he really fought with his life on the line, what were his chances of winning? When he was a goddess of the summer's Guanghan Palace, he felt that he had a 70 to 80% chance. But now it seemed like it was at most 50-50? The reason was simple. That purple Zoisha was indeed an imitation. It was not the natal item of some peak sword immortal. It was most suitable to scare nascent soul cultivators. But it was even more suitable to kill golden core cultivators. On top of that, there was that hornless dragon button seal whose depth was unknown. If it was given to a real scholar, the other party would be able to attack and defend in a fight. What if the other party had a better magical robe and a precious armor made from the military school's armor pill? After all, the so-called 100-eyed Taotai robe was only a disguise used by this scholar to cover his eyes and ears. A true disciple of Chong Xian who was most likely born with natural Dao quality. How could he not have an ancestral robe and precious armor to protect himself? The scholar's eyes were full of resentment. He said with a face full of grievances, Good brother, why are you not speaking? Are you tempted by the wealth? Anyway, I can't beat you. I can only take out the robe and precious armor to save my life. Didn't you say that the copper seal was your last trump card? Qin Pingan said, Being rich is really amazing. I'm afraid of you. The scholar sighed. My junior sister said that if one's ability is mediocre when they go out to train, they can't talk freely. Qin Pingan said, Let's go. The scholar rubbed his hands. To the mountain-moving sage's mountain, or to the earth-gushing mountain? Qin Pingan said, Follow that black river and find the old dragon cave. The scholar was puzzled. Why? Qin Pingan began to walk down along the ridge of the mountain. He said slowly, The protective formation of the earth-gushing mountain has been torn to pieces by you. The demons must have gathered at the mountain of the mountain-moving ape. Maybe the primogenitor Pai Chen of the earth-gushing mountain has hidden all her belongings well, or simply carried them with her and moved them to her ally's side. Go to the earth-gushing mountain and drink the northwest wind? Or go to the mountain-moving ape's side and beat them up again? The scholar clapped his fists together and praised, That's right. Good brother, you've got a good plan. Those two turtles didn't even show up during the battle at Gushing Mountain. In your words, they don't care about the morality of Jianghu at all. Therefore, even if we went to trouble them, the demons on the side of the mountain-moving apes would probably hold a grudge against us and refuse to help us. Qin Pingan sneered, What I am worried about now is whether the backer of the goddess of the summer will come after you kill and eat her. Tell me, who exactly are you? The scholar chuckled and said, He was an old Yuanian cultivator from the Ghost Valley. He was quite famous among the northern cities and even dared to disobey the orders of Jingguan City's city lord. When he was alive, he was a great general of the Divine Providence Kingdom and had outstanding achievements. When he was alive, he was never praised as a godly commander. But after his death, he was praised by later generations of military strategists for being able to command troops properly. If it weren't for the fact that the stupid emperor he was loyal to fell for the trap and forced him to lead the army to attack, causing more than 30 members of his family to die on the battlefield, it would have been a critical turning point. Otherwise, it would have been hard to predict the final outcome of the Battle of Skeleton Beach. The scholar paused for a moment and was a little melancholy. As for how the goddess of the summer clung onto this spirit, I am not a prophet, so I don't know. A skinny old monk appeared out of thin air next to the old turtle. Compared to the hill-like old turtle, the old monk was really negligible. But in Chin Pingan's eyes, the old monk was majestic while the old turtle was as small as a mustard seed. The old monk put his palms together and chanted a Buddhist chant. He asked, "Benefactors, can I bring this turtle back to the great Yuanyua temple?" The scholar smiled, "I don't care. You have to listen to my brother. It will only count if he agrees." The old turtle begged, "Monk, save me. Save me. I know I was wrong. I will cultivate Buddhism in the temple in peace. I will not dare to leave for thousands of years." The old monk looked at Chin Pingan. Chin Pingan also looked at the old monk and asked, "I don't care if you know you were wrong or not. I just want to know if this old turtle can make up for the sins of these years." The old turtle wanted to say something but found he couldn't. The old monk put his palms together and nodded, "I can promise you that after the old turtle's cultivation, he will do good deeds and bear good results. It will be more beneficial to this world than killing him now." Chin Pingan didn't say anything. The old monk smiled and nodded. He then looked at the opposite shore and chanted a Buddhist chant, "Repent and be saved." When the short old monk turned around, he and the old turtle had already disappeared. The scholar casually took back the falling copper seal that had lost its foothold. Chin Pingan stood still and fell into deep thought. The scholar smiled, "Good brother, you are really brave. Do you know the origin of this senior monk?" Chin Pingan shook his head, "I don't know. There is no record in the Rest Assured collection. I only knew about the great Yuanyua temple in the Ghost Valley when I passed by the peach forest." The scholar rubbed his cheeks with both hands and sighed. If Chongshin Bureau's secret record is correct, this old monk is the second golden arhat and the first immovable mountain in the North Continent. The old monk stood still and didn't dodge. Even if it was a nascent soul sword cultivator's natal flying sword, the monk's undying sword would break first after stabbing it for half an hour. If it were me, I wouldn't dare to bargain with the old monk. When he appeared, I was ready to hand over the old turtle. But good brother, your luck is really good. The old monk didn't get angry but laughed. We didn't become enemies with the great Yuanyua temple because of this. Chin Pingan said slowly, "To be able to achieve this, one must have the heart." The scholar had a headache and said, "Good brother, don't say this. I am a Taoist disciple and I can't bear to hear this." Chin Pingan suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. He walked to the ice that was showing signs of melting without the support of the old turtle's spell. He sat cross-legged, grabbed a handful of ice and smeared it on his face. He was still bleeding from his 7 orifices. Chin Pingan was in a daze but there was a smile on his face. The scholar squatted not far away and widened his eyes. He asked softly, "Good brother, you are in such a situation where your soul is agitated and your muscles and bones are trembling. Don't you feel any pain?" Chin Pingan twitched the corner of his mouth and looked into the distance. "If I said it was just scratching an itch, would you believe me?" The scholar nodded vigorously. "Yes." However, he was cursing in his heart. "Like hell I would believe you." The scholar began to count silently. He wanted to see when the blood on that guy's face would stop flowing. Chin Pingan turned his head and asked, "What about the Lady of the Ocean?" The scholar smiled. "She was tied to a demon-binding rope. She will come whenever I summon her." Chin Pingan had a strange look in his eyes. The scholar smiled and said, "Good brother, only you can have a demon-binding rope, but I, Yang Mumao, can't have one?" The scholar stretched out a hand and a snow-white rope appeared in his hand. He shook it gently and the burly woman was thrown out from the frozen river far away. Then, as if someone was pulling her hair, she ran all the way. In a few blinks of an eye, she was dragged to the side of the scholar's feet. Chin Pingan's eyelids trembled slightly. Just how many trump cards did this guy have on him? The scholar asked, "How should we deal with her?" "Good brother, you say the word. I will follow your lead." Chin Pingan said, "As long as she is willing to open the cave abode, she can live." The scholar nodded and smiled at the little turtle. "Did you hear that?" However, the woman did something strange. After glancing at Chin Pingan, she turned to look at the scholar. "I want you to make a vow before you open the door." The scholar laughed and stretched out his finger. He stopped smiling and coughed a few times before saying seriously, "All right, all right, all right. I Yang Mumao swear to the heavens." The woman suddenly burst into tears. "I know I will die for sure. You are all liars. Big liars." Chin Pingan narrowed his eyes. The scholar's expression changed slightly and he suddenly smiled. "Forget it. Spare her. I have other uses for her. The great Yuan dynasty happens to be short of a granny he. If I succeed in recommending her, it will be a merit. It is more worth it than killing her to accumulate merit. After she was far away from Qin Pingan, she suddenly asked carefully, Immortal Master, why don't you kill that person while he is weak? The scholar's 5 fingers were like hooks as he grabbed her head and said angrily, Do I need you to teach me how to do things? The woman felt that her head was about to explode as she wailed and begged for mercy. The scholar tossed her aside and mumbled, Bloody hell. If I could kill that guy, I would be willing to pay the price of half my life. But it's hard to say if I have to pay the price of half my life. Furthermore, what if I die? Frustrated, the scholar slapped the progenitor Fu Hai who was leading the way and sent him crashing into the ground. He then kicked the progenitor Fu Hai to the front. The woman who was rolling in the water finally managed to stop herself. However, she did not dare to get up and felt that she would rather die. Only then did the scholar give up and say, Hurry up and get going. The scholar slapped his head and revealed a bitter smile. A water-repelling pearl that he did not keep in his mouth appeared in his hand. He gave himself away. However, it did not matter. After all, that guy did not intend to follow him into the water from the start. It was meaningless whether he needed to hide his destiny mystique. The ice in the river melted faster and faster. Qin Pingan stood up and returned to the shore. He surveyed his surroundings. It was winter and the world was bleak. Qin Pingan inhaled and exhaled slowly to recuperate. About an hour later, the scholar returned alone. Qin Pingan did not ask about the whereabouts of the progenitor Fu Hai. A straightforward person does not resort to insinuations. That lowly servant still needs to pack up her belongings. They are all items that are not easy to move and are not worth much. Also, let her go to her subordinates and extort them. After spending so much time with you, I should learn how to make money from you. The scholar smiled and said, Let's go. We will split the loot at the ancestral temple. There is no atmosphere here. Qin Pingan had no objections. After entering the ancestral temple, the two of them sat opposite each other on the steps outside the main hall. The scholar waved his sleeves and items of various sizes fell to the ground. They were a dazzling array of items and piled up into a mountain. The scholar took credit and said, I know that you are a hero who plucks the feathers of a wild goose. No matter how valuable it is, as long as it is slightly valuable, I will bring it back. There is 1 magic treasure and 12 spiritual weapons. As for the immortal money, I am not lying. It is all in the old turtle's cave. This little turtle who is about to become the water goddess is so poor that it makes one's hair stand on end. He only found 18,000 snowflakes for me to spend. Good brother, I really put my heart into it. You don't know, but I almost broke that pair of big screens. After a long time, the scholar returned. He stood on the steps and lowered his head to look at the 2 hairpins. He shook his head and said, It's a pity that I didn't put them away. Otherwise, I could have blown up the items close to you. He carefully put the 2 hairpins into his sleeves and not the items close to him. Only then did he truly leave. This time the scholar did not travel through the ground. Instead, he swaggered above the black river and swam with the wind. A turbulent river was split in the middle and did not close for a long time. The scholar's 2 big sleeves fluttered incessantly as he muttered, One should not be too idle. When one's thoughts are stolen, weeds will grow. If one is too busy, one's true nature will reseed and scatter like birds and beasts. That is why it is difficult to have both a carefree body and a carefree mind. He followed the black river and went south with the wind. Along the way, he only glanced in the direction of Mirror Treasure Mountain but did not go near it. This was the only request his family had for him to go out. He was not allowed to go near Mirror Treasure Mountain. The scholar shook his wrist and the demon binding rope appeared in his hand. It turned out that the other end of the rope was the Lady of the Ocean cover. The burly woman was pulled out of the water. The scholar twisted his wrist again and smashed her into the black river. It stirred up a stormy sea that was dozens of feet high. The scholar landed at the southern end of the black river and put away the demon binding rope. The woman stood at the side shakily. The scholar began to walk south on foot. She followed behind him in fear. The scholar did not stop walking. He turned his head and smiled. You have an old man who doesn't care about your feelings. Fortunately, you followed me, a master with the most Jianghu spirit. So, did you bring the thing? The woman quickly took out a small black gold celadone water from her sleeve and said in a trembling voice, I was ordered to go to the old dragon's cave and brought out this pair of fish that my father had carefully raised for 800 years. I also ordered my father's confidant to immediately put down the 4 dragon locking walls and trap him if that person sneaks into the old dragon's cave and activates the mechanism. Even if he manages to escape, the demons who received the secret message will be waiting for him there. That guy, even if he doesn't die, he will lose a layer of skin. The scholar put away the small celadone water and shook it gently. He looked down and smiled. This is the unexpected wealth that I wanted to get the most on this trip. The scholar turned to look at the Black River and the old dragon's cave. As for that place, it is most likely a waste of effort. You won't go. Isn't that right, good man? The woman couldn't help but swallow. Were all the cultivators outside of the Ghost Valley so cunning and terrifying? The scholar glanced at her and put the celadone water back into his sleeve. Don't worry, not everyone is like us. But you are too stupid. You can't be like this in the future. You can't just grow old without growing your brain. Once you become a river granny, whether you can become the true water goddess depends on you. I don't raise useless people here. Oh right, other than this pair of fish you haven't been enlightened. What do you want to steal? The woman pecked at the rice and quickly took out a jade box the size of a palm. Yes, my father said this was a carved mother ancestral coin that the last emperor of one of the dynasties asked a great hidden immortal of the Qing sect to carefully craft. She put on a long face. I was afraid that master would get impatient from waiting, so I hurried back. My father's secret chamber only had these two treasures. After taking the aqua anchovy in this box, I hurried back. I didn't dare to go anywhere else to take them. The scholar took the jade box and opened it. He clicked his tongue and said, It's really an extraordinary treasure. It's an excellent natal item that any Shang clan cultivator would dream of. The scholar smiled. Very good. From this moment onwards, you are already the true river god of the great Yuan dynasty. You only lack an imperial edict. No problem, there are many imperial edicts with imperial seals in my house. Year after year I have accumulated a huge pile. She couldn't believe it. Hearing such good news after such a disaster felt like a lifetime ago. The scholar had already turned around and continued on his way. He laughed and said, As long as I am willing, I can make you a river god. What's so difficult about that? Her footsteps became light. She was grateful to the back of that figure. The scholar wore a smile on his face. He was lazy and enjoyed the scenery. He made her rise from a river granny to a river god. It wasn't because of some carved mother ancestral coin. It wasn't because it wasn't valuable. It was because it was a servant's property. Wasn't it right and proper that it belonged to the master? Handing it over with both hands and asking for a few words of praise was already a great reward. If she dared not hand it over, she would be beaten half to death. Thunder and rain were all heavenly grace. At the end of the day, for the sake of the great round moon temple, he went with the flow. After all, the old turtle would most likely travel the river under the nose of the Yang family in the future. With this good karma as a foundation, many of his schemes could be carried out smoothly and naturally. But when he thought of this, his face instantly darkened. Scheme? Who was it for? Himself? Thinking of that fellow's last gaze in the ancestral temple, he became even more unhappy. That gaze wasn't one of schadenfreude or even pity. It was unclear. It made him puzzled and angry, because he actually began to pity himself. He suddenly thought of the iron chain bridge between the two cliffs, as well as the two ant-like monsters. Kill them. Just treat it as a parting gift to that good man. But at this moment he stopped in his tracks. His face twisted. Then her expression slowly relaxed. That's enough. There are 3 rules, not child's play. It turned out that the real Yang Ningxing had returned. He smiled and said, I traveled thousands of miles and gained a lot. What's there to be unhappy about? Lady Fuhai also noticed the change in the person in front of her. She stopped in her tracks and was filled with fear. That person turned around. His expression was gentle. In her eyes, his bearing was completely different from before. He smiled and said, Don't be afraid. Let me introduce myself. I'm Yang Ningxing from the Cloud Palace of the Great Yuan Dynasty's Chongshen Bureau. The woman instinctively wanted to kneel and kowtow. The scholar raised his hand, preventing her from kneeling. The scholar said softly, On the same path of cultivation, you and I are already friends. In the future you can't be arrogant or belittle yourself. The woman sobbed and sobbed, I'll remember. I won't dare to forget master's teachings. The scholar laughed and shook his head. He didn't say anything else. He brought her along and continued on their journey. The scholar glanced in the direction of Treasure Mirror Mountain, wondering how it was going. Wei Gaowu rushed over again. When he was still a dozen steps away from the young woman, he suddenly knelt and prostrated himself on the ground. He sobbed, Fairy, please teach me Tao. Wei Gaowu is willing to be your slave. On the path of cultivation, regardless of my realm, Wei Gaowu will have no regrets even if I die. Li Lu smiled. You don't deserve to be my slave, do you? Wei Gaowu's face was covered in tears. He kept kowtowing and begging for her to teach him Tao. At the Sheep Intestine Palace. At the entrance, there were only one spiritual monster from two small fries with wooden spears in their arms. Qin Pingan smiled and slowly walked over. The little rat spirit was stunned. It quickly stood up with a wooden spear in hand and shouted, "Who are you? Tell me your name." Actually, it already recognized the person in front of it. However, it still had to pretend. Qin Pingan waved his hand, indicating that it didn't have to pretend anymore. He asked, "Your ancestor didn't vent his anger on you after losing a box of military books? If that great demon hunter still had the guts to stay in this sheep intestine palace, Qin Pingan would willingly call it a great immortal." The commotion at the Black River wasn't small. Divine General Qi Lei's pitiful end was most likely known to everyone. Although that small spirit had already transformed into a human face, it could still vaguely recognize the rat spirit's original appearance. After all, its cultivation was still shallow. It scratched its head. Reporting to Master Sword Immortal, my ancestor returned late and I had already woken up by myself. I was afraid that the ancestor would suspect something, so I slammed the door twice before finally knocking myself unconscious. I never expected that when I woke up, the ancestor had yet to return, so I steeled my heart and slammed the door again. Only then did the ancestor return. After kicking me awake, I said that I had fainted without knowing anything. The ancestor ignored me and ran to the tunnel to investigate. I hurriedly slipped away and dug a hole to hide underground far away from the Goat Intestine Palace. Indeed, the ancestor could not find me and flew away on a cloud. Qin Pingan sat on the steps. The little rat spirit hesitated for a moment before sitting down as well. However, it was a little far away. It wanted to sit closer to this sword immortal and get some immortal aura, but it didn't have the guts. Qin Pingan asked with a smile, "Where's the book that I gave you?" The little rat spirit pointed at the place where the book was buried and said with a happy smile, "Sword immortal, it's hidden there." I didn't dare to take it out. I was thinking of carefully flipping through it in a few days. Just as Master Sword Immortal said, if my ancestor were to discover this, there would be huge trouble. The books say that a lack of forbearance in small matters will spoil great plans. Master Sword Immortal, is that how you use this saying? Qin Pingan held back his laughter and nodded, "You can use it that way." The little rat spirit hugged the wooden spear and laughed foolishly. It probably felt that it had done something impressive. Qin Pingan covered his sleeves with his hands and bent slightly. He turned his head and asked, "If possible, do you want to take a look outside?" The little rat spirit nodded and said, "Of course. My ancestor said that the books outside, no matter what is written or which saint wrote them, are sold at a cheap price. It's as if they are free. I want to buy some books back." Qin Pingan asked again, "You're coming back?" The little rat spirit nodded and looked a little shy. "My home is here." It didn't dare to sit like the sword immortal. Instead, it curled up its knees and placed its arms on its knees, curling its body there. It whispered, "I know that you don't like my ancestor. If you meet him, you might even kill him. Therefore, I'm very happy that you didn't meet my ancestor in the 2 times you came to our Goat Intestine Palace." Qin Pingan smiled and took out a flask of wine. "Do you want to drink?" The little rat spirit shook its head. "It'll be terrible if my ancestor sees me." Qin Pingan said, "In the next half a month, this great demon hunter won't dare to come back." The little rat spirit waved its hand vigorously. "Thank you for your kind intentions, Sword Immortal. I won't be drinking. Well, anyway, I heard that wine will burn the stomach." At this point, the little rat spirit looked a little dejected. Qin Pingan nodded, opened the mud seal, took a small sip and narrowed his eyes. Only this time, Qin Pingan only felt warm and comfortable, basking in the sun and drinking a little wine. Sitting beside him was a little spirit from the Ghost Valley who liked to read books and take notes. Qin Pingan felt as if he was living the life of an immortal. The little rat spirit plucked up its courage and asked carefully, "Sword Immortal, did you come to our Ghost Valley to train?" Qin Pingan nodded. "I even earned some money. 3 years of new, 3 years of old, and 3 years of mending. Such days were really good." Moreover, in this Ghost Valley he had indeed earned a lot of immortal money. Qin Pingan drank a few mouthfuls of wine and put it away. He stood up and said, "Let's go." He took out a bamboo hat and put it on his head. He also took off his old face and revealed his true appearance. You're tuning in to the Sword Dance in the Vast Sky YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.